Is open and exposed, and Envy are going to take it down and take down Immortals.
I think a lot of people like disregard Envy a lot because of the record.
But look at how low his health bar is. He's dead. That's a kill for Seraph, an easy 1v1.
Obviously, TSM is like their #1, so they're obviously a good team.
And Dignitas has just jumped into the ring with TSM and does not look like they're going to make it out alive.
I don't think we're going to underestimate Envy at all.
Everyone of us is going to have a lot of respect for him, especially the jungler's pretty good.
Well, he's going to get snared up. There's the stun from Seraph as well. Absolutely massive play. Huge first blood for Lira.
We just have to go in, play our best, I think. Just play Arena, not try and do their style.
Envy, who were in dead last, now in 9th, and are literally a week away from reaching playoffs.
Welcome back to Week 7 of the North American League Championship Series. Saturday afternoon here live in Los Angeles, California. Beaming out to you from our studios. Plenty of fans packed the arena today. TSM making their way into the studio earlier, followed by Dignitas, of course, Stixxay and Afro Moose setting up on stage, getting ready for battle. Big Smithy as well, Ninja and Seraph. They're going to be doing the same on the flip side of the arena. Hello, everyone. I am James Dash Patterson, joined as always by our Saturday special, Mark Zimmerman and William Scarley. How you guys doing today?
What are we, like a special at a diner?
Yes.
Saturday.
Just what I want to
special.
order for my Saturday brunch. A little Mark Z and Scar. How you guys doing? How you doing over there?
Feeling quite expensive. I hope you get brought a lot of money.
I want
We're the
endless-
expensive
So I get
special.
bottomless
Discount cheap
mimosas and
pancakes,
some
yeah.
French toast.
Yeah, we're the
please.
high class.
All right, let's begin with a look at our matches for the day. First on NALCS 1, we have Darshan and Counterlogic Gaming versus Someday and Team Dignitas. After that, FlyQuest hope to break a 3-match losing streak against Immortals. If you tune in over on NALCS 2, you'll catch Team Envy looking to upset TSM in the Battle Theater, and you can also catch Phoenix 1 squaring off against Echo Fox later in the day. Yesterday, we saw the debut of Doublelift on the Liquid roster. I want to get your thoughts on his first match back in the North American LCS.
I think, generally speaking, he looked fine. Obviously, there were some issues with that Draven pick, but he played a lot of team fights pretty well over the course of the game. He did get a nice snipe on the Sneaky, and then the big thing was, in the team fights, he actually played the Jhin extremely well. I think he had a couple fights where he was able to snipe out the Ahri, who was ulting around, stuff like that. But it wasn't enough because the big problems on TL are more their decision-making.
Yeah, like for me, it wasn't really a question of his mechanics. Like I think that translates pretty well from like solo queue play to competitive play. The question is, for me is how he works within the team, and that's something that's not really fixable within the 1, 2, or 3 days that he's been on Team Liquid so far.
Right, they haven't had much time to work to begin with. Along with that, they're going up against the #1 team in Cloud9 for their first match with him on the roster. Of course, they'll be playing tomorrow against Envy, a much more winnable match for them probably, and something that they'll be looking to pick up here.
Right, they so showed, especially in that first game when they made a ton of kills around the map early on, that they were still like mechanically fine players. It was just that like they didn't expand that lead at all, which is what we wanted to see. It was a little just disheartening to see that. But against Envy, another early game team that tends to drop off later in the game with their shot calling, it's a much more even matchup.
Right, they'll have a few more allowances. Another player who moved around in the roster shuffle was Stun. He had a much better debut in getting the win here with Phoenix 1 last night.
Yeah, I don't think Stunts is an interesting player. He debuted on Dignitas. He's now here on P1. I think that he played relatively well throughout the week. The biggest thing is he didn't die much. He was able to impact the map. Honestly, if you kind of replace his portrait with Adrian, I think they kind of fulfilled similar duties, especially in team fights. And in laning, he did passable. I don't think he makes super big mistakes. I think he just does his job well.
And the big thing, though, was in that first game that he played was against Mordekaiser Maokai, which probably is not a bot lane that many people are used to playing against, on top of the fact that it doesn't seem particularly strong. So obviously a little bit easier of a lane matchup in that first game. And then the second game did play pretty well.
Right, so we're still going to need some more evidence before we can really say, you know, what we're feeling about Stunt and his addition to the Phoenix 1 roster. Time now to pull up the standings, see how close the teams are in the playoff picture. Phoenix 1 took third last night with their win over FlyQuest, but yesterday Cloud9 were the first team to secure a spot in the 2017 spring playoffs, and TSM could be the second today. But I want to take a look at the bottom half of the standings and that race for the final playoff spot. So gentlemen, here we go, 6th through 10th. Immortals currently holding 6th due to game record over Echo Fox, although tied in total match score. Looking at these, though, I want to know who exactly is your dark horse. Who's the team you're looking to make some moves here in the latter couple weeks of the split, making a run for that 6th place spot?
Right, and dark horse meaning unlikely to make it, but could, because obviously I think a lot of us would say Echo Fox. I still think Echo Fox is most likely to be the last team into the playoff picture, but if I have to pick one that won't likely do it, I think I'd take Dignitas. I think I've seen enough out of them in recent weeks that, assuming a couple things break their way in the standings, they could sneak in. I think, you know, Sumday's still a beast. They have a very reactive play style. If teams play sloppy against them, I think they can punish it. And there's a chance that happens enough times in this last third of the season that they climb into 6th.
And I want to choose TL, but they're so far away from 6th place. They're 2.5 games away.
With 5 games to play.
Exactly. And so I feel like it's almost an impassable boundary, even if they were a top 3 team in the league. So I also kind of want to go with Echo Fox, but I can't pick them.
Too easy.
Oh, like you already chose Dignitas, so I think maybe there's a chance for Envy to turn it up, but really that just depends on how they transition, because I think Lyra has really shown that he's super good, and being able to work around someone who is like really can set you up for a good early game, like teams like Echo Fox have been able to run with that to be able to create better leads. But they don't have kind of the cornerstone in Froggen that Ninja is.
And when it comes to Envy, we heard in the video there at the beginning of the day, a lot of teams do walk into the matchup against Envy, or have in the past, kind of underestimating them, and that can backfire. However, Bjergsen with the confidence moving into today's matchup by saying we are definitely not going to underestimate them today. It's going to be a tough first match on their way to qualifying for playoffs if they're going to do it here against TSM today.
Yeah, I think we talked a little bit about how the league has a lot stronger bottom teams. I mean, a player of Lyra's caliber is not something we're used to seeing on the kind of last place teams in the LCS. So I think in that sense, it is a little bit harder of a matchup than some of the top teams are used to facing against the bottom tier LCS team.
Right. Well, I'm going to extend the same question to you guys at home. Who do you think is the dark horse team that will secure a playoff spot, and tell us why? Send your answers to @LolEsport, and Mark Scar and I will discuss them throughout the day, if they're good enough, that is. It's time now to send it to the casters to kick off the matches, though. Enjoy.
Thanks, Dash. Hello, I'm Julian Patriot-Car, and taking time out of his busy schedule to cast alongside me is Isaac Azale Cummings-Bentley.
You must feel so blessed.
I certainly do. We're getting ready for our first series as Envy take on TSM. Now, we have seen some growth from Envy, but that doesn't change the fact that they have an uphill battle today against TSM.
Yeah, they definitely do. Thankfully for Envy, some of their strengths align pretty well with TSM's weaknesses. You know, their early game has been fantastic. That has been one of the slower parts of the game for TSM, although they are improving. And a lot of this comes off of the back of Lyra, who's shown in the last few weeks that he really can carry when Envy needs it.
Well, he's going to need it against Svenskeren today, who is one of the pillars of that TSM Triforce there on the top side. We have been giving a lot of praise lately.
Yeah, Sven, Haunter, Bjergsen, these guys have been showing up massively for the team. And Svenskeren not only camps top lane more than anyone else in the jungle, but also camps mid lane more than anyone else in the league as well. So, I mean, he's spending more time camping for his solos, and it is paying off because Haunter has been unlocked and really shown up as a big carry for the team. He's been super confident and smashing, even talking about how he needs to call for more resources and has been able to do that. But I think one of the biggest changes for TSM has actually just been how solid their bot lane has looked from the start of the season till now. They're no longer exploitable. The top half of the map is dominant. They look like, to me, the best team in the league.
Certainly do, but despite being the favorite in this series, Svenskeren says TSM aren't taking Envy for granted.
So going up against Envy, I think a lot of people like disregard Envy a lot because of their record, right? But we actually scrimmed them a lot, and I feel like they're pretty good in scrims. So coming into the game, I think everyone of us is gonna have a lot of respect for them, especially the jungler's pretty good. So yeah, we're not gonna like disregard them.
Yeah, I mean, I think they can't. Lyra has had such good early games, and Envy as a whole, it has been their story all year long. They get early leads, they can't convert into wins, and that is what they're trying to work on.
We'll see if they can work on it here, but it's time for our starting lineups. We'll kick it off on the blue side with Team Envy. Gonna need to really flex those early game muscles today if they can take out the win. In the top lane, Seraph, their star jungler Lyra, mid lane Ninja, bot lane Apollo, support Hokoho, and coach Dylan Falco.
And loading onto the red side today, their opponents are TSM. In the top lane, Haunter. In the jungle, Svenskeren. Mid lane, Bjergsen. Bot lane, Wild Turtle. Support Biofrost and Coach Park.
I think we, as always, will learn a lot about the teams as we move into our first champ select for the series. But I kind of like the bite from Hakoho there. He said at the top of the day in the tease that, you know what? I just feel like we have to do our own thing and kind of hope that's good enough because they know trying to play like TSM or trying to emulate their style is not going to work trying to play such a strong team.
Yeah, it doesn't work at all. And I think in general, even if you are near the top of the league, you should play your own style and be confident in that. Otherwise, you just end up as a budget version of the team you're trying to emulate. So you have to play to your own strengths, and Envy knows that.
And I think we've seen a lot of that in 7.4 as well. We will, of course, have shifts next week, but last few times with Varus, we still see a lot of grazers. A ton of changes in 7.5, but I think if Envy are ever going to have a time with a big open metagame that they are aware with, where they can pick something strong and try and steal more early, this is a good place to start here in champs like Ashe. Rai already banned for Envy, and TSM banning everyone's most hated marksman, at least for me. Varus is off the table.
Yeah, Varus is gone. It's pretty much the perma red side ban. The Ashe ban is pretty interesting here. You know, you can be looking at it like Envy says, okay, we want the only utility marksman. This will either force TSM to ban Jhin or be willing to give that up. But I think in this case, it's not really that big of a deal because people are very happy to play Ezreal these days.
Yep, certainly Ezreal's a staple bot laner for a ton of different players. Both Apollo and Turtle have a lot of experience, so they'll be comfortable there. I mean, Apollo has also gone back to things like Ezreal, like Caitlyn in recent games, so maybe it's just trying to narrow the pool a little to make some of those picks a bit better. Rengar banned for Envy though, TSM with LeBlanc, so standard stuff so far, and TSM probably no surprises for the final ban.
Yeah, there certainly are other options that you can be doing too. I mean, if you want to give over the Jhin and then pick Sivir, people have seen Sivir as a pretty solid lane matchup against that Jhin because you can push in so heavily. So that is something that Apollo could go to, but Malzahar getting taken off table. Wow, quick Rumble.
Yeah, pretty much
in.
Insta-lock there from Seraph, who's seen a number of Rumble bans. Actually, he's really been creeping up the tier list for a lot of top laners by the looks of things. But Rumble's pretty good. We'll see if TSM want to take maybe that Jace away because we've seen that pad a lot as well.
Yeah, I mean, Jace mid pretty strong. I also think that with Camille on the table, that's actually a pretty nice matchup in the top lane. We've seen Camille go up against those Rumbles, be very successful, and Haunts are going to lock that in. I like this choice. If you go onto a tank in this situation, you're essentially seeding lane.
Yep.
Whereas Camille can actually build things like an early Hexstring or go into Triforce, and you can match up quite well against the Rumble and take him down.
Certainly more of a bruiser-style champion, so I think Haunter correctly matching more of a carry role here, but Haunter's Rumble has also looked very good, so I can kind of see the logic for Envy wanting to take it away. But even just with these early picks, it could be a pretty bloody game, given that we have damage loaded into the top side. Ooh. But Karma going to mix it up, as that's an insta-lock 6 for Envy.
They are
and there's Jace.
Fast. Oh my God, Envy. I mean, they're saying they're coming in here with a plan right there, not being reactive. These are pre-planned picks. They are locking them in very quickly. So it is going to be Ziggs bot. It should be the Jace mid, Rumble top. We already have seen a lot shown here. TSM can go a different way. They don't have to actually lock in and match up in those lanes. They could go for their jungle and really try to target Lyra in the jungle pool. I think that would make quite a bit of sense when you say that Graves is still on the table, but they're not willing to get pinched out in the marksman role anymore. Okay.
You're actually taking Ezreal. I mean, it's a very safe pick here, so maybe TSM worried about what the second phase of this draft looks like for Envy, given that they clearly have a plan.
Yeah, I mean, there certainly are. There is the ability to get focused down there, and that can be scary. But I think that Caitlyn, Ezreal, even Sivir, all those are very reasonable, and there are only 2 bans there. Whereas if Lyra is the big threat of the team, I prefer seeing someone like him get focused, get Svenskeren a big jungle advantage, and then target Lyra in the pick and ban, knock him down a couple tiers.
Well, I mean, we've actually had jungle fall very far down, so that's where TSM are starting. Graves is their first ban here in Phase 2. R is the answer for Envy, so starting to target Bjergsen. I feel like a lot of people want to go after some of these top-tier mid laners, but it's very difficult given how many different mid lane champions you can play.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I think that's been something that really has shaken up the league a bit, is the fact that so many of these players are getting such big champion pools that at the start of the year it was very much about targeting the unpicked roles, whereas sometimes people are just saying it doesn't actually matter if we target this guy, he has too many champions, so only pick out those champions that are very problematic for what we already have.
Yeah, again, it's more about crafting your own composition, furthering your game plan as Envy going to line up a final ban here. Luther was actually TSM's second, so a support ban's a bit of a pivot, but there's a Syndra ban for Envy. So taking the strong blind pick mid laners away from Bjergsen makes sense to me. They've also already got a Jace most likely, unless they want to get really funky with the draft, but looks like Sven's going to take Elise here. And again, trying to take some champions away from Lyra.
Yeah, and there's a quick Elise pick there. Lee Sin, likely the response for Lyra. He has been playing it all year long, very strong on this champion, so we'll be relatively happy there. If you look at the overall jungle tier list, most people would say Elise is certainly quite a bit higher, but Lee Sin is always someone who has the playmaking ability if you're good enough.
And looks like Brom's going to round things out for Envy, so really just wanted 3 good carries, I suppose. So pick their solo laners, or 2 solo laners plus 80 carry nice and quickly. Have rounded out nicely with a good support and a strong early game jungler for Lyra. Now it's just a matter of what does Bjergsen want. He looks like the one with a pick to go.
And he will be able to get a nice matchup for himself. You could see something like Orianna, very standard, a relatively safe pick in general, and I think it does work pretty well.
Hey.
Oh, baby.
All right, I like this a little bit more. Orianna,
I like this a lot a bit more.
Orianna not exciting versus Jace. Kind of get bullied impression with all the early game damage Jace does. Bjergsen says instead, all right, you want to play a strong early game laner? I'll give you a strong early game laner.
Well, I don't know about that. I think that he's going to get bullied and pushed in harder than he would have on the Orianna. That said, he can move around the map and make plays elsewhere, and he also will have the all-in potential, obviously. But anytime you're in like a melee matchup against a range guy like this, you can expect Jace to be walking forward, autoing you out, pushing you in, and should be able to establish an early game lead for himself unless Svenskeren can kind of intervene.
Yeah, Jace certainly a tough matchup for most mid laners. I think it's part of why it was a good early pick for Envy. Like I said, people have fallen into the trap many times, particularly last week. I know we covered CLG's game where they drafted maybe too much attack damage, where if you get caught with Jace, Graves, and then a million other ADs, you run into problems. Early pick Rumble. TSM didn't want to take Jace early. So, I mean, we said Envy's plan was going to be have a strong early game. They've certainly picked to have a very good early game. Now it's just a matter of making it work on the Rift.
Yeah, they really have. That Ziggs in the bot lane can take down Turret so quickly if he gets any alone time. So there may be a lot of focus there, but honestly, all of these lanes can be very swingy. They're very snowballable lanes. It's where are the junglers going to go? Where do you focus? Because if Camille gets head, that lane can be over. Same can be said for Jace or Talon, and same can be said for Ziggs with that pushing power on the bot lane.
Yeah, and I think for the TSM side, if we've been looking at their top half to really provide a lot of the initiative for TSM, it's been nice to see that, you know what, they are going to get things started. I mean, like you said, they can have players in any section of the map there, and they've got a really stable bottom lane to kind of just do what Turtle and Bio have done all season, and just kind of let things go to mid-game and then take over from there with the rest of the team.
Yep, exactly. Definitely expecting them to play safe, but at the same time, Bjergsen has a powerful ability to roam around the map, and if the Ziggs and Braum are pushing up, they certainly could get roamed on by the Talon, but I'm not expecting the lane to go that way. And both these compositions are also very tank-light. I mean, yes, Lee Sin can build into tanky. Braum is kind of a semi-tank as the support. There's not a lot of tankiness here from either team. There's no pure tanks. And TSM's composition is very heavily weighted towards physical damage.
Yep.
Obviously, the Elise does kind of mix that up, but it's not really a big deal when you're not going up against a team that's going to have like a Maokai or whatever who will become unkillable later. Yeah,
we'll have to see how it works out, because certainly a fun draft to kick things off here. I think both teams getting a lot of what they want, and Envy, it is good to see them coming with a very clear plan. Because, I mean, they picked their first 3 picks in what? Less than 10 seconds total, I think? So clearly have an idea of what they want to do, but we're out in a Summoner's Rift now. Had a couple of scuffles here and there. Bjergsen did get some poke onto Ninja, but been a pretty standard looking level 1. Again, everyone wants to kind of keep tabs on the Raptor camp. There is a ward over there for Envy on TSM side, but Sven going to start there anyway with a bit of help from Hornsel.
And TSM critically didn't actually get a return ward, so they don't really know where Lyra is starting. They may be able to infer it based on when Envy's bottom lane does arrive. But they're actually giving a pretty good leash here at the red buff. That's actually this is gonna be a smiteless leash. So we may see a little bit of cheese here from Lyra if he wants to go for it. Could look to do a very early level 2 gank or try to go buff to buff and then invade. He has some options here, but this is something to keep track of.
Well, definitely running straight into that blue side jungle, so we'll keep tabs on Lyra in a second. 2v2 though, I started as Firefrost and Wild Turtle kind of getting to the wave first because of the help that Envy did want to give their jungler, so kind of early pressure advantage is in TSM's side right now.
And I mean, Karma versus Braum, you're generally going to be able to push in regardless of what happens. Biofrost will have that matchup advantage, and despite the Ziggs pushing power, when you pair it with a melee support, you're kind of losing some of that, right? So it does seem like you can say, oh, well, it's shoring up Braum's weaknesses, but at the same time, you're not emphasizing Ziggs' strengths. So it's kind of a hit and miss there.
Yeah, kind of splitting the strengths you've got there as Bjergsen does dash in. That's where Talon gets very problematic. Level 2 is particularly good for the Assassin. So Ninja is going to have to play a little safe. As Haunter, good stun there onto Seraph. Actually, there's a wave behind him as well. So just going to walk at Seraph, deal some good damage, and back away once his wave joins him.
You really need to see Ninja returning autos, though, when Bjergsen jumps in like that. There wasn't even a single auto shot back. And if you're caught kind of sleeping while you are shooting the minions, they're shooting you, you can't really have that at the pro level, or people will get too much of that advantage. And here comes that play that they were trying to set up. Lyra already to the top side. They're looking for the dive on Haunter.
It's another level 3 dive. Haunter does get the passive up there. Stuns on a Seraph. Big play from Haunter. Might even be a kill at his first blood to the top lane.
I mean, Haunter was full health. What are they thinking with these dives? We've seen so many of these over-forced top lane dives. Maybe if Camille was still level 2, but he hits level 3, and that is an easy kill. Haunter didn't even have to flash, and he gets first blood.
Well, Svenskeren flashes as well, looking for Lyra, but doesn't quite hit him with the cocoon. Level 4 now, though, for the Elise. Lyra only 3, and Sven's going to try and take some of this jungle away.
Yeah, Sven now can bully him out. He has that advantage. He has his smite available to do some counter jungling, and honestly, this is so tough for Seraph at this point, but I just don't even see, like, in what world does this work, right? He's already level 3, he's already full health, Seraph is tanking it up, but he can't take these shots, and Lyra, if he stayed around, would have just gone 2. I mean, you blow the summoner and you get the kill. This was just so poorly done by Envy.
Yeah, it feels like as soon as you see the level 3, you have to back away. And now TSM are just going to continue to punish this lane. Seraph, he's got no flash. He does have teleport, but Bjergsen's already over the wall. Sven's behind him, so they're going to try and get the kill. Exhaust is down. Cocoon's going to miss. Good dodge there from Seraph, but they're just going to go all in for it. Haunter, huge flash stun after the tether.
Ouch. We talked about the snowball, and it's going to be rolling here. Thankfully, Seraph didn't TP back into die, so he will be able to collect some of this experience, and it's not a complete disaster, but still a great start on the top side for TSM. And this really just felt like both in pick and ban plus this path was super pre-planned from Envy, and they're like, okay, Seraph, you're going to get Camille real low, then we're going to come top and we're going to kill him. But he wasn't really low. It didn't work, and they're able to run it back as Seraph had to blow his flash. Is able to sidestep it, but it just doesn't matter. There's 3 members here that can easily juggle that turret aggro and take him down.
That was a super long-range hook shot as well from Haunter, so impressive stuff from TSM. Again, that trio that's been just picking up a lot of steam lately. Still looking like they're on form. 2 quick kills for TSM. They're up pretty much 1,000 gold at the end of it as well, and all of Envy's early game stats going to start to take a dip.
Yeah, and on the bot side, they're losing as well. It's not like they're giving anything up down here because they've had Envy shoved in the whole time, right? But Lyra has been focusing on the top side, so Wild Turtle and Biofrost have been able to bully, have been able to carve themselves out a pretty nice little advantage, and Karma plus Ezreal is an extremely safe lane, even if they do get attacked.
Yeah, pretty frustrating as well. Apollo continually taking poke, Turtle even weaving autos into Hakuo, because again, melee Braum has to stand really close to try and help Apollo CS.
And this is kind of why we've seen Aphromoo actually go for coin even in some of these matchups, but Lyra has set up a counter gank. They are looking for their turn.
Oh, he actually stunned Lyra, but Svenskeren's here as well. Gonna start off a 2v2. Seraph, I don't think he's got quite enough for this. Lyra, we're gonna finish it off, does flash on a Haunter, and Seraph burns him down. Svenskeren now looking for the Traker, but Bjergsen's roaming up as well. Sven's gonna have to outplay this for a little longer because Ninja's behind Bjerg also.
That's a big minion wave he's actually tanking right now. They need to be careful. Ninja's still coming up.
Cocoon doesn't quite land yet. Bjergsen flashes in for it, not gonna get the kill. Seraph, does take out Svenskeren, but Bjergsen now level 6. Lyra instantly backs out of the way, but Ninja is there just in case.
That was so big for Envy. The fact that Lyra's in there to counter gank, knowing they're going to continue to focus on this top side, that actually ends up with Seraph getting a couple kills there. And Seraph is actually going to be up on gold over Haunter after this.
Yeah, evens it up. Doesn't quite give him the lead overall, but we'll watch this one again. I mean, Haunter just didn't know he was in there.
No, of course not. And Elise is coming in, but this is a pretty big wave already working on them. Haunter has taken so much early damage. He would have needed to actually flash Elise in Q or something like that to have a chance of that being very impactful. Still, they want to stick around. They want to try to corral some of these kills, but look at all the damage Svenskaren's even just taking from this massive minion wave, and that's very impactful in these early game fights. Thankfully for Bjergsen, he both gets a kill and proc 6, because without that, he would have probably died too.
Yeah, Ninja coming up. Nice follow there from Envy's mid laner, but now 3-2 in favor of TSM as far as those kills goes. Envy answer back well and get some of that gold back in. TSM still up a pretty substantial amount of gold, but Envy kind of got Seraph back to parity, which after that first dive, you think this lane's completely over.
Yeah, that was really important for him to do. Camille can really take over a lane so easily from those kind of points because you have such far engage range. You can lock them in with your ultimate. Your dueling potential is very high. When you get ahead, you simply outstat them and just kill them.
Well, you can see Haunter still back in the lane. Got a healthy CS lead, so Seraph have to play back and continue to catch up.
Yeah, a lot of this is going to be evened out as long as he does not get dove. So TSM is actually looking to set up a dive as the minion wave crashes because there is a solid 15 plus minions that he's going to pick up here, but they're going to try to kill him. And if Lyra is not here in time, it could be devastating, but Lyra is moving up, so is Ninja. TSM may have to call this off.
Yeah, Ninja actually already caught Bjergsen. Thundering blow back. Good equalizer there from Seraph. Bjergsen gets himself over the wall, but Sven not going to be so lucky. Repels back down, trying to make something happen, but Sven's going to get caught out and killed. Ninja grabbing one for himself.
Yeah, good rotation there from Hakuo. That is pretty telegraphed from TSM. I feel like they're over-forcing on top side. I mean, you can see that kind of a dive setup coming from a mile away. You know you have to protect your top laner as a massive wave like that crashes in. And yes, Seraph loses a little bit of it to try to come over and help, but still, they get the kill, and he's able to pick up the majority and at least stay relevant XP-wise.
We'll see if TSM's duo lane can maybe pressure a little more. Apollo going to have to fight on his own for a little while longer as Hakuho now finally getting his way back down. Seraph does pick up a big chunk of minions, though still behind, but should be able to take these and again continue to even out the lane. And that was just smart from Envy. I mean, TSM, they want to use the talent to try and roam, but like you said, very telegraphed and punished well as Bjergsen's going to go back in. No, not quite. Not time for another item. In fact, Ninja with double buffs is kind of an issue for the next few minutes.
It's going to make laning a lot harder for sure. Bjergsen has done well, though, as far as the lane goes. I mean, he has made multiple roams and is actually basically dead even in CS, so everything looking good for the mid lane there for TSM. Ninja has a tiny experience advantage. He was like, 20% up, couple mains, whatever. But really, it's a nothing deal. And we're in a very even game at this point. I mean, the gold lead is there for TSM, but I certainly don't think it's enough that it really impacts the fights too much.
No, it's really just that farm differential. Haunter up 20, Turtle also up about the same.
And to me, the biggest thing is actually not even the farm, it's the XP between Lyra and Svenskeren. So Sven has gotten some stuff done, but he's actually 2 levels down on the enemy Lee Sin now. So gold lead or not, you run into that Lee Sin, you're going to be in trouble.
Oh, this happens and you get tagged by Braum. Passive Repel doesn't really have anywhere good to go. There's the ulti out from Hakuo, gets all 3 of them almost, and Svenskeren going to get blown up by Apollo. Shield's going to block the ult from Turtle as well. Really nice pick from Envy.
Yeah, they're doing very well. I mean, Lyra is tracking Svenskeren across the map. They get the summoner, they get the kill again, and Lyra is just going to get even more ahead in the XP, and that is so big because you get so many stats out of these levels that the gold is not even the biggest of deals. It's the skill ups and it's the base stats increasing as you level up.
Yeah, Lyra's only about 600 gold up, which is not representative at all of the total lead he has on Svenskeren. Turtle and Bifrost, though, just going to clean this wave out, try and reset the situation. I mean, Turtle is doing really well for himself. He's got the tier, that's stacking up nicely. He's got the early Sheen, so the pressure is here, and you can see this bottom lane turret's actually pretty low. But TSM going to have to either play back a little more and not find themselves in so many aggressive positions, or be a little bit cleaner on their execution. Because we know Envy, they're just going to continue to hammer away and try and find advantages. So TSM kind of have a point now where they need to make a decision. Do we want to match you in aggression, or do we want to play a bit more defensively?
If I'm TSM, I honestly feel like playing a little bit more defensively, playing a little bit more measured is the more intelligent approach, simply because Envy is a good team mechanically. They're a good team early. Where they struggle is later in the game. They can't match up macro-wise, but Lyra is here looking for that kick in on Turtle.
Kicks Turtle back in, should be a stun landing in. Lyra gets a kill for himself as Apollo going to slow down Bifrost with a minefield. Hakuo tagged, and that's a flash pause. And Lyra just missing that Q. He would have gone straight in for it.
I mean, oh, now comes Bjergsen. He's looking to clean up here. Apollo very low. Does have heal.
Yeah, he's got his ultimate. Good tag though. Apollo is going to go down. Bjergsen wants to flash up, but he gets stunned on the other side. Lyra should be able to play cleanup. Kill goes over, and he gets a second.
Not worth it for Bjergsen. Blows both his summoners, uses his ultimate, and dies while mid lane is being pushed in. And Svenskeren dies mid lane again. Svenskeren is having a horrible game.
I mean, he's 2 levels down on Ninja as well, so he's trying to cover mid lane, gets himself killed by Jace instead.
He's 3 levels down on Ninja now. I mean, that is starting to look a little bit ugly for TSM. It just feels like they're over-forcing. They're trying to make these things happen when the setups are not there, and their bot lane lead is gone now with the kill over on Apollo. Top lane is equalizing a bit, Ninja's head, and Lyra is just crushing this game.
Yeah, it's actually 1,000 gold up to watch this one again. Lyra, pretty clean start to this.
Yeah, I mean, he just outwaits Turtle, basically. Waits for the exhaust to finish, waits for Turtle to flash, knowing he will have to. And then it's an easy follow-up for the kick flash there from Lyra. And Bjergsen coming down, he was always going to be able to get the kill on Apollo, but the question was, how do you then get out? And the fact that he blows both summoners and dies is pretty devastating. And at the meantime, I mean, I don't even really know how that started out. Maybe Ninja was waiting in the bush and Sven face checked him, but definitely should not be trying to fight up against that Jason.
No, didn't work out for the Elise. I mean, TSM 7-4 now. Envy actually up in kills and gold. They actually got 1,000 gold, which is what TSM started off with after that botch dive from Envy in the top lane.
And we did get confirmation it was Sven actually face checking Ninja, who was anticipating the jungler coming down to bot side. So a well-laid trap from Ninja, and he is rewarded.
Yep, another kill in the column for Svenskeren. 4 kills.
Also, something worth pointing out that you pretty much never see these days is this is actually a tier Jace. So he's going for more poke style. He's actually going less towards the power early in the game with a Ghost Blade or a Black Cleaver or whatever right off the bat. And he's going for more of a scaling build and still doing well.
Well, we'll see if Ninja can keep it going because he's looking good so far. TSM back to their old tricks in bottom lane as Sven and Bjergsen trying to team up for a play. Again, that turret's looking like a pretty good objective for them to take, but need to kind of confirm a kill and then be able to get the objective. Instead, they'll fall back, get vision around this Drake area, and maybe consider that as their next step.
Yeah, they certainly are close to getting that turret, but if you try to force it too quick, one bad fight down there where Ziggs lives, he will take down your turret pretty much from full very, very quickly. So they're looking to fight here in the mid.
Hakuho actually getting himself locked up, but he's tanking a decent amount of damage. Looking after Biofrost does get him. Ulti dodged out there by Svenskeren. Ziggs not going to get any kills just yet. Hakuho leaps out of the way, but Total assassinates him. Apollo, in the meantime, did kill Sven, but here's Bjerg and
Haunter TP down. Seraph does not have his TP for another second or so. Will he join in? It's up now, it looks like.
Barely gets on top of that. Doesn't quite stun Apollo, but he'll issue the ultimatum instead. Does get exhausted, and I think he's going to get killed here. Apollo tripped into it. Lyra managed to get the kill. Bjergsen goes down as well to Ninja. Envy clean up the back end.
What is happening with TSM? It seems like they're completely not on the same page here. Haunter committing to an all-in there as the rest of his team backs off. Envy gets a 4 for 0, pushing top side, pushing bot side. They'll likely get 2, if not 3 turrets here pretty soon, as mid lane turret is very low as well.
Yeah, I mean, Ninja can take that down, but watch this one again. I mean, Hakuho looks like he's caught here to start the play.
But Lyra, as always, is there. He's in position, and they opt into this fight, even though Lyra is very strong. And Hakuho, they're focusing this Braum, but he takes so long to get actually taken out. Apollo is able to move up here. Turtle's pushed out of the fight. And then this is kind of where I start to question it. I mean, I don't think TSM should be looking for this fight. They could just run up straight through River, probably retreat. Instead, Haunter decides to go in as Wild Turtle is bailing out on the fight, essentially. Bjergsen is like, oh, I don't know that I really want to go in there either. So he tries to come in a little bit late and help out. And it just does not feel like this is a coordinated TSM. They're not looking like they're on the same page.
Yeah, looking certainly rough. And Envy's early game looking amazing, actually. They're 5,000 gold up.
Yeah, they got they got 2 of the turrets. They didn't get the 3rd one on the bot. But still, you know, anytime you give Ziggs, he'll be knocking on that door. And so much effort from Svenskeren to put these solo lanes ahead. They are both pretty far behind now.
All right, well, another trap being set for the top lane. Haunter and Seraph already starting out a fight. Bjergsen is here. Flash from Seraph. Lyra going to try and get in there. Zonish from Seraph buys a bit of time. Can't quite save him. Equalizer down. They might look for a trade. Ninja finds his way up again and takes down Camille. And now Bjergsen going to get taken down. Ninja grabs the double. Bjergsen does get the other kill, but Ninja is so speedy with the Storm Raiders, and Sven just gets out of the way.
5-0-1 on Ninja now. Level 12 on this guy. He can push up top lane as well. getting very, very scary here for TSM is they're just continuously forcing these fights. This one, at least for them, goes pretty even, but still more power being funneled into this Jace that is already getting so strong. And, you know, Seraph, he decides to flash because he has the Zhonya's. I think if he does not have Zhonya's here, he just accepts his death. Instead, he gets the Zhonya's. The fact that he gets his equalizer down allows them to go into this 2v3 because there's so much chip damage already put down. And Bjergsen able to trade a kill back, but Ninja's way too strong for them to actually stay around and fight.
Yeah, that was an unempowered Q on Sven that took about 30% of his health.
Yeah, that's scary.
Black Cleaver done now as well for Ninja, so he does have a second item built up already. And this is kind of the nice part about this comp. I mean, Apollo with a good amount of poke on a Wild Turtle. I mean, if Envy were looking to get ahead using their top 3, which is how we've seen them get ahead in a lot of their games. I mean, Lyra's presence has been amazing all game, but I almost like that there's a Ziggs here to help Envy continue to snowball the game once they've got a lead, because they're really good at getting leads, but we know they struggle in the mid game. Ziggs patches up a lot of that, I feel like.
Yeah, I think it's pretty smart. I mean, it's essentially giving them a very clear win condition, to your point. Hey, what do? We siege. Jace hits them with a shock blast. You know, Apollo's sieging the turret. He pokes them out. If you actually land a good shock blast on someone, you have equalizer plus the Ziggs ult to follow up. So there's very clear ways to play the game for Envy, and they are making it look so good in this early game.
Yep, they'll take the Cloud Drake as an afterthought as well. After getting that bottom turret, Ziggs finally able to siege that one down. So Envy continuing to react well to TSM's aggression and then also force plays when they feel like. I mean, now Envy are back on the offensive. Haunter has a long way to go to try and get out of this one. Seraph commits the ultimate. Good Zhonya's. I did not know the interaction worked that way.
It actually took the cooldown, too.
Yeah, that feels bad.
He just straight immuned it.
Oh, now Ninja actually looking for a 1v2 play. Already a kill there for Elise. Sven did take down Lyra, but Ninja is just insanely strong.
These guys have families. He's just, I mean, he sees the jungle at the blue buff. He's like, yeah, I'll blast going on to him. He's just running straight in. This is like a solo queue game at this point where Ninja is just going off and he's just going to walk around the map killing everybody.
Yeah, Sarah pressuring topside as well. Ninja and Hakuho don't want to join, but they might catch TSM trying to rotate up to save the turret instead. They're actually dipping back towards mid, but Seraph not going to stick around for too long. Envy don't quite convert off those kills, but again, continuing to stack advantages for themselves. Now 6,500 gold ahead.
TP coming in from Haunter. Seraph, whoa, Bjergsen kind of backed off for a second there.
Here's round 2, stun there from Haunter after the hook shot. Bjergsen leaps over the wall. Should be enough damage here for Seraph. Zonya's not up for a little while longer. Ninja maybe going to turn it back around. Haunter, though, does get the kill, and Hakuho didn't want to use the ulti there.
Yeah, I mean, Ninja, as soon as he gets exhausted, he takes a step back, and that is very smart. As strong as he is, he's not strong enough to 1v3 through that exhaust. But at the same time, Apollo's pushing in the bot lane. There's a lot committed to get that kill on Seraph on the top lane. That's the TP down, so TP advantage goes over to Envy. You can see with the Sheen completed especially, Apollo really going to be chunking down this turret. And Ninja here means it's under threat of just going down immediately.
Yeah, they just need to get it low enough. It is actually enraged to detonate now. Don't think Apollo got the charge down, so going to have to wait.
Yeah, and Lyra's going to come up, support them, to actually allow them to go aggressively and push this off, because he knows TSM wants to keep this turret alive. But with the strength of Lyra and Ninja here, it's very difficult for TSM to actually make a play around the bot side right now.
Yeah, I mean, Total and Bifrost have to play far back to their turret to not get themselves poked down or just straight up killed if Lyra or Ninja can find a way in. I mean, even sticking around now is a little dangerous from TSM.
It really is, and at this point, with multiple members showing from TSM, they could actually just straight up go for a dive. They get that turret, and they will probably just head right back to mid lane and start pushing on that tier 2. They're just looking to go around, clean up as much gold as they can, and get a monumental advantage before they start to really force down the inner turrets.
Yep, Seraph actually starting that off, which is why he was absent for the top lane turret that Haunter was able to get over for TSM. It's actually their first turret of the game, so you can see just how far behind they're having to play back from at this stage. The rest of the team will exit together. It looks like they're setting a trap here in the tri-bush, potentially. Going to move through this blue side jungle of Envy and see if they can't spot somebody out.
Mana is going to be pretty close here for Ninja 2, which is going to be even more power going this way. He's very close to actually having that fully stacked, and because he got that early, I mean, this is not a guy that is super blue buff dependent now. He's going to be able to poke people out, look for the siege, and ooh, look at that early poke. They want to fight here.
Really nice.
Equalizer is available.
Yeah, Seraph can look for this here. Hakuho also trying to tie some people up. Bifrost is here. The equalizer doesn't quite cut them off. Bjergsen, we're going to slay Apollo, but he actually might have gone a little too deep. Ninja poking off to the side. Can it close the distance here? I mean, Ninja is so strong. Who's he looking for? He's going to go for Haunter. Ultimatum already down, but Haunter now trapped in his own ultimate. He's going to go down to the godlike Ninja.
He's just so strong. They really can just run around the map, fight wherever they want, but TSM is doing this smart play now. You avoid them, you try to take turrets wherever they are not. So TSM gonna grab another turret here. At the same time, Envy is pushing up. Bjergsen should be able to just hop over the walls and get out.
Yep, poke there is nice from Ninja, but Bjergsen has plenty of walls to go over. Lyra chasing him down as well, but Bjergsen should be able to get out of this. Ooh, Lyra actually maybe cut him off. Bjergsen, one more wall. Lyra's going to say, yep, I can still follow you. Does get the spell shield off there with the Tempest. Really nice stuff from Lyra. Now exhaust down. Hakuho is here as well. Kick in Lyra. Looking for the outplay, and Hakuho seals it.
That was very close there. A brave fight against Bjergsen, but without the ultimate, not much more he could have done. They're pushing down mid lane now. Ninja, it's just, there's no one he sees that he doesn't want to try to kill.
And you said this already, there's no true tank on TSM in this draft. Neither team have anyone that can really withstand a lot of damage. So when Ninja is as far ahead as he is now, working swiftly towards that third damage item, Jace is already strong in the early mid stages of the game. Like, there is no one to absorb this poke from Ninja.
I mean, where's the armor, right? Like, it's the only armor at all is Ninja Tabbies for Bjergsen. That's it.
I found it.
So that is so tough. If he hits anyone, very easy to layer the Equalizer, the Ziggs ulti down. What we didn't see in that last top lane fight from Envy was how the Braum ult and the Equalizer are kind of supposed to be used in conjunction. If you hit the Braum ult, very easy to layer the Equalizer on, and they're knocked up and they're slowed inside it. So that's what we want to see in the team fights.
You can see Apollo has now finished his Lich Bane, so Siege mode should be well and truly online now for Envy. Got a backup blasting one as well for a single void star.
Far down there.
Yeah, onto Hakuho, but he's already been tagged. Equalizer's real nice. Hakuho actually taking a little too much, but he lived through the rest of the burst. Apollo just takes out Haunter and Sarah kills Bjergsen.
Yeah, that's both the solo laners down now for TSM as they are just getting smacked around the map here now, falling so far behind. And Envy's just going to push straight up mid.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, Envy aren't even close to done at this point as far as their mid-game power goes. I mean, gold lead's still ballooning. They're 8,000 gold ahead now, and TSM have only lost 5 turrets. I mean, that's a lot, but there is so much more for Envy to take.
And while they are, you know, a team with a lot of mid-game power, Ziggs does not fall off. Rumble does not really fall off. These guys continue to get stronger and stronger throughout the game. So it's certainly not even a team composition where they must win right now. And it really does feel like TSM is out of sorts. I mean, why are both Haunter and Bjergsen even down here pushing the wave together? Even the lane assignments feel a little bit out of whack. You know, if anything, this should be Haunter pushing bot lane, Bjergsen pushing top lane, trying to avoid Envy and create pressure around the turrets.
You see Bjergsen there looking a little puzzled, which is not a look we usually see on the star mid laner's face. TSM, I mean, they knew Envy were going to come out swinging, but I don't think they quite expected this.
No. It does feel a little bit like Bjergsen is under some pressure to make plays because he's on the Talon. He's not on something like Cassio or Ori where he feels like, hey, you know what, chill out. I'm going to farm to 6 items. I'm going to carry late game team fights. He feels the pressure to be making plays, and it's not panning out.
Not yet, at least. TSM got a big hole to climb out of. Envy, also under the replay, did pick up the Ocean Drake. So if they wanted to get Siege mode on at any time, going to be even better now with the extra regeneration. It's good with and against the poke that Envy do have, so they'll be happy to take that. And the thing I like about Envy right now, especially because they're a team that we have criticized, particularly in map movements around the mid to late game, is they're not panicking. They're actually just playing very calm, knowing they're ahead, going to their lanes, and just kind of doing things as you should be doing them, and not pressuring themselves to try and end the game unnecessarily early. They know they're ahead, they just need to stay ahead and slowly end the game.
Yeah, they're taking the advantages wherever they can get them, and they do have very clear win conditions. But that's you know, they are massively ahead, and I think can push the pace a little bit more. You know, you can try to knock down any of the remaining outers, like the mid tier 2, I think really should be a target for them. Get the last of the easy gold, and then look towards Baron, get Vision, or Siege Inhibitor.
Well, plenty of options open. That's kind of what happens when you're 8,000 gold ahead. Apollo busy with the top lane, level 14, so not quite there on the rank 3 ultimate for Ziggs, but shouldn't be too far away. Looks like they're going to get this lane going. I mean, right now, Envy can comfortably pressure 3 lanes. Not quite sure where Ninja is. Was looking for Haunter again, I think, but instead going to go back to mid lane, get that started, and at some point, Envy are either going to keep sieging mid, find a pick, or break down Baron. They've got pretty much complete control vision-wise as well.
Yeah, they want to make sure that they really do have a full grasp on vision around the Baron and in TSM's jungle. They have Baron vision controlled, but they don't have TSM's jungle actually controlled yet. And that's the next step. You need to get the vision in there, then pick people off who either are coming to face check, or if they have no vision at all, then you can rush down the Baron. Because the last thing Envy needs at this point with this big of a lead is a 50-50 Baron.
Yep, credit to TSM for strong defensive vision on the correct side of the map there. Making sure they keep their jungle on lock, but Envy now going to group together. That's one of the 3 pink wards they had. You can see the second there above Svenskeren, and there's one just about where Bifrost is recalling on your minimap. So 1 down. TSM going to have to replace those. And Lyra, again, very quickly moving between sections of the map, just pressuring any of TSM sidelanders, because you do not want to give free farm over if you can help it. So Honza has to be always thinking in the back of his head, is someone coming here to gank me again? Or maybe Seraph just all in me and I'll die, because Seraph's also got strength as well.
Yep, definitely have to give that respect over. And something that Envy has done, because there is such a heavy AD component to TSM's comp, is look at all the Ninja heavies that they're stacking. There's actually all across the board here. The only one without them is Apollo. And there's even, you know, Zhonya's. They're getting little bits of armor here and there, and Lyra is already building into that. Because Svenskeren, he's the AP threat, but he was put very far behind. So he's not really someone that you need to itemize towards at this point in the game.
Certainly not. There's Apollo actually going for a death cap, not a void staff. So looking to just really juice up the AP. I mean, given how far ahead he is, can't really blame him for the build.
Plus, who has MR, right? You know, Void Staff, I think, makes a lot of sense if someone is building MR, but at this point, no one really is. So get more damage for the turrets, get more damage for that backline, and will Envy, they're going to back out.
Good. Okay. There from Hakuo. I mean, one of the tough things for TSM is even when they can try and find a pick, Broma's actually stopping a lot of this damage. Honza did get a turret in the bottom side. Envy, starting to play a little sloppier now. They could certainly be pressing this lead a little more, but feels like they don't want to give it away unnecessarily. At some point, they need to take a risk. It won't be a big one, given how far ahead they are, but certainly trying to do all of their homework and really prep things up. And at some point, I think they'll realize that, you know what, we can just start this Baron and force TSM to come to us, or start a siege, or just do something instead of, you know, hoping TSM walk into.
And that obvious something is clear out all the vision, right? Get more pinks. Place the pinks in TSM's topside jungle. Move in as 5 so they can't even come in on you, even if you are face checking. And now the Baron has been spotted, but Apollo is zoning them out. I don't think they have enough damage to actually rush this down, but with that damage...
Good pick from
shock
Ninja.
blast.
Another jungler is dead. That should be Baron over to Envy. They might take a lot of damage doing it, but Honza can join. Ulti there from Ezreal's not going to get close. And yeah, Hakuo there as well. So Smite's going to go down. That's going to be Baron over to Envy, and looks a little messy, but they get it cleanly there. Nice pick on a Sven, ensures they get the buff.
Yeah, they did not have full vision control, but Apollo able to land so much damage. And that in conjunction with the Ziggs ult, you can see the long-range potential of this combination, and even Equalizer layered on top of that. So now, with Baron, the siege should be on for Envy here. Look for them to try to break the base with this buff. I really think with this gold lead and the Baron buff, you really have to break the base.
Yeah, it looks like it's close to lights out for TSM. Envy just have to deliver one final blow. Seraph going to get things started here in the bottom lane. He's kind of been hanging out for a little while, collecting gold.
Now, even if you can't end the game, getting an inhibitor with this Baron is so key, because it means they're always going to have to respond to that. And then you can pressure the other inhibitors and really start to crack it open, because at this point, Lichbane death cap on Ziggs, and Apollo.
Good pick onto Apollo, but Ninja trying to answer back. He got exhausted. He's 1v3 right now as Hakuo going to try and save him. Rest of Envy looking to respond. They can fight this out. It's only 4v4 right now. TSM just on the retreat. But Lyra tags Bifrost, and now he's after Turtle. Flashes in, tags him with the red buff, but Turtle flashes over the red wall. Ninja, he's got the damage to do it if he can find a pick. Straight onto Bifrost, hammers him down. And that's a trade. As Svenskeren now getting dove. Might not be a trade after all. Seraph going to get the next one.
TSM pick up a kill on Apollo, but Envy are happy to take the 4v5 as a lot was expended, and they're just so strong. Even without proper execution, I mean, the Braum ult whiffed on everyone. The Equalizer was not great, but it just doesn't matter. They're so strong, they will crack the inhibitor.
They've got a strong lead, and they can afford to make a few hiccups here and there. Bottom inhibitor tower going down. The inhibitor will fall quickly after it. And this is kind of the position we're talking about. Baron usually either ends the game or puts you in a game-winning position. That's where Envy are now, breaking open that section of the map.
Especially with Apollo back on the map, he can come back up here. There's still almost half the time left on the Baron. They could very easily look for a second inhibitor here.
Maybe even do it the easy way, take all 3. There's a Drake up as well, so Envy have a lot of things they can take off the map here if they want to extend that lead. Looks like they're going to get some maybe last buys in here. As we'll watch this one again. I mean, Apollo does get himself picked here.
Yeah, he does get picked off, but a lot is committed. I mean, it's Bjergsen's ult, it's Haunter's flash ult, even Wild Turtle kind of really running in there very far. And this was not a great ult from Hakuo. The Equalizer got some damage down, but Envy is so strong. With the major cooldowns down on TSM, they can pile in and chase this, knowing that there's not much chance of a big turnaround. Ninja has just played such a great game for himself. 9-0-4, really taking over.
Yeah, I mean, huge CS lead as well. He's just kind of broken open every fight that Envy have had since about 5 minutes into the game.
So looking for a flank. They want to just keep trying to fight. They know they can't let this stall out in Siege, so TSM is trying to play to win, not play to not lose, which generally just means stall out and slowly bleed the game.
Envy, though, doing the right thing, sweeping through the jungle, making sure they get vision down, and it looks like top lane is going to be their next point of attack. They only have 25 seconds of Baron left, so it won't make it in time to try and siege out the turrets. Nice from TSM to delay the game at least and only lose one inhibitor off this Baron, but that doesn't mean Envy's pressure is going to really let up, as they did manage to take that second Cloud Drake. They'll have Elder on the table once that spawns as the next major objective. Baron will come back up as well, and TSM are still woefully behind in overall resources.
Yeah, and the bot wave is massive, right? Like, this wave is huge. TSM are just looking for an engage, but if this does not go quickly for them, these super minions are very quickly going to get to the Nexus turrets.
Oh, huge ultimate from Apollo. 4 members of TSM already chunked down Redemption. Shouldn't be enough to save them here, as Bifrost will be the first casualty. Sven is going to join shortly after from Apollo's auto attack, and Lyra looking to continue down. He does ride the queue all the way in. Poor Turtle's going to get himself taken down by Lyra, and that's 3 clean ones for Envy.
And I think that's the game. Envy's just going to walk it down. They have this huge wave here. They should be able to take down TSM, and they sure played the early game well.
Certainly did. Pressure looks like too much. TSM maybe force the issue too hard, but Envy answer back twofold and take down TSM's Nexus in our first game. They had a plan. They always play the same way, and they made it look awfully good then.
I know. I mean, I guess we get good enough lead in the early game. The late game does not have to be played perfectly. Envy really, I like the draft a lot. They clearly had a plan. They were able to execute it very well, but I think so much of the credit of this game, even though it was Ninja who ended up 10-0-5, has to go to Lyra.
Yep.
I think Lyra was just insane in this game. He was everywhere. He was involved in all the early kills. He was just reading Svenskeren like a book, gets a couple levels up, always there for the counter gank. This guy turned around what looked like such a bad start for Envy into a dominating game.
Yeah, and we're actually going to break the game down here, so we'll have a bit of a chance to talk more about it now, but on your early point, I mean, I agree on Lyra, was just covering Svenskeren at every point. Sven's a really high-pressure jungler that can just smother you out of a game if you put yourself in a dumb spot. I mean, at some point in the early game, there were 4 deaths on TSM side, and they all belonged to Svenskeren. Ouch. He had the worst early game at 15 I think he's had all season long. So pretty interesting stuff, but all of it did really start around the top lane. So let's have a look at what was happening in that early top lane section. I mean, that early dive from Envy, this was no bueno.
This was awful. I mean, this was seriously just awful. I don't know what they're really thinking here. Not even close to getting a kill. They blow their own flash, lose that. Then TSM is able to come up top, kill Seraph again, and it looked like TSM was just going to be off to an Uzi game, but it really came down to the fact that Lyra was able to get back up to top lane and turn around a counter gank, and this was the one. Hauntzer thinks that he is baiting in Seraph, but it was actually Lyra already in position in the bush, and Svenskeren is going to get there so much later that this fight really makes it so Seraph is not just screwed in top lane. He's able to pick up a couple kills, get right back into it, and after this, it felt like the rest of the game was all Lyra, and Svenskeren couldn't get anything done.
Yeah, Ninja also following up as well. You can see Sven. I mean, even Sven overextending here. TSM just played pretty greedy, I'll say, in this early game, and Envy were able to punish effectively. And once they had a lead, they carried it very well. I mean, Bjergsen does get himself away here with the ultimate, but I mean, this continued to cause problems because Sven, he's at it again. Seraph thinks he's in trouble, and Envy react well.
Yep, Lyra back up the top lane already. Ninja roaming, Hawkwo coming up. They're able to turn this around. TSM played a very one-dimensional game early, just non-stop piling all 3 members into the top lane, and Envy was able to read it and react to it very well. It felt to me the biggest thing was that TSM was overforcing. You know, especially Bjergsen on the talent did not look super comfortable. He played lane well. He had some good early roams, but it did feel like he wasn't comfortable being behind against Envy. It felt, or even. It felt like he was feeling the pressure to really get something done.
All right, so Envy, a wrinkle or two in the start of the early game. TSM may be too aggressive, and Envy capitalize well. They surge through the early game. They get to a strong mid game. How do we think about how they close the game? Because that's often where we grade Envy and think things are looking still a little shaky. I think they looked relatively clean, but maybe too hesitant given how far ahead they were.
Yeah, I think that they could have done a better job controlling vision in TSM's jungle. That is kind of where I give them the biggest knocks, because that makes taking the Baron so much safer and so much easier when you do get the full vision control up in there and they can't even check in at all. That said, they at least were willing to force the Baron, make TSM come to them, and they turned, they get the kills, then they finish off the Baron. So I think they executed quite well, but they had an enormous lead, right?
Yeah.
How does it look when you're 2K ahead?
Well, I guess we'll find out next game because we are going to step away for a quick break, but stick around and see if TSM can pick up the pieces in game 2 or if Envy will close out the series in the upset. Stay with us. You're watching the North American LCS.
Oh,
Just like he did to you.
Sheriff. Oh, I couldn't even hear what you were saying.
Oh, what? Wait, you didn't hear
shit.
mic changed?
No, I just didn't understand what Birk was saying. Like, usually I just ignore him.
Yep.
Does get the passive up there, stuns on a Seraph. Big play from Haunter. Might even be a kill in his first blood to the top lane. I think he's going to get killed here. Apollo
They just
should live to
abandoned
it.
him.
Lyra managed to get the kill. Bjergsen goes down as well to Ninja. Envy clean up the back end.
Come here. Equalizer. Come here, no flash maybe.
I'm fine.
Nice.
Oh,
Envy
huge
has to
ultimate
delay.
from Apollo. 4 members of TSM already chunked down Redemption. Shouldn't be enough to save them here as Biofrost will be the first casualty. Spen is going to join shortly after from Apollo's auto attack, and Lyra looking to continue down. He does ride the Q all the way in. Poor Turtle's going to get himself taken down by Lyra.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to head into Game 2 between Envy and TSM. But, gentlemen, I want to sit on this matchup a little bit longer because Envy coming out with Game 1 victory here in this matchup that most would have expected to go in the favor of TSM.
Yeah, and I think we hit on it quickly in the opening where we said, like, what teams in, like, you know, the last place standings previously had players of Lyra's caliber? We were talking right before we went live, like, who would you really put above Lyra in the NALCS jungler pool right now? We couldn't come up with, like, a definitive answer. You have arguably one of the top players in a position playing on a bottom tier team and hard carrying them in Game 1.
Right, and that, yeah, you're seeing him make a lot of moves to the top lane. I do know that they ran the package of all the top lane action that was happening in this game. You know, 6 kills going across both teams very early on in the game.
Yeah, I think that right now he has cemented himself as one of the best early game junglers in the league. I know maybe it's questionable after 20 minutes, but a lot of this decision making can't just be his fault. Like, it has to be a whole team thing. But pre-20 minutes, pre-15 minutes, this guy is getting his team off the ground every single game.
Yeah, in this game alone, 10 of the 11 kills he was a part of pre-15. So that's a basically 91% kill participation. His season average is at 75% pre-15. So there's all of the action and early game advantages that Envy is establishing are mostly coming from Lyra.
And I don't want to point out, I want to point out that it's not like he is ahead or even when he's doing this. He failed the first gank so ridiculously hard.
It was awful.
Right, they tried to tower dive a full health Camille with no hard CC. He flashes any ability, he guarantees a kill, or they have to leave.
Right.
What happens? He gets a stun and they die. And even right after that, he's still able to recover by himself and force plays and win the game for his team.
Yeah, I mean, the crazy part too was that Bjergsen had that roam right after as well. So the Rumble was like basically shut down. They get into that skirmish on the top side. He's like already sitting in the brush, and then Hanser comes in. Like every play he had that Sven tried to make was like hard countered by Lyra in the early game. You saw Sven just fall further and further behind.
Right, yeah. Being able to get ahead is one thing. Being able to recover when you get set behind is another entirely on its own. But this Envy squad here gets 1 victory over TSM. I think the big key is about consistency, though, right? Can they close out the series? They're going to have two opportunities to do so in these next games. My question to you guys, though, is how do you do it? Because it was a very strange draft coming in Game 1, and I have to say, or I have a feeling that TSM isn't going to necessarily allow themselves to maybe get caught off guard by this strange composition.
Yeah, I mean, Envy's comp works fine as its own kind of unit. The way they got there was really weird. The Rumble first pick makes a little bit of sense. You're scared, you know, Hanser's going to grab that one. But then the Ziggs Jace, very surprising to see. And TSM felt like they went for a riskier counter than something that's a little more guaranteed. They could have taken the Renekton, a little safer of a bully matchup, into the Rumble than taking the more skilly Camille matchup that gets influenced very heavily by Snowball. So TSM, not disrespectful draft, but didn't go for the safest options.
To me, there's there's some games that TSM plays where they fall really far behind and Bjergsen's even or ahead. And when all the weight is on his shoulders to make a play, his jungler's really far behind, Hanser's far behind, he gets really desperate to look for kills. Like, in a lot of situations, he'll trade 1 for 1 in situations where he's ahead and he's their only way to win the game. This is a good time to point that out because bot lane, he had a lead and he just suicides for Apollo, which is like, that's not what you want to do. Like, slow down the pace of the game, try to find a way to like work your own game plan rather than trying to just like brute force all these desperate plays.
Right, let's hit player of the game from Game 1 real quick. We're hopping back to Lyra to talk about him some more, but let's talk about it in the context of Game 2. The Lee Sin, playmaking champion, right? So would it be worthwhile taking him off something like that, even though Lee Sin might not be considered, you know, top tier ban worthy, you know, 100% pick ban?
I think it's a little risky to do that. It's, you know, I mean, you are moving to blue side here now as TSM. You have a little bit more flexibility if you don't want to ban the Varus LeBlanc, which they had to do on red side. Maybe you throw the Lee Sin in there, but I feel like...
Or take away. We know Sven Skaren's a very solid Lee Sin player.
Yeah, potentially. I think the thing about Lyra is he's one of these players that, like, if you target him too hard, you're wasting your time. He is going to perform, I think. I think, you know, Bjergsen's kind of seen that way as well, where if you throw 5 mid bans at him, he's going to play his 6, and he's going to do fine. I think Lyra's in that kind of category where, like, yeah, he'll play Rek'Sai or something and power farm and then be useful.
Yeah, I think this time in the draft, TSM just wants to choose more winning lanes, like very dominant lanes, right? They went for the risky Camille pick over Renekton. They went for Ezreal blind into Ziggs. Ziggs does well into Ezreal because Ezreal can't really hard shove. And so even though they can get steady, slow increments of CS leads, I think he got a 15 CS deficit. The Ziggs in lane, they can't really push. And there's one situation where Haku went to roam topside jungle to counter a play, and they couldn't 2-man dive the bot lane, whereas any other AD would have been able to shove and dive that guy instantly.
All right, well, Game 1 going over to Envy. We thought it was going to be a sure thing for TSM. Might not be at this point. Time to send it over to the casters, though, to get back into the action.
Thank you very much, Josh. Great to hear a bit of extra analysis. We are getting ourselves into game number 2. I think a lot went wrong for TSM in that game, and a lot went right for Envy. So everyone's going to have to reset. TSM took pretty much maximum time getting themselves back to the stage, so clearly thinking pretty hard about that first loss.
Yeah, I mean, the talent pick was pretty hyped from Bjergsen, and I think it certainly can work and can look good. But at the same time, you can play a very measured game as TSM. I think they're so far superior as far as the macro game, the late game movements and decisions and shot calling. If you just put him on things like Orianna, they talked about play like Renekton, Orianna, that kind of standard stuff, it's much harder, I think, for TSM to lose the game.
I think so as well, and I think Draft did play a pretty interesting part. Curious to see if Envy have anything else cooked up as far as Champ Select goes, because looked very prepared. I think they picked themselves in a good spot, but they clearly had a plan here.
Yeah, they did, but these are not picks that always get banned out or anything. It's not like, oh my god, I can't believe TSM banned Varus and LeBlanc and not and not the Ziggs. You know, what are they doing, right? So this is something that could be relatively repeatable for Envy, and I think while their draft was really cool and really smart, a lot of it just came down to some very good play. And we talked so much about Lyra, but Ninja too stepped up huge. I mean, he was 10-0 at the end of the game. It's very uncommon to see someone do that well and not get player of the game, but it was the Lyra show.
Yeah, Lyra really set it all up there, although Ninja was fast behind him in almost every play, making sure they could secure it. I mean, maybe Jace even gets a ban here as well. I guess we'll find out soon. Because we are inter-champion select for our second game here. TSM surprisingly down one to start it off, as Malzahar Renekton are their first two bans. And there's a LeBlanc ban from Team Envy. You'll probably see a Varus in there as well. And then maybe they get some wiggle room on the final ban.
I really just feel like for TSM, it's about mentally refocusing, resetting, forgetting about the first game and going into the second one, you know, with clear minds. Because even if you're playing back the same game with the same drafts, people are going to favor TSM 9 out of 10 times.
Yep. Well, it looks like TSM do have one more ban to get through. The expected Varus did come out for Envy. And there's a Shen ban, so again, a top laner that dropped through because of how badly Envy wanted to play Rumble. We'll see if maybe Shen shows himself instead, as there's Rengar as the final one from Envy. So Envy were very quick to lock in their first pick in game number 1. TSM taking a little bit more time, and there's quite a bit to think about here. I mean, Graves jumps out. It's the obvious choice, but lots of first pickable champions available.
Yeah, Graves is certainly very high priority, but I mean, we just saw Rumble get first pick last time. Camille is open, so Haunts are going to go right back to that. The early game started very well, and he's had some really good games on Camille. But that said, I mean, TSM are showing some confidence. They're not actually banning out what they just lost to. And Envy has the ability to opt into these similar matchups once again. They could go Rumble Jace right here and kind of just start it off.
Might be time to run it back. I mean, I think Rumble Jace is insanely strong. Instead, they'll take Rumble Lee Sin.
Okay.
So a bit of a difference here. Huge priority on getting Lyra a comfort champion, but given how well he performed in game 1, I can't really blame the team.
Well, I agree, but at the same time, it's kind of funny to see Lee Sin pick this early over something like Graves and so on and so forth. Graves, Elise. I don't really see Svenskeren picking it away from Lyra, so I do think that they could have left it till at least the last pick in the first round and grabbed up something else that may have been more contested. But that said, TSM isn't necessarily going to be even going for the same picks.
No, they got Ryze actually, so a pretty big change already as Bjergsen going to blind pick his mid laner. TSM, see what they do with this next pick. I think Karma's really good, so I'll take Karma away. BioPress had a decent looking game there. And
Karma's just so solid,
Should
right?
fit almost any comp, yeah.
Exactly, and that's the biggest thing is you can pick it blind. It's always good. There's no like, oh god, it's Karma into X. It's good in every matchup. It's always useful. So that's such a high baseline performance.
Yeah, Karma just one of those solid champions. As Envy, I'm kind of curious to see if they take the Jace here because I don't think they're getting it if they don't take it away here. Instead, they're actually going to get Ezreal for Apollo. So banning that one away. I guess, given the way they drafted, it's unlikely that we're going to get Ziggs and Jace. So thinking they're going to try something else.
And they can target Turtle fairly heavily in the draft
which
now,
they're doing now.
Exactly, because they had already banned out the Varus, so you can take away the Sivir, you can take away either, if you're more worried about the Ashe or the Jhin, you can take away that. So Jhin is still available with 380 carry bans. I don't feel like Turtle is really sweating here, but if there was 180 carry to play into Rumble and Lee Sin out of the meta ones, it's pretty scary to play Jhin, I think.
Certainly think so. We'll see what TSM's last ban is, though. They banned Lulu again. So taking that away from Hakuho.
Another thing they could even do, if Turtle is concerned about the options that Rumble and Lee Sin have as far as diving you and taking you out, he could even go Caitlyn, right? It is a safer pick.
Well, Jace is the final ban for TSM, which I think is pretty necessary, given Ninja's strong performance on it. and also, again, pairs well with kind of what Envy wants to do, but also the picks they've already made. So Envy, though, going to mix it up. Nami for Hakuho, so very different from the aggressive supports he usually likes to play.
I think Nami Ezreal is a fantastic bot lane, though. Really does work so well into these lanes. You could poke people out so heavily. It kind of emphasizes the strengths of Ezreal because both of them poke very well. And TSM could do this. I mean, Turtle has not played a lot of Ziggs. No one really has in the LCS this season, even when it was super hype at first. So he may just run it right back at them. Skara was just talking on the desk about how Ziggs is so good into Ezreal. So now Turtle's going to get his chance to play the other side of the matchup. Yep,
Ziggs there and Graves over for TSM to finish out their draft. And kind of unlike Envy, who opted for a better skirmishing, maybe teamfight pick, they kind of wanted a tank from their bottom lane. There isn't like a melee support that's going to run into a bunch of problems here, as Orianna is the final pick there for Envy. Ninja going to take that one versus Bjergsen's Rise.
And it's another thing to point out is this is Karma with the Ziggs, not a Palm, right? So this is an even better lane. So if it is an 80 carry matchup advantage, then you're looking at an even better support to be paired with that. While it would give Nami the edge over Karma for that sort of laning, Ziggs obviously very, very strong. And the fact that TSM can draft Graves as their 5th pick is pretty nice for them too, because that is considered like a first pick worthy jungler.
Yeah, I think so as well. Instead, maybe reading Envy's tendencies a bit in the draft, but it works out for them. They come out of this draft with a hugely powerful comp. It's kind of a similar look in places for TSM. I think, again, Hansa, Svenskeren, and Bjergsen are going to be where we look to, but Total and Bifrost could certainly make pressure, and if TSM find a lead, we know that Ziggs is capable of continuing to siege and snowballing things. I think Envy on the other side, they've slowed things down a decent amount, have a bit more team fight built into this comp. Not as much early game, but look, if Lyric can work his magic again, Envy should have a pretty good platform to once again snowball a game and come out with a 2-0 here versus TSM.
I mean, you would think so. I think both the drafts are pretty standard. I don't like Envy's draft as much this time as last time. I think that picking the Lee Sin early is kind of giving up too much for too little of a gain. When you're giving away Graves as the last pick, do you really need to pick the Lee Sin this early? Can you not have gotten something that would have maybe been even more powerful, like the Jace in the mid lane? Not that Orianna is any slouch, but I feel like they had such success with their composition last time, they could have maybe set themselves up a little bit better in the draft this time around.
Well, we'll see what adjustments these two teams make, because we are going to get ourselves onto Summoner's Rift for game number 2. TSM down 1 as Envy came out swinging in the first game. See if TSM maybe play a little bit more of that measured style, or if maybe they're a bit mad, they play even more aggressive and try and take out Envy, which I don't recommend.
No, I mean, I think that if anything, they should be playing the more measured style, kind of pull them back into a slower paced game that you're going to be super comfortable in. When you're brawling against Envy, that is where they're pretty much most comfortable, and that is generally how a 10th team beating a first or second place team looks, is a game like that, where it's very bloody, lots of fights, and they can just win through mechanics.
Yeah, like you said, was so far ahead in the last game that even though they made some mistakes in the late game team fight, it didn't matter too much. Looks like Total, though, is guarding the Raptor pit, but Envy should be able to get a ward in there if they have their heart set on it. Going to group everybody up and really committing for this vision. TSM already had their early walk-up, managing to get the vision down. Envy got a defensive ward, but it looks like they won't be able to get that pretty standard, but also pretty crucial early game ward down.
And that's both times, actually, that this is the way that it played out. That blue side gets a ward on their enemy Raptors, and red side cannot actually respond to that. So pretty interesting to see it play out that way. And Svenskeren looks like he actually just wants to try to take away the enemy red buff.
Did see the ward that Envy put down, so they're able to walk around it very easily. Hansa going to offer some help here as well, making sure he can leash this for Svenskeren. So already a big change for TSM. Svenskeren right where he likes to start off, in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, Lyra should be warned about this simply because of the way that Hunter is entering lane. Lyra should know now that they were starting on his side of the jungle and be able to go straight to his enemy's red buff if he wants to respond that way. There's obviously, you still can try to go into a more standard jungle path, but you really do have to take at least something away from the enemy or you'll fall pretty far behind.
Svenskeren actually taking down the Raptor camp as well, so trying to take quite a lot out of this early stage of the jungle. Bjergsen and Ninja, in the meantime, fighting it out in mid lane here. Ninja did get the Thunderlords off, so a bit of poke damage down. And Svenskeren, yeah, blatantly reveals where I was. Just walk straight through mid lane.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised actually that Lyra did Wolves instead of going straight across, because now what is he going to do? I mean, he can go try to steal away top side of TSM's jungle, but even that is pretty far away. So Sven has not completed a 3 buff, but he is going to secure both of the red buffs, and now Lyra, the best he can hope for is really getting both the blues.
Yep, certainly ahead as well as far as the early leveling goes. Oh, this is kind of a nice gank. Bjergsen very far forward. Ninja going to try and get the damage down. Bjergsen flashes out. Snare onto Lyra is nice, and Bjergsen commits everything, but he gets out.
Both summoners forced there, so still good job by Lyra. He certainly still needs to try to get some more camps, get some experience here. As Seraph is in a lot of trouble here.
That was so nice from Haunter. Looking for a solo kill now. Seraph overheating.
Oh, good flash.
Looking for the outplay, but the minion's going to take him down.
Oh, that was so close for Seraph. The flash was very nice from him, but the minion damage coming in gets Haunter that first blood, and Lyra is going to get 3 buff now and going to be set pretty far behind as Svenskeren is going to have almost all his camps to walk around and pick up, and there's really nothing there for Lyra.
Just the crux that Lyra is now starting, so he's going to be awfully far behind.
Yeah.
Haunter and Seraph both TP back in. Again, another nice stun from Haunter. Trying to make sure that Seraph's always turned around, so watch this one again.
And this one is a very close fight. So Seraph was level 3 as he started to go forward, and that is why he kind of opted into this fight. As he does overheat, this is a really nice flash. So close, but he needs to back off a little bit faster there. I couldn't quite do it as the cannon minion finishes him out, and that was a very close duel. And we know how snowbally these damage versus damage matchups can be, so that's massive for Haunter.
TSM fans have rallied after game 1. 87% out for TSM, but I'm sure Envy has picked up a number of fans, at least for their first game performance. Lyra gonna kick down the Scuttle Crab. He's going down. I mean, he's getting a little bit here, but Sven, now he's the one with the XP advantage in the jungle matchup, although it looks like top lane's at it again.
Yeah, both top laners have no flash, so jungle attention is up here. Lyra looking for the Q.
Ooh, dive is aggressive. Svenskeren also walking over, so don't want to overcommit here. Haunter walks the way back. He's going to play this one safe. He's got a couple charges left in that potion.
Yeah.
So it shouldn't be too bad as far as health goes.
Unless Haunter really stepped forward and committed to a fight, that was never going to be a dive. It was essentially just resetting the wave, allowing it to crash so that Seraph is not stuck sitting up by the enemy turret.
Bjergsen laying into Ninja, trying to get the Qs out in rapid fire succession. Doesn't find it, but he's got the lane pushed up and looks like he's gonna walk back over as Svenskeren, busy taking down more Raptors from Envy. Should walk past his control ward as well. Seraph actually wandered down the river to... Oh, no. There we go. Dude's managed to catch it there. So Seraph's early ward going to get taken down.
Certainly will be. And for Lyra, you're kind of hoping that Ninja can get a pretty nice little edge from the summoners being down on Bjergsen, because that's really all he's been able to accomplish so far in the early game, where Svenskeren has kind of gotten a little bit more XP from the camps that he's taken away from his opponent. Lyra is going to be forced to kind of try to invade and get something back.
Bifrost actually fighting Hakuo.
He's trying
and
to
the
freeze
minions,
it out.
Yeah, freezing this one out. Turtle's going to walk back in, so he's not going to miss a minion. See if Turtle just AoE's down the wave. No, going to be patient, so time to deny some of these from Apollo. He's now going to take his time to go back. He's 10 CS ahead, but Turtle will play catch up very quickly with this wave that Bifrost lovingly left for him.
If he gets any of this, yes, he will.
Look.
Oh, there he goes. He got one.
It's all going to be fine. It's tough, man. Ziggs doesn't really have any base AT. It's going to be okay, though. Turtle keeping the wave in a good spot. He's got that early lost chapter as well, so kind of weird to see mid lane items in the bottom lane, but welcome to Ziggs. That's the early power coming out.
Yeah, the lost chapter is really strong. We had been seeing a lot of people go tier and Morelos as well, just for the extra mana, so you're never running out, especially when paired with a mana using mid laner, because you're generally not going to get the blue buff. That's one of the things I think was pretty cool about what Envy did last game. So you have Ninja going a tier build, so he doesn't need that mana as much, and you can give the blue buff over to a more aggressive built Ziggs.
Well, you can see Bjergsen again just kind of getting himself pushed in, but he has these early mana items as well. Tier is done, and Catalyst should be on the way shortly.
And summoners are pretty much back up.
Yep. So safe there after Lyra's initial aggression. Svenskeren eats a lot of damage, actually. Thunderlords plus the dissonance does manage to chunk out Sven. Sven's kind of calmed things down a bit. Lyra's managed to farm his way back in, make sure he keeps the experience even. In fact, he's now up on levels over Svenskeren. Lyra with the red buff and an ultimate could also look for a play here with Seraph coming down, might be a mid lane gank.
Yeah, I mean, Bjergsen does have his flash back, but there's 3 members here. Shockwave hits.
Great Shockwave there, equalizer down as well. Bjergsen realm warps out immediately, tries to lock it down, gets himself safe under the turret. Very well played.
Oh, that was so smart from Bjergsen. He uses a Rune Prison on Lyra because he was the only one left with CC to interrupt that ult, and then is barely able to get out, only blowing the ghost. Really nicely played. Calm stuff.
Svenskeren now level 6, gonna cover the wave for a little while, but Bjergsen's still here. Might try and get a bit of extra CS and hit a gold break point. Turtle and Bifrost though, in the meantime, getting things pushing into the bottom side. Looks like the Nami Ezreal lane had maybe an earlier advantage, but now that Turtle's got some ranks in his queue and Bifrost's able to commit his poke as well, should be able to shove this wave in pretty consistently towards Envy's turret.
And Apollo not doing the best there. Has actually missed like a ton of CS under turret. Both these guys are not really
It's a struggle today.
Their very best. Nami taking that CS now? All right, there you go.
It's gonna be okay.
It's gonna be okay.
We're still close. That's all that matters, right?
Take a deep breath.
Wants up with a Shane now level 7. Actually has a nice CS lead versus Seraph, so you can kind of see how that early first blood is helping him. What is what you mentioned, a pretty volatile, snowbally top lane matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Seraph got a lot of help to get back into it after the brutal start to last game. This time they've been pretty isolated, and while he's not massively behind, you certainly do not want to be at a stage where Haunter is completing a Triforce and you are kind of just on like pieces of items. You need to be pretty powerful to actually fight back at that point.
So blue buff going to get started up. Ninja going to walk over and take that one for himself. Bjergsen likely doing the same in just a little bit when Sven's done getting out of Envy's left side of the jungle. I feel like Sven's had red buff for quite a while. He's actually looking for top lane here, so it could be dive time onto Seraph. Haunter able to set it up pretty easily with his ultimate.
Yeah, it looks like that's exactly what they're going to go for. Seraph does have his Equalizer up just right now, so it would be a super risky dive with Seraph still sitting at full health. And this is at least something where he's moving up to try to anticipate where Lyra could be, right? You're covering for your laner.
Bjergsen at least getting some trade damage out with Ninja, but Ninja with the blue buff feeling pretty safe. Good little take out of the control world though, as Svenskeren does take down some parts of the Krug camp. It doesn't decide to commit to the whole thing. Gonna leave this guy's bloom there as well. In fact, now Haunts is running down the mid lane. Here's a Realm Warp play in the lane. Ninja forced a flash. Oh. Really nice from Bjergsen.
I don't really think he needed to flash at all, actually. I mean, that was super respectful, like way too much respect even. A, you have your Ghost, can just Ghost and walk out. B, you have Shockwave. Simply put your ball on the Realm Warp and ult as he comes in and walk away. I mean, both those I think are great options, but either way, Bjergsen forces flash.
Yep. Gank attempt started, but not finished there. Instead, Bjergsen will collect a pretty value trade, getting that summoner down. Ninja and Lyra, though, on the roam. Ball going to check that brush. Ward goes down.
They are behind Bjergsen here, and he doesn't have Realm Warp, but both summoners are available. And Lyra's not even going to try.
A little low on mana. Blue buff still needs to do its job, but Ninja taking some poke. Lyra not going to commit for it. Ninja instead just going to fall back and take the CS down. Turtle back in trouble with minions under the turret. Ulti goes down, cancels Apollo's recall. And Turtle going to take the rest of the CS and go back himself. So even, actually dead even on CS between the bot laners right now. Apollo just getting delayed ever so slightly.
Not too big of a deal, though, as Turtle wasn't staying to push or anything, but it's still worthwhile, especially when you have CDR. It's not that long of a cooldown. Lyra is spotted out. Bjergsen's actually lying in wait. They're trying to bait him in.
Oh, who's getting baited, though? There's a Nami up here as well. Teleport in.
There's a Rumble.
Ninja gonna get caught by Bifrost, but Svenskeren already caught out by Seraph. He's burning down. Shockwave finds one as Haunter does take out Ninja. They dive in to try and take him down, but Sven is already down. Lyra gonna get locked up and killed as Bjergsen able to take him down after Haunter's ultimate. 2-for-1 trade in favor of TSM.
Well played by TSM, and it's kind of that butterfly effect. Where's the flash from Ninja? He's already blown it earlier. If he had that available, he likely could have stayed alive there and perhaps turned around that play.
Now Seraph getting locked down, but no additional diving from TSM. We'll watch this one again. I mean, a nice start here from TSM to sort of bait Lyra in, but Envy tried to react here.
Yeah, they do try to react, but you know, Seraph doesn't have his Equalizer, and he's not able to really commit to as much. Yes, they do get the one kill. If Equalizer is available here, this is a fight that Envy can still win. But after that initial kill, great focus onto Lyra means there's only one damage threat remaining, and Seraph can't stay around.
Turtle continuing to push the lane down. He's got his Morellonomicon finish now, so that first early bit of power from Ziggs is now complete. Apollo still sitting with his Mana Mune, so it needs a little while longer, but as the cold ticking down, only 30-ish minions to go. It's Haunter and Seraph again. back and forth here, and Seraph is losing the trade pretty badly.
Yeah.
Has to commit the ultimate just to stay alive.
Yeah, and that wasn't a great ultimate. I mean, the horizontal one there, you want to go for a vertical so that Haunter has to kind of retreat along that path as well, or at least stay around a little bit longer. With that ultimate down, he's pretty vulnerable to being dove. They see the red buff being taken away, but nothing he can really do about it. And now Equalizer's down, so he just has to sacrifice the entire mini wave. He has to back off, and wow, he's actually going to go for a TP play instead on bot side.
Almost all of Envy are here, actually. Turtle is all alone. Trying to get a trade kill onto Apollo before it all goes in. Kick from Lyra is nice. Gonna follow it up, and Turtle just dies.
Nicely played, but who's gonna get first turret? 2 members are topside. There's 4 down here for Envy, so that I would expect them to get it, but this turret is a lot lower, and that's a red buff Graves knocking away. It's gonna be close. First turret gold is quite important.
Yep, looks like maybe Envy just gonna win the race.
Oh.
They didn't. It's actually Haunter that gets it first, I believe.
No, Envy did. Red team got the first turret there, so that was just about a split second apart. And the full commitment to it, I mean, that's a quick decision from Seraph. When he knows he cannot contest that wave, instant TP bot lane, they get a kill, and they get first turret. Good job.
Well, it feels bad for Turtle, but a great play from Envy to capitalize, get themselves some extra gold, and keep the game even in gold. Ninja, though, in danger of face checks Haunter, Realm Warp in as well. That's the shockwave to try and delay it, but Bjergsen Realm Warps in to steal the kill.
And Ninja, I mean, he cannot play to that side of the map. Yes, it's your jungle, but TSM has had so much control up there that you can't really afford to kind of just brazenly check in like that.
Lyra eating damage from Bjergsen as well. Rise. And that lockdown starts, he really just dishes it out. And Haunter has been diving towards people with reckless abandon. And TSM and their aggression going to pay off here. They get themselves a second turret after the extension of the play and take down the mid outer.
And this is feeling like more of what you expect to see. Haunter and Bjergsen both quite a bit ahead now. And TSM is looking like they are having better vision control, moving around the map very well. They've pretty much made Envy's red side jungle completely their own. If you look how many wards are up there, there's like 6 wards in that quadrant. They're doing a very good job.
Yep, and Turtle now able to get pressure down onto the turret. Remember, Ziggs can execute turrets with the W, so doesn't need too much more. And, you know, apart from the 4-man dive that got him killed after Seraph's TP, Turtle and Bifrost, again, stable as usual. I think Haunter's been a big recipient of a lot of power here. 2-0-2 in that Camille. We saw the trades were not going Seraph's way before. Now the Trinity Force has been completed, and Haunter should have a effortless duel.
Yeah, he really will. As Seraph hasn't even completed his item yet, he doesn't even have his Zhonya's done. That would give him some hope of fighting back, but I really favor Haunter in pretty much all of the fights going forward in as far as 1v1 goes.
It's getting top line pressure started as well. Seraph is trying to roam around and get stuff done in other parts of the map, which is nice to see, but I mean, he's got a lot of free time while the waves are getting pushed in, so now I'm going to join that wave and take it down.
And that's exactly it, right? He can't do anything in the 1v1, so you may as well look around for opportunities. You sacrifice a couple CS, but the opportunity cost is pretty low because he doesn't want to be in a 1v1 with Haunter.
No. Coverage has kind of dropped from that side of the map as well for TSM, so probably look for Sven to get back in and TSM to get that deep vision back down. Looks like bottom outer turret's the only one really left for them to take, so maybe going to apply pressure there. There's also a Mountain Drake that can get out of the deal as well. So a lot of potential here for TSM on the right-hand side.
And they can start this dragon up. It should be there is no problem as Lyra is topside, and he's even been pinged out, so Haunter's not really in any danger. This even means that the TSM bot lane can push up and try to force this turret here too. They're really going in multiple locations at once.
Yep, nice plays here from TSM, continuing to play the map well. Bjergsen going to fade towards the right-hand side. Ninja again busy with his creep wave as the Mountain Drake goes over to TSM, and Mountain Drake to the Siege team isn't bad, or at least one of the Siege champions in Ziggs. And again, TSM, give it a minute maybe, but should have that bottom outer turret, and pretty substantial lead for themselves. Turret goes down, and 2,500 gold up now.
And this is a pretty risky take here from Lyra. Can go for a bit of a smite fight, but I mean, Bjergsen is coming down, Camille is coming down. I don't know if they want this.
Svenskeren committed, kicked in by Lyra. Seraph, he's going to slow him, but Haunter going to get the stun down onto both, I believe. Bjergsen leaps over the wall and does manage to take down one. Lyra will fall to Haunter, but Realm Warp for Bjergsen. Going to try and get him out safely. Haunter still wants to go in, but now Envy going to turn it around. The shockwave doesn't find its target, though.
Yeah, great dodge out there from Haunter. And Lyra, I mean, he wanted the fight. He wants to make something happen, but they're in such a weaker spot in the game that even with an extra member on that side of the map, Hakuo was never there in time to actually have an impact.
Haunter gets low, but now going to go back to base. Oh, actually going to push out one more wave. So I guess had a potion charge to play with. And Ninja's not having any of this. He's like, if you're in the lane with that much health, something's going to go wrong. So he's going to show respect there to Hauntz's power. Now with 3 kills to the Camille. And just let Seraph catch the wave as it pushes back towards top lane.
Seraph will be able to continue to collect that up. And Envy does have good late game scaling. You know, it's not like they're completely out of it. Orianna and Ezreal and Rumble are very powerful later stages of the game. Not that they have, I would say, a scaling advantage, but they're not out of it. The gold lead is not massive, but it does feel like TSM is getting more and more in their favor as far as the pace of the game, the vision.
I think that's a good thing to say. I mean, this is the kind of game that TSM have been playing all season long.
Yeah.
And I mean, Haunter is the one in this particular game that's really been unlocked. And Bjergsen also looking good at 2-0-2. And you're starting to see, just looking down at the items, I mean, we're going to hit some pretty strong 2-item spikes in a couple of minutes. And even the Rift Herald being taken here by TSM, we rarely see this getting taken. But TSM just feel they've got so much control that they can afford to take this, even with Envy potentially contesting.
And I don't think they really will go for much of a contest. Apollo's on the bot side, 5 members from TSM here. I don't think that Envy can really do anything about it. And I think it's a smart time to take it. There's really not a lot else on the map. The Dragon's already down. They weren't in position to siege tier 2s. And hey, it's something you can grab for free.
And it just makes Haunter even stronger now. If he's the one that's been given all this early game advantage.
Ooh, Spencer about the face check.
Great scan, though. Spots everyone in the brush. It's always scary because you just see silhouettes. But good reactions there from Svenskeren. Doesn't get himself caught. And Haunter's going to start really wailing on the turrets. He's got the Tiamat now to complement the Trinity Force. And Haunter left alone will be able to take down either champions or turrets, whichever Envy decide to send their way. So they have to manage this pressure correctly.
Seraph running back up there to try to catch the wave, but he's pretty late to the party, so a fair bit of damage can go down on this turret. And honestly, Haunter can probably just dive him at this point, which is why Hakuo is up there, but TSM sending multiple members up too.
Yeah, I like this play here. Now Seraph going to get locked in. Bifrost already there. Svenskeren in as well. Hakuo trying to heal him up, but Seraph stunned by the hookshot. Decent equalizer. Zonius is good. It should be taken down. Haunter now on a rampage.
And Ninja's trying to get up here.
Oh,
nice
shockwave! Catches 2. Bubble only gets Svenskeren though. Haunter flashed out. But that's a good first kill there for MB. Can they get a little bit more? They're going to try and chase it down. Bifrost slowed in by the Orianna W, but that's all they have.
And they need to respond to Bjergsen on the bot side. He actually just realm warped the minions onto the turret there. If you saw on the minimap, he jerked forward. That's what that was. And he's trying to get more pressure down. Should be a tier 2 turret going the way of TSM. So despite the kill, they get 2 turrets and trade 1 back.
Really good play across the map there for TSM. Again, kind of playing more how we'd expect. Now 5,000 gold up. I mean, Ninja and Haunter are going to do a battle, but Ninja's going to lose handily. And Haunter is unstoppable.
Yeah, not even close. Haunter just feels like he is in a prime position to take this game over completely. He even has so much gold in the bank. This is a guy running around with 2,500 gold in his pocket, just smashing people, and you'll watch how fast Ninja can go down. This is Haunter opting into a fight at about 20% HP, because Ninja's low on mana, doesn't have the shockwave, and no chance for him to fight back.
And I think when they picked Camille in game 1, this was the sort of game that TSM were envisioning for Haunter. So it's nice to see them trust in their top laner's ability, run the pick back, and just have it get set up a little bit better. Sure, Seraph overcommitted to an all-in there at level 3 and got himself killed, but Haunter has played the game very well since there, and TSM just playing much more control, understanding where they're strong, and Haunter's really able to shine in this sort of game. Envy playing reactively is not their strong suit, but unfortunately for them, that's where they're forced into at this stage.
It really is, and you know, you can't fault Haunter for Seraph's mistake in the all-in. A lot of League of Legends, even at the professional level, is simply capitalizing on your opponent's mistakes. And Haunter was able to do that very well, even feeling confident enough to go Ravenous Hydra as opposed to the Titanic. So this is even more of a split pushy build. You have very good wave clear, you lifesteal back up, and he is going to be an extremely powerful duelist.
He's already causing far too many problems for MB. It's TSM to wade their way through this right-hand side. Bifrost scanning through, getting the vision down. And 5 turrets to 1 currently. TSM just have that mid-tier 2 as kind of the next obvious point of attack. So Bifrost is setting the scene, getting those vision down. And look at Turtle, in with a Lich Bane right on time.
Yep, grabs the Lich Bane right up to the turret. That one is gone. Satchel not even needed as Triforce plus Lich Bane, you're going to crush those turrets.
I think he just committed the ducky for just a bit of fun.
Style points.
Sure. Mountain Drake up in 5 seconds as well. And that's the nice thing. I mean, they're going to get a second Mountain here unless MB find themselves a steal. But I think they're thinking about a trade instead. And the siege damage from this Camille and Ziggs is going to be pretty overwhelming.
Yep. The trade is a blue buff, right? Not much of a big deal there for TSM. They will lose that, but it's not like Bjergsen is even playing a super mana hungry champion. And he already has his Roa done, he has his Seraph done, so not a big deal.
No, would like it, but not a huge loss, like you said. And it looks like Haunter is actually going to be moving down towards the bottom side, and he will get that pressure going there. I thought Envy might look at a desperate-looking Baron, but instead they just take the little thing. Again, playing a little more control for Envy is nice to see. They understand they are behind and can't afford to make too many reckless mistakes, but you certainly have to take risks to win this game.
Yeah, you do. And the Baron there would have been so tough. I mean, 22 minutes in, do they even have the damage to rush it down in time with Ryze ult to move TSM across the map to get there? TP available for Haunter. I think it would have been too big of a risk. And they know they still have the teamfight potential with things like the Orianna and the Rumble. You have so much AoE that if you can pull off the proper teamfight, there's always hope with a comp like that until you're just insanely far behind. And I think it's fine for them to stick around and kind of turtle it out, try to scale up. Where it becomes too risky is when TSM goes to the Baron. You know, because TSM having the Baron plus the Ziggs essentially means your base will be broken. And at that point, they're going to have to kind of pick their moment and try to contest, probably.
Haunter with the teleport, still occupying bottom lane. Seraph is 2 levels down. He's got the Zonians, which we saw that nifty interaction last game. Able to cancel out that Camille ultimate. But I'm not sure he's really worried about that at this point. If his Zhonya's in front of Haunter, I think he's just going to die.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice if you have someone there backing you up. But at this point, even Hakuo plus Seraph probably lose 1v2, right? You're going to need some serious firepower to actually take down Haunter. Even under the turret, Seraph is going to have to play this pretty safe.
Haunter also has almost 2,000 gold built up in the bank, so might want to go spend, but again, he's making sure he's on the map and pressuring here for TSM instead. Probably means that Haunter's not going to be doing anything too crazy, although as I say that, looks for Seraph. It doesn't quite land the stun after hookshot.
And if he hit the stun, I think he just all-ins there and probably gets the kill or at least forcing out some major cooldowns. That is the kind of power that Haunter has on him right now. And he's always going to be looking for these engages, playing around vision, trying to control the space on the map. Bjergsen splitting top side, he's on the bot side. You have Turtle threatening turrets, and they're going to go straight into the Baron pit.
Really nice stuff here. Oh, Turtle got left behind. It's all right. He's going to satchel his way over. No, he just throws Q's in instead. Camille goes over the wall. Turtle's like, yeah, I don't really need to auto-attack this with my Lich Bane, but it doesn't actually matter. That's too much damage, and TSM take Baron.
This is kind of becoming a little bit of a TSM classic. Bjergsen loves using the Ryze ultimate to move them into this Baron pit. Once they get control of Envy's jungle, it's so hard to react to that play because the Baron goes down so quickly. And TSM are making this game look very good, especially with the double Mountain Dragon cashing in on that.
Yeah, once it goes back, spends his money. Now has the makings of a Randu and Zoman, but everyone is powering up on TSM. Turtle is moving in towards that death cap, so you can kind of think of this in a lot of ways, like maybe Infinity Edge for AD carries, this big damage item that you want from your bot laner. Obviously, Ziggs is an AP champion, but Turtle's got a very similar looking track as far as his build goes. His auto attacks look better with the Lich Bane, has the early power item for the Morello, and now it's just going to be big ultis everywhere.
It really is, and with the Graves jungle, you're not lacking for attack damage, right? You have consistent sources of AD in the top lane and in the jungle. Graves really one of the highest consistent physical DPS junglers there are, if not the highest. Probably is just straight up the highest. Obviously, there's some that maybe could have a bit better burst with Rengar, but even there, lethality Graves burst pretty hard.
I think of metagame picks, certainly Graves is the big one there. I mean, maybe the jungle Twitch mains out there are like, yeah. I've got my physical DPS. As Haunter at level 16, looking for prey for that rank 3 Hextech ultimatum. As it stands, TSM with the Baron. He's going to actually leave Turtle in the top lane to do some sieging himself.
Yeah, push in all 3 waves. So hard to actually wave clear this, and I just can't see them staying alive. Look at this, Seraph getting dove under the turret.
Oh, really nice little play. Realm Warp's over there as the stasis runs out. That tower should fall on the bottom side as well. Bjergsen is on top of things with these Realm Warps.
Yeah, he's been doing so well. The Ninja's gone.
Oh, does get the shock hit on Bjergsen, but he dies. Instead, Lyra kicks Bjergsen back in, but he might get a kill. Instead, Bjergsen pops the Seraph shield, and TSM is running into the base.
And even if they lose the fight, who cares? All 3 inhibitors are going down. TSM looking primed to end this one in dominant fashion.
Haunter again leaping forward, does not get the redemption heal, but just out of the way. But Bjergsen flashes in. Good counter from Haunter as he takes down Apollo. It's all style at this point for TSM. Nexus turrets are going to disintegrate, and TSM will tie it up, and we'll have a 3rd good game.
TSM right back on form, making game 2 look easy. Haunter and Bjergsen, the solo lanes, really taking over in this one.
Yeah, and Svenskeren, much cleaner early game, did get a lot of jungle pressure out early. Just delayed Lyra a lot. I think did take an extra buff in the early game, so that somewhat risky level 1 did pay off for them well. Lyra couldn't read the path, Svenskeren got ahead, and then from there, the solo lane just kind of took over as expected. Bjergsen could be everywhere with the Realm Warp. That early 1v1 from Haunter managed to get him a lead, and it was just business there from as usual. I mean, even the stable bottom lane did exactly what it needed to. Just push the waves in, and Turtle was around when he needed to siege some turrets.
Yeah, I mean, Turtle didn't really have to do much in this one. He's 0-1-1, but they win in dominant fashion. He played his role, and sometimes the key skill to have is just knowing how to get carried.
Yeah,
you don't have to do more. You don't have to be the superstar of a game.
I agree. I've been learning this actually as my solo queue adventures increase. So sometimes getting carried is very important. And TSM, a much cleaner game. The type of performance we expect from Haunter there on the Camille. I mean, he was just consistently making play after play.
Yeah, he really was. And I think one of the coolest things about Bjergsen is his use of the Realm Warp. And I think better than almost anyone else in the league. He uses it so well for the macro plays, getting kills for dives, even just from moving from lane to lane. He had a cute little play that was off screen where he Realm Warps the minions onto the tier 2 turret so he can take that down. He's just consistently finding good little uses for it. And I think that is really one of the marks of a great player, is making the most of every little aspect of your kit.
I think also a great Ryze player, because I mean, I played Ryze. Let me tell you, I do not do nearly as much damage or have as much effective control on the map. I mean, Ryze is a difficult champion to play just if you're trying to output maximum damage. Using also like the intangible elements of his kit is also very difficult.
Yeah, most of my Ryze ults are pretty much spent trying to troll my friends, trying to get them to step in and then I step out.
Mine is when I get ganked and I try and get away, but I'm not Bjergsen, so I die instead to the Lee Sin instead of getting away.
It's okay. The thought was there.
Thank you. I do try.
Yeah.
I mean, again, Sven also acquired a game for him, but I mean, he did less feeding, which was kind of what he needed to do, which is also like, honestly his job in this spot, right? He was able to be in the enemy jungle, consistently pressure the lanes, apply pressure in lanes where he needed to, and just kind of let TSM do their thing.
And I think a lot of what Sven did this game, while it's not flashy, it allows the solo lanes to do so well, and that is tracking the enemy jungler, getting vision, pressuring, and taking away enemy camps. The fact that he's always in his opponent's jungle, warding it up, stealing the camps away, means Haunter and Bjergsen essentially almost always knew where Lyra was or where he could be based on what is available on the map. That allows them to dominate. That allows them to play aggressive and opt into these fights. So while it is overlooked sometimes, it's still very important.
Well, it certainly is, but the series is going to go to Game 3. Meet us back here in a few minutes to see if TSM or Team Envy walk away with the win.
You're like Alki, dude. Oh, yeah. No, I don't want to be. I don't want to be Alki. Oh my god, I'm actually cringing so hard. How can you not know who Alki is? Alki. Save me from my weeb teammates.
Seraph is in a lot of trouble here.
That was so nice from Haunter. Looking for a solo kill now. Seraph overheating his
good flash.
Looking for the outplay, but the minion's going to take him down. Turtle is all alone. Trying to get a trade kill onto a bowler before it all goes in. Kick from Lyra is nice. Gonna follow it up, and Turtle just dies.
We're pressuring top. Once I leave top, I'm gonna get. Look at this. No one top. No one top. No one top. Hello, hello, 1, 2, 3. Say, I'm a sexy beast. Hello, hello, 1, 2, 3. Vincent, I can't properly mic check unless you say those words.
Yo, guys, let's play like we're like from the future, dude. Let's play like we're from season 9, dude.
Yeah.
Imagine like what knowledge we would have if we were from season 9.
Hey, What's the next development?
You know, if you double shot the blast cone as Lucian, you jump twice as far.
You're a liar.
Kaden is actually the best Graves in NA. For
And
sure.
then Dardock maybe?
Wait, whoa, where's high fucking on that, dude? I used to jungle.
I have flash choke, I might look for it.
I put it, dude.
I got it. Watch me.
Yeah, I'm watching.
Who else? Do they have flashes?
Cuz.
Careful.
He ulted.
Okay.
Ow.
Piglet top next week.
Piglet top. And middle. And AD carry. And jungle at some point. Piglet just has, how many arms does he need? 10 arms? Yep. 10 hands. My name is Huhi. Haunted houses are spooky. I like cats who are floofy.
How long do we have till lobby? We should probably
The fuck are you talking?
Say floofy.
Trevor's got it. Just relax.
You should just recall probably.
Actually, you can go for the inhib because he can't fight you, right?
Yeah.
No.
No, you can.
There's Ori right there.
He has no flash. He has no flash.
He's got no flash.
Oh.
Trevor's fine.
You're fine. He has Dolby.
You're good. Watch Rengar! Okay. Go down.
Elijah.
To rise. Nice. Rengar first. Nice. Go forward.
Go. We can go. Kill them all.
Let's go. I got him. I'm gonna kill him. Oh fuck, I don't. Oh, we got this! Oh, good shit!
Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully you enjoyed the sights and sounds from the latest edition of Mic Check, but now it's time for the deciding game in this series between Team Envy and TSM. Before we get there, we do have a player of the game to hand out. Haunter earning it there for that big Camille performance.
I don't think it's a big surprise. He played well the whole way through, gets a solo kill level 3 in a very close fight, and then pretty much just took over from there.
Vast improvement across the board there for TSM, it has to feel like there. But, I mean, Envy can come out swinging. They already did it in one game. They kind of just need to replicate some of their early game success.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's a lot of what it's about. Drafting winning lanes for them, being able to unlock Lyra to make some plays around the map, and we'll see if they're going to be able to do that in Game 3.
We'll have to see it, but Svenskeren shares that the team stats are set beyond the weekly games of the NALCS.
Being number 1 in NA is not really that much of a achievement. Like, we were last split, we were number 1 by far, and it didn't really mean anything. So now we're aiming for like higher. So we want to do well at MSI and Worlds. So we're already like practicing to not just do well in NALCS, but like being able to not be exploited when we go on world stage.
It's lofty goals, but I mean, it's ones that TSM has had throughout their whole
since
career,
inception,
basically.
pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, this has always been the goal. They say to win Worlds, but it's a big jump between wanting to do it and being able to accomplish it.
And it does start here as well. I mean, like if Svenskeren wants to go after MSI, TSM will be required to win the Spring Championship. So, you know, definitely got to make sure you still keep it all in mind. And looking good so far. I mean, Cloud9 certainly up there as far as top 2 teams go, but I mean, TSM form has just improved rapidly throughout the season.
It really has. And I mean, talking back to last year, though, this is not summer TSM that was just smashing everyone and making it look easy, right? You know, they're up against 9th place, kind of tied for 10th right now, Envy, and they just got blasted in Game 1, right? That is not the form of a team that is going to dominate an MSI and stuff. You need to be able to have that super high level of consistency because the international teams are even better at exploiting mistakes.
Yeah, and it does feel like TSM have kind of taken it very slow. I mean, we talk about a decent amount, but their overall game record is pretty close. Like, they've lost a number of games, but I feel like that's almost TSM just saying, you know what, we do need to learn from these things. I'm not saying they're intentionally losing games so they can play more, because they would obviously like to really dominate, but I think a lot of it is them, especially with Total being added to the roster, figuring things out and finding what works so they can replicate it at every stage of competition, not just here domestically. I mean, they will be looking at playoffs now. They're almost assuredly going to make it, especially if they win here. That all but seals it, apart from a few things here and there. And they have to be thinking, you know what? Teams only get better as playoffs go. We have to make sure we're stepping up every single day and still managing to keep our form as best as it can be.
You really do, and the best of 5 series and stuff can really be different from the day-to-day in the LCS. Obviously, best of 3 was a big jump up from best of 1, so it is closer to the playoff experience, but there's so much more planning and preparation that goes into the playoff series where you can really be targeted, and if you have any weaknesses, teams will look to exploit them.
Yeah, and that's actually the thing I like about TSM this year in best of 3s. Last year, they kind of smashed everyone, and their close series, sure, they managed to clutch them out. They had an incredible record in summer of 2016, but I feel like they've taken a lot of Game 1 losses this year and then still managed to keep the individual match record high. So I think they're adapting well. They've got super deep pockets. They've really looked good under the new draft system as well. Remember, this is the first season we've ever had 10 bans in play, and TSM, like a lot of the top teams, are showing that we have the champion pools to make sure we can't get targeted out. So they are working on these things day in, day out.
Yeah, they really are. And I think one of the biggest ways you can try to improve and practice for international play and not just regional is looking at every little mistake. Even if it was something that the other team didn't actually exploit, you have to improve on these small things, because if you're playing against a better team, they can exploit these small weaknesses that you show, so you really need to be very critical of your own play and your own team.
And the team is very vocal about having improvement there as well. Bjergsen pretty much tweets after every single game. You can almost write it for him. He's like, we played okay,
we didn't play
made
that
some mistakes,
well, but we still won though, but you know.
And he loses like a little more sad. He's like, oh, we made a lot of mistakes. Like, we'll improve next time. It's going to be okay. Like, I mean, the TSM story is pretty consistent, but it does show how good they are as a team. Let's have a chance to select, though. Game 3, Envy versus TSM. TSM are not close to being out of this series just yet. Envy need to reset, do some stretching, limber back up, and see if they can't find themselves another aggressive draft.
And they're back on the blue side, so will they go back to the Game 1 draft if they actually are given the opportunity to? You know, that is the big question to me. They had so much success with that draft and really did look strong, you know, with Jace and Ziggs and all these strong laners. It felt like they were able to find a lot of opportunities.
Well, I'm pretty sure, certainly if they get the opportunity, they'll first pick Rumble, but I don't know what the rest of it looks like for Envy. Yep. Varus ban for TSM, Rise Rango over for Envy, so no surprises yet.
Big question is also, third ban for Envy, is that Camille now? Do you actually let Camille go through as Hunter has shown that he's willing to pick it? He's very strong on it. Game 1 did not go their way, but still early lane did go Hunter's way. And certainly in Game 2, it was him dominating Seraph the whole way through.
Good read, because there's the last ban from Envy. They do take Camille out of the picture. Did TSM adjust with maybe a Rumble ban, or they just stick to more of a meta ban here as well? Envy have had the opportunity to target ban a little bit here, and there's the J. So that's kind of the other half of that I like from TSM, but they're taking away one of those big elements from Envy's comp in Game 1, but Envy, as expected, just snaps off Rumble.
Yeah, I'm just going to go right back to it. And as you said, this does become a little bit more difficult, because if you don't have a good physical damage mid laner or high physical damage jungler, it can become pretty easy to itemize as a tank if Haunter wants to go to that against a composition like this. And Jace is one of the best physical damage mid laners, not the only one, but if Lyra's on Lee Sin, that's not a lot of DPS, and if Haunter's on something like the Maokai or the Nautilus, he can itemize pretty well.
Well, interesting to see a first pick Ashe here in this round for TSM. It was banned both games, so you can clearly see that they are pretty heavily for this kind of lane. I mean, Lulu also getting picked up. TSM and Envy have shown a lot of respect to these picks, and TSM are now going to get both of them.
Yeah, there was actually a couple Lulu bans in a row the last 2 games, so Biofrost should be getting this. It's possible that it could go to a solo lane, but I really doubt it. We have not seen that yet in quite some time. I know there was a while ago, there was some of the Lulu buffs that were kind of intended to probably increase its strength in the solo lane, like the Q got buffed and things like this, but still, it has mostly shown up as a support.
Balance here for Envy, though, is good. Jhin and Graves locked in early, so there's the physical damage component we're looking for to balance out all the magic damage that Rumble does. It will mean that Envy are unlikely to have a true tank. I think a tank support is as good as they can get here, but Envy setting themselves up well again. Strong laners, able to really snowball a game and break it open, and now Svenskeren actually going to get his turn on Lee Sin with a number of junglers open.
Yeah, it doesn't want to get banned too far down, and I think that this is a solid pick, but I'm not even sure if Envy would have banded away from him. I mean, he's good on the Elise. There's still a lot of other options available. Either way, they don't want to take that risk, and he will be able to try his hand on the other side of the matchup.
Well, worked out well last time around. TSM going to ban Talon away as their first one, so looks like Ninja is the target they have in mind for these next few bans. I mean, it's kind of interesting in that Envy have shown a lot of preference towards taking out some of Bjergsen's stronger champions. So in some ways you get to double up, but I like this switch actually from Envy, taking out top laners now.
Yeah, I mean, we heard about it on the desk. I think Bjergsen is one of those players that, while you can ban out counter matchups, that makes sense. If you're just kind of blanket trying to attack him in draft, it almost always fails because he has such a deep champion pool.
And TSM are actually doing the same, banning out Malzahar as their next one, so taking a strong, straightforward support from Hakuo, and he has shown a lot of preference and prowess on the champion. Syndra's the last man there for Envy, so this is kind of where we are as Phase 2 bans go. Much more target bans, trying to set up your lanes and composition better, but TSM now going to get first pick in Phase 2. And where do they go? I'm guessing they counterpick their mid lane as per usual.
Yeah.
So we'll see what pick they want here for Hwangso.
You show top lane here pretty much always, as the top lane has already been selected for Envy, and no real advantage to saving that to last unless there's something super flexible you want to save for yourself. Shen is also up, but Shen does struggle more into the Rumble than the Nautilus does, so they're going to elect to go for a Nautilus, even though I would say Shen is higher priority these days.
Yeah, I think so as well, but Nautilus, very solid and pretty safe champion for a pick here. I love the Renekton ban as a result from Envy, kind of taking that option away, and there we go, Ahri and Zyra rounding out for Team Envy, so damage everywhere.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming out of the Envy comp. I think this is something that can work for them, though. They're going to have a lot of powerful lanes. You can be pushing in the top lane. You have Zyra to help have some dominance there in the bot lane. And I think that Orianna would make sense a lot for Bjergsen here. It works very well in conjunction with both the Lee Sin and the Nautilus, but Victor is a very stable pick here as well, and going to offer a lot of similar things.
Hard to say exactly why he makes the switch. Maybe worried about the matchup, but I think Victor brings a lot of the same things at least to the mid lane. I mean, not the impact of the ultimate, but still a control mage that does a lot of AoE damage.
And it is interesting, though, because this is actually a matchup that I'd heard Scar talking about where he felt like it was very favored towards the Ahri. So this is actually a matchup that he considered very bad for Victor, and is one of the champions that could be more easily counterpicked. Bjergsen obviously has a different opinion here, or thinks he can just outskill his opponent or kind of safely farm through lane. But we'll see if that can be exploited.
Interesting to see. I mean, Ahri is one of those champions that's pretty quickly rising back in the pick order for a lot of these mid laners, but it has been a while since we've seen her. I mean, she only really started getting play in NA last week, I believe.
Yeah.
Froggen, one of the early names that jumps to mind. So I think, you know, teams and players still kind of remembering the Ahri matchups. I mean, I was talking to Jensen, he said it's kind of situational when you can play Ahri, but when she's unlocked, she's very good. I mean, no one gets around a long extended team fight like an Ahri does.
Yeah, it's really strong. And we've seen some different builds from it too. We got to see the Protobell Lichbane that Piglet brought out. That was kind of the faker build that was supposed to be the top secret build from last year that he never really got to show. But there's that. There is obviously a lot of standard builds that you can go with. And I think Ahri can be a very powerful pick, but it's yet another of these snowbally champions that if you fall behind, you can look pretty worthless.
Certainly can. Well, Envy and TSM are going to have one more shot in this series. We'll see who takes down game number 3. Don't forget to get the hashtags out there. TSM fans, very loud in game number 2. Let's see if the Envy fans can bounce that out. But here we are, Summoner's Rift for a final time between Envy and TSM. And a big change here for TSM. I think Envy back to strong laners, back to damage, back to looking to get the early game going. Huge priority on this Ashe and Lulu from TSM to start it off, and a much more straightforward team fighting comp for them. This does look like a lot of how they've succeeded this season, but haven't seen that much of particularly this bottom lane in quite a while.
I mean, this is about as standard as you come for TSM as far as top lane tank. You have kind of initiation ADC, initiation type jungler. So that is definitely good for them. And I mean, Sven going in there, I actually think this is so small, but why go in and give him those Spell Thief procs? You're not actually ever going to kill the Zyra in that situation. So him going in, the HP actually doesn't matter, but he gives over a little bit of gold.
Got him, dude.
While it's a very small thing, I think it's a bit of a silly play from Sven Skaren.
If he got any more gold, it might have actually been an extra potion, so yeah, certainly can see the value there. Sven Skaren instead. Get the mental edge, that's what we'll call it.
Asserting his dominance. But they get a couple
I'll
of
be
words.
back at this Squadron of the Jungle very soon.
They get a couple words, and they will be able to track out Lyra. So we'll see if Sven Skaren can get another great jungle start, as he did last game, where he really did outpath Lyra early on. And that was a critical difference between Game 1 and Game 2.
Well, you can see Raptor wards everywhere this time around, and we do have the vision on this side. Haunter here, riptiding it up. Oh, yeah, it's going to actually chill out. I actually have his W. Seraph goes checking, gets a ward down. Gonna make sure that, again, tracks Svenskeren. We've seen these two junglers really cover each other well this series.
They did actually take the W because you do get some AoE damage around you anyway, and he can also then tank up that camp for Svenskeren because Lee Sin is a jungler who takes a lot more damage than Graves while doing that camp. So he's going to soak up some of the damage for him, also help with the leash. Nice little play.
And just going to chill out, use the shield, getting the last hits down. Does slap Seraph, but Haunter is expecting to be behind in the early stages of this lane. Rumble, certainly a bully, particularly into the tanks.
And Seraph actually missed half of that wave early on without really being contested at all. And people talk about how difficult it can be to CS on Rumble, but you need to be able to be consistent with that because otherwise, if you're shoving in, you're not actually really getting any advantage if you're not out-farming your opponent. The advantage you're supposed to get is that they have to CS under turret, which is supposed to be harder. But very likely, Haunter actually ends up ahead on CS here.
Yeah, and now, I mean, he's got the safer path as well, because really what jungler except maybe Lyra is coming at level 3 for a gank. Instead, he's on the left side, but has the double offs already, going to take down the Gromp and probably just continue farming aggressively.
Yep. The other part of the advantage, obviously, is that you're going to be able to rotate faster to jungle fights and stuff when your opponent is pushed in. So it helps with the jungle pressure, and that is going to be a big reason why he's going to be looking for that.
Gonna have to keep looking out for Sven and Lyra. Looks like they're still farming it up as Turtle Bifrost, I think kind of expected with Ashe Lulu, but pushing in pretty early onto that lane.
Yeah, I mean, Ashe just outpushes the Jhin very hard.
It's part of the reason why we saw, actually, I believe this item build. Seeing a lot of longsword potions now, but Polo does not want to tussle with the frustrating Ashe in the early parts of the lane. That looks like things are going okay for now. We did see Bjergsen Ninja very briefly, but nothing too crazy going on there. Very defensive summoner spells between exhaust and heal, so jungler's going to have to make action if we're going to see anything happen here.
They certainly will, and Seraph did place a deep ward over on the Krugs, so we'll now spot out Svenskeren. This does unlock Lyra to kind of look for a play of his own, and for Seraph to actually play a little bit more safely, but sometimes the wards give people this false sense of security and they play a little bit too aggressive around it. So even knowing the Lee Sin is there, Seraph has to show respect.
Well, still pushing up for now. We'll see once Sven is done with his camp if he had to get aggressive, and you can see Seraph now instantly backing off. Maybe even going to look down and see if the Scuttle Card's been taken. Just again, get more information and track these junglers. Kind of the name of this early game is a nice dodge from the roots there from Bifrost, going to keep him from taking too much damage.
Another nice little thing about Seraph constantly walking out of the lane there is you don't know where the ward is, right? It's hard to actually track where the trinket ward has been placed when he goes into the bush, then he goes into Tri-Brush, then he walks up by golems. You don't know when he actually placed it, and that makes it harder to gank.
Well, he does take the Scuttle Crab as well, so a bit of extra safety for himself with Lyra occupied on the right-hand side of the jungle, farming up there. Going to overheat and flame down that mending wave. Looks like Haunter's had enough. Going to go back and get those first early purchases in and TP straight back. Double Dorans, so should be feeling pretty healthy here in the early part of the lane.
Yeah, the double Dorans allows you to push so heavily. It's Sven going in onto Ninja.
Nice charm actually for Ninja, but Sven's going to follow in. Doesn't want to commit. Didn't have quite enough damage to finish the kill, but does get the flat head on Ninja. That's good early pressure.
Yeah, really good early pressure there. More than I thought they might get. And both of them still had their flashes available, but they didn't want to risk committing into that and having it be turned around by an exhaust.
Lyra also likely in the area as he's actually here now helping Ninja push out. So smart from TSM to play it a little safer.
Yeah, and Sven is trying to use this time to actually take away some jungle camps or look to set up a dive because Seraph hasn't even based yet, and he is getting chunked out. He's definitely in a lot of danger here.
Now the Flame Suit is going to run out. I think Seraph's in a lot of trouble. Going to start to tank this up. Svenskeren already getting the damage on Haunter. Managed to tank the turret, and first blood goes to Lee Sin.
Gets punished for that super late base. He was trying to stick around, pick up those minion waves. Haunter had already backed. Seraph does not. Gets punished again. That's, I think, 3 out of 3 games that he is actually the first blood.
Certainly that's what the action's been. Yeah, you're right.
3 out of 3 games.
I mean, one of them with assistance in game 1, a solo in the second, and now I'm going to say almost solo in this one. Sven with good timing here, but Seraph just didn't need to be here.
Yeah, I mean, and Seraph once you're poked down, once he's already in this situation, there's essentially no escape. He does do his best to survive it, but really the key is to have already based or to have your jungler covering you there because he had not spent up any of that gold, and once again, at a disadvantage.
Well, Haunting Guys was picked up, but down CS to a Nautilus is not what you want to be as the Rumble. Looks like mid lane has returned Ninja with a Sapphire Crystal and a Negatron Cloak versus double Dorans and cooldown boots there for Bjergsen. So feeling some of the pressure here in the mid lane. Likely if Lyra comes, I mean, that's a huge amount of burst damage if Ari can land that first charm.
Yeah, it really is. And Bjergsen, I do like when you play double combat summoners like Ghost Flash or Flash Heal. Lucidity Boots are quite powerful. Having the reduced summoner cooldown there, Seraph moving in.
Sven playing around. Just does get some poke onto Seraph and then dashes back to a ward. But again, Envy kind of grouping these three together, although Flash Hook's going to land in onto Seraph. Follow-up's going to land in. Bjergsen does have the ulti down. Seraph likely going down a bit. Sven's actually the first one to go. Ninja and Lyra just did too much damage, and now Haunter might be caught out on the front side. Ninja still has ulti, and Bjergsen actually has his as well, but Ninja will be able to dash off to safety.
Yeah, good trade of kills there, back and forth, but more should be lost from this by Envy, simply because the wave is kind of crashing in. We'll see if Haunter can actually get back up there to push it in before they do reset with the teleport. But Seraph overheating, Svenskeren decides he wants to go in for this kill with Haunter. Nice hook coming out. But really, the biggest thing is the Equalizer gets a lot of damage, and the fact that Svenskeren is kind of the front one up there, tanking the charm from Ninja, and then the ultimate and everything from Graves, means he goes down very quickly as well. I mean, he's not tanky at all at this point.
No, certainly not. Just has the Warhammer currently. So Svenskeren will pick up a death in the game, but TSM still up 2-1 in kills. They have a slim gold lead of 500. Good combo there from Envy's bottom lane. Getting damage on the Bifrost.
And critically for Seraph, the wave didn't actually end up crashing. Haunter was not able to get up back up top and push it in, so he's able to collect that, not fall too much further behind, but they will end up with a TP disadvantage, as Haunter is going to be coming up pretty soon.
Also, probably walking back to lane at this point. Actually has to, because he doesn't have teleport. Never mind.
Could wait, you know?
He could.
Wouldn't be a good idea.
Chill out for 20
he
seconds. Hawkshot going to get good view of Envy's jungle as well. And looks like Wild Soda with that BF sword, feeling pretty good about the lane, but TSM again, playing a bit more conservatively, knowing that Ashe will scale nicely into the mid and late game, so no need to take risks, particularly with the damage of Saracen.
The bot lane has felt very, very even, really, throughout the series. It feels like these guys are battling back and forth pretty well. But it's not been the story, right? Junglers have been focusing heavily on the solo lanes. Top laners have been explosive. Mid laners have been explosive.
Also, solving the CS puzzle there. Does manage to take them all. And I like the early Merc treads. That's how I think about it.
The CS puzzle. I like it.
I watch people CS on Twitter. I'm like, how do they do that? I'm like, oh, they're better than me. If Bjergsen does get exhausted by Ninja, Lyra, though, going to answer back. Bjergsen going to run forward and try and get a trade. Flashes on top of him and dives to Lyra. The arrow did land, but it's a little late.
Yeah, that flash, a little bit optimistic, trying to get out there. Nice collapse. Seraph making another roam, and this is something he has been consistently doing. As Turtle getting opened up on.
Oh, Root barely missed.
That was so close. It nipped the brain in the butt.
Turtle dodges down every time, but no vision there from Envy. They're not able to complete any sort of poke or kill. Turtle survives. Does have his summoners up as well, so he's feeling very safe. Bjergsen not so much. Loses both there. Does manage to go down after the nice gank from Envy, who are even the game back up both in kills and gold. And again, it's been a pretty tense third game here. No one really opening up an early game lead as we have now pushed past 10 minutes.
And they're dead even. The teams in the early game have seemed pretty well matched. The question becomes if TSM is stabilized, can Envy match them through the mid game and through the late game with vision control, with rotations? And that's the question that Envy has never been able to really answer this season.
Certainly not answered convincingly. Yeah. You know, have managed, certainly can take games where they're ahead, have shown some better moments in games even when they're behind, but TSM are just such a solid, consistent team, particularly when it comes to moving around the map, and TSM kind of showed a little bit of that here. Going to take down this Cloud Drake. Lyra is very far behind, at least around the objectives, so it's an easy pick up there for Svenskeren.
Yep, Cloud Dragon will go the way of TSM. Always nice to grab, but not one of those ones where teams feel like it's the end of the world, especially if you can trade it back for something. So we'll see if Envy can now make some moves out on the map and try to get something back.
Lyra has snuck in here, I believe. Oh no, there he is. Never mind, off to mid lane. I thought he was in the bottom lane. I was wrong. Turtle instead is going to clear out the creeps, and now Lyra may be looking for something here.
Yeah, I mean, Seraph roaming right down to mid lane over and over, and this is just even creating implied pressure. Always having to worry about where he is and if he's going to be diving Bjergsen in the mid lane. So Haunter will be able to follow, and that is something nice with the Cloud Dragon, going to allow him to do that a little bit more quickly.
I like the pressure from Envy in general. Again, being proactive with their picks, kind of knowing that they would like to snowball a bit further, both for their kind of team's personal style, but also with the picks that they've got here. A lot of damage can be built up quickly. And get out of control. Svenskeren eats the charm and the poke damage from the Orb of Deception, but Ninja busy with the wave, so can't really continue on that. Svenskeren does manage to clear out the ward and actually get a second control ward here as well. TSM looking to blind Envy. And again, try and just react to a lot of the aggression that Envy is showing here.
And Lyra camping out here. They have a ward on Biofrost.
Biofrost, that doesn't look good. That's a kill. Apollo takes him down.
TP coming in now. They're going to try to continue this play, but TSM is retreating back, and this may be Envy just going straight up for the first turret bot lane.
Just flashed in for it, and Hako going to get the flash roots. He will miss, but Lyra gets the kill instead. Quick draws for a bit of extra damage on the board, so now Envy going to run to the turret.
Seraph should honestly just be basing now. His teleport got nothing, and the longer he waits, great, you're getting a Gromp, but you're going to lose everything on the top side. And he's accomplishing nothing down here, so he needs to base, get back up there, and start collecting these minions, but instead, looks like he's going to take the long walk up.
Ooh, so it's Ninja. Oh no, he doesn't get the Wolf, does auto it down. It might cost him his life. Svenskeren gonna fight in, kicks him back forward into the Nautilus ultimate. It's gonna fall and they need a little bit more damage, but Seraph flashes forward and takes down Sven. Now Hook is gonna get flashed by Ninja. Good reactions. And Seraph gonna get slowed in by the gravity field. Whimsy down, Lulu roamed in here as well. TSM looking for mid lane.
They are going to be able to get some damage down there, but they don't have the minion wave to actually push out that turret. And this is a really nice move around the map from Envy. They're lying in wait over the wall. They have it warded out. A good animation canceling there from Lyra. And Wild Turtle just can't really do much to actually get out here. Once you're tagged at all, you're so slow that Lyra was always going to be able to run him down, commits the flash, and even with the juke here, he's right on top of you.
Yeah, Lyra, more than enough damage to finish off the job. So Envy will go up in kills and kind of getting themselves there in gold. Actually looking good with 2,000 gold ahead. I mean, TSM have a Drake, so they've got kind of an objective that we can't really count as far as the pure gold value goes. The Envy, again, starting to play a bit more proactive. We had a subdued early game, but Envy now leaping back into action exactly where their team wants to be.
And exactly where you want Lyra to be, because this is the guy who feels like he's the one making the plays for the team, moving around the map and dictating the pace of the game. 2-0-2 rather on that Graves, and up a level, looking good.
Dominating the early parts of the game now that we've kind of opened things back up, and Haunter again wanting to play back. He's got a good CS lead. Seraph has consistently been leaving lane, but now another dive is potentially being prepped here. We've got a charm missing on the Biofrost, but also Lyra and Hako here. The roots are already down, but Haunter is pretty tanky.
And Ninja has the ultimate to escape, but he does need to start leaving. This is showing very little respect to TSM, knowing they could be over here, but he will be fine. And
Garen kicks him, jukes the charm as well. Oh no, Sven gonna go back in, actually trying to complete the play. Arrow isn't gonna land. So Biofrost there to make sure Sven gets out.
But still, Envy faster on the play. They're actually going to take down the turret here on the top side. TSM will answer, but it's Envy who could look to try to rotate this around the mid side. They have the Jhin ultimate available. That you can use to try to push back Bjergsen and do something there. We'll see if they go for it.
Ooh, Ninja charms the Krug up. It's going sticking around maybe a little too long, but does get the big one. Smites it down, and Ninja just again going to take the wave instead.
I feel like I still have yet to see Ninja use his exhaust this entire game, which is a little bizarre. I mean, there's been some very close fights. You know, you don't always want to use it on someone like Lee Sin who's jumping in on you, but it can really let you turn some stuff around. So being very patient with it and perhaps a little bit too patient.
Yeah, just once on the gank failure, but that was pretty much, he used it to guarantee the kills. So definitely being conservative there. But Bjergsen not feeling too much pressure. Up on CS, those upgrades coming in. That's at 2 now. And now blue buff, so things looking good on that side. But again, Envy can really open up this game if they can find a few more spots. They're up in turrets. TSM out left playing a little more reactively, which they'll be comfortable with as well, given that the lead isn't too far up. But Seraph got that first item. And again, TSM still kind of looking for some scaling and setting up that one big team fight.
And they still have the ability to be proactive with their plays because of the champions that they have. So even though they have to give respect to the fact that Envy is strong now, you have Ash Arrow, you have Engage from Nautilus, you have lots of ways in to look for picks if Envy ever steps out of bounds.
Well, Haunter going to take the wave and make his way back. Ocean Drake up in 25 seconds, so it could be our next point of action. And again, Svenskeren hanging behind his lanes, making sure Lyra can't get too much done. I feel like Sven set up quite a number of counter-gank positions this game just to make sure the lane stays safe. And CS-wise, they are looking good. Bot lane's even, but they've got leads for Haunter and for Bjergsen. And again, TSM are just a team that are never really in a rush.
No, and so much of competitive jungling is looking for those counter ganks and anticipating where your opponents are, but Envy
Oh,
looking for the
Bjergsen
fight.
actually walks straight into Seraph. Lyra coming down as well.
Oh, he
Gonna
flashed
force a
into
flash.
Equalizer.
The Equalizer was laid out nicely. Bjergsen might be able to get away. He's going to try and turn it back onto Seraph, and that will let him live. Wild Growth committed from Lulu, but now Lyra going to beat the stun from the Ash Arrow. Sven tags him as well, but he burns a heal, and Sven follows in. Haunts is here as well. Sven barely gets himself out as Ninja managed to get him out over the wall with the dash. TSM still trying to chase down a kill for themselves. A 1-for-1 trade so far, but Apollo firing back with the flourishes, and TSM can't quite find a second.
No, just barely able to get out. Key that Bjergsen was able to survive. Seraph didn't quite have his flash to follow and finish it off, and then Lyra stepping too far forward, looking to close out that kill. But the fight is not over yet as TSM want to force around Dragon, and this could be risky.
Hakuo caught. That's going to be good damage onto the Zyra. Good flank from Seraph, but he's got no ultimate. Bjergsen going to try and keep
flash,
it out. Burning him down. Bjergsen actually is going to fall. Seraph able to get the kill. That's a crit onto Lulu to take it down, but Turtle is just going to take him down. The tank and the AD carry are enough for TSM.
The power of the Nautilus team fight there at the end. Not enough damage to clean him up. So low on HP, but Jin was caught reloading.
0 to 3 kills for Wild Turtle. Picks up the triple, and now should have his next power item. So watch this one again. Envy wanted to stop this trade.
Yeah, they definitely did, and this was going to be, a numbers advantage for Envy as Seraph can just TP back in with that flank. He's high on health, but he flashes in, gets exhausted, and commits a lot of the damage here. And the key thing is Turtle, free firing in the back line. And as Apollo's reloading, they go forward. Ninja doesn't really have anything left. And Turtle able to get a quick triple.
Little too much for Envy, I think. Just knowing, with no cooldowns, kind of tough to contest in that spot. TSM turned it around instantly, and despite losing their mid laner, Turtle able to pick it all up. He's now got a Rune and Hurricane to go in with his BF sword and his pickaxe, and Infinity Edge shouldn't be too far away for the man.
Nope, but that said, the Dragon never went down, and it's actually Lyra starting it up, but he has been spotted out on a ward in a dangerous spot.
Misses the arrow, but that should be enough. Kick back in from Sven Skaren. See you later. And the Jin ulti, Haunts is going to tank it, and then we walk out of the rest of the cone.
And now they have no chance to actually contest, as that was the Jin ultimate, the Equalizer, your jungler is dead. They should just back off and accept this.
Maybe even shove down me, get some damage there. Ooh, shut down! Good pick on the Turtle by Ninja, but Drake's still over to TSM.
It looks like they're sticking around. They still want to try to get something done.
Sven Skaren a little too far forward. Good ult there from Hakuo. Going to set it up. He actually knocks up a couple there, I think, but Seraph is flame spittering away. Apollo now knocked up as well. Hooked in by Haunter, and Biofrost should be able to run back in and finish it off. Bjergsen with the ultimate able to get it down.
Ninja
and Ninja
still dueling.
Still going in. Hook should be there. Haunter's going to walk up. Ninja forced to flash away. Charm is going to buy him a little bit more time, but Haunter is just not done. Lumbering forward on the Nautilus. Caught up again, but he's still moving forward with the Mercury. Misses the hook finally, and the play ends.
Ninja dodging everything there. Sidestepping a couple Qs from the Lee Sin, gets out of the hook there too.
Nice play there from Ninja to keep himself alive. Haunter tried to save the hook for as long as possible, but Turtle, oh, that feels bad.
Yeah, nice charm over the wall to start things off for Ninja. And it was a great flank. This is really the only thing that allows them to even start into this fight, but still, they're relatively low on sustained DPS without the Equalizer and without the Graves. So despite that good start, the fight still goes the way of TSM, and they get the Dragon.
Yeah, again, kind of the power of Nautilus plus whatever carry is around.
Yeah.
Really showing how strong TSM can be, even in these scrappier moments. Ninja just keeps dodging, again, kind of weaving back around. Haunter, he's just waiting for the perfect time to hook, and he never finds it.
No, he never is able to really get it. Nice sidestep there from Ninja. And then Nautilus, his tankiness is just kind of emphasized and increased even more when paired with a Lulu. It becomes so tough to take this guy down, and getting a tank fed in a game like this is actually one of the most important members to have it.
Well, 305 for Haunter, so he's on the way to becoming super big boy Nautilus. Lyra going to clear out this control ward though, as Envy trying to get some vision around the Baron area. It's still early, but knowing Drake to contest for, given that the last Ocean just went over to TSM, so Envy trying to take control of the important side of the map at this stage. Going to clear out some vision, and might like the mid lane turret if they can get there as well. So setting themselves up for a nice little push. Seraph going to go back, but Envy now going to group as 4 and try and siege down the turret.
We'll be able to push up here pretty quickly, but TSM should be in position to actually wave clear this out. With the Victor, it's so easy. One laser, you drop the gravity field, you group them all up, and just like that, the wave is gone. So it's very tough to actually siege into the Victor, but Haunter may be caught out here pretty far from his team. Envy not feeling confident to commit.
Haunter is just like, we'll figure it out. Eating gym bullets, anchors away to a bit of terrain, and still has quite a lot of health left. I mean, like you said, getting a tank fed in this game is a big problem actually for Envy. And Haunter already with only almost 2 items completed. I think he's got enough for the Spirit Visage now as he is going to go back. But, I mean, Haunter is getting unassailable at this point. I mean, just how much damage he's getting caught there in the mid lane should show you that in team fights, Haunter should be able to take over here as long as TSM have their carries alive.
Yeah, a lot of it is going to come down to Lyra. Like, he is actually one of the high consistent damage members of Envy, because Jhin is not a tank killer, especially when you're going for lethality. So a lot of that burden is going to fall on Lyra, going to fall on Seraph.
Well, Lyra gets tagged by Elise in Q. Apollo busy clearing out the minions so they don't attack his turret. TSM are just whittling down that turret in mid lane here. And like you saw already, wave clear mid laners are very good at defending their turrets. Bjergsen goes back, gets himself a crystal, and most importantly, an Abyssal Scepter. So starting to power up. He's got the perfect Hex Core completed as well. Turtle just going to push out one more wave. Does have enough coverage here to spot Envy coming up to try and gank him, so feels safe to get that pushing towards it. And again, TSM, they're still done in turrets, but the gold is pretty much back to even, and they're just not in a rush. Eventually, at some point, the pressure builds up. They feel confident enough to take a fight or take a moment if Envy make a mistake and just break open the game from the middle.
Yeah, and they definitely have the ability to do that, but Envy also have some very powerful team fighting, and the potential to get those picks with Ninja, if it's an even fight, can go very heavily their way. So TSM has to show the respect. You can see Turtle lurking in the back a little bit, waiting to perhaps look for an arrow.
Well, TSM actually grouped up. They're going to try and force the issue now. Hook on Alira's really good kickback from Spen. Haunter on a rampage as Lulu knocked up, but Haunter going to block the rest of the gym bullets. I mean, a big TP from Seraph as Ninja looks for the flank.
Great equalizer.
Bjergsen going to try and stand and deliver, but Haunter blocking the rest out. Again, just soaking so much here.
Yeah, without the Graves, where's the consistent
damage? Another hook onto Seraph as well. Now Bjergsen gets a next kill. TSM looking a little low. Haunter gets a wild growth to keep himself alive, but TSM got 2 kills out of that one.
They just do not have the consistent DPS without Lyra alive, and even with a great equalizer from Sarah softening so many of the members up, Apollo cannot go forward into a team like this. He will die so fast. So good play from TSM. They commit the cooldowns and they kick in Lyra for an easy kill. And this is really well done. Hook, there's the kick in into the Ash Arrow. No chance for Lyra.
Super clean from Svenskeren, still showing off that Lee Sin. I mean, Seraph TP'd very early to try and turn this one around, but TSM reacted well here as well.
Yeah, they reacted very well, and despite the great equalizer, what is Ninja really getting done with that ultimate? He's kind of having to use it defensively. None of the damage is onto the back line. Haunter can soak up most of this with the protection of Biofrost, and then they just do not have the DPS to finish off a fight like that. So they need to be careful, not get picked, but TSM has so many utilities to try to set that up.
Well, it's only going to get tougher. Haunter has 2,500 gold to go spend. He's back shopping. There's a Spirit Visage, and there's an Aegis. Love the pick up there.
Yeah, I think the Aegis makes so much sense. He's the highest level member, one of the highest in the game. So when you complete that locket, the shield is that much larger and really eliminates so much of the AoE damage coming out of Envy.
Able to help out there in team fights because TSM have been kind of handily winning a lot of these exchanges. Ocean Drake is up as well, so going to force the issue again. Envy, do they feel confident maybe trying for a fight here? Because the straight up fights have not gone their way. I mean, Ninja might need to get into a flank position, but he's not there right now. Drake goes down, TSM collect it. And Envy have to, again, play defensively once again.
Yeah, they're just backing off those. They can't really contest them because TSM is always the ones first to the punch. They're getting there earlier, and they have this really tough front-to-back composition that you have to deal with, where Envy is playing this full DPS comp, and unless your ADs are very strong, you don't want your Ahri committing the damage to try to kill a Nautilus. That's not going to be a fight that works out for you. And Seraph, if he's sitting hitting Haunter, then he's easy pickings for Bjergsen Wild Turtle, so it's so tough.
Seraph from Svenskeren just threads a Q in at the last second to cancel Seraph's recall while he's busy taking the Krugs. Haunter got the lane pushing down in bottom as well, so just waiting around and hit the recall button and go home, but that's also pressure that Envy have to answer. Blue buff going to go over to Ninja, so that's nice there for the Ahri, but Baron is starting to become an objective that teams can look to take, and we've even seen them when one of TSM's carries dies, the other one is usually enough with the Nautilus to try and take the rest of the fight, so Envy got to do a lot of work here.
They really do. Nice sidestep from Ninja, but we'll have to commit the ultimate here.
Can't dodge everything, but does ulti to get himself out.
And worth pointing out, it's actually a banner of command pickup from Haunter. So because he's going up against this AP laner in the side wave, he's going to try to create a massive amount of additional pressure with this. And TSM already forcing down one turret, taking that gold lead.
I mean, Jin certainly has trouble killing a Baroned up cannon as well. So I'm excited for the potential siege for TSM. But Haunter instead is going to clear these waves out. For now, again, Envy still within grasp for this game. Just need to not lose too much more here. TSM only up still 2,000 gold or so. 3 Drakes is very nice though. The double ocean's going to help out, especially in any sort of protracted fight or siege. But I think TSM, they've kind of filled the outer ring. They have to be looking to set up these side lanes and probably just continue moving forward and pressure onto this Baron.
Yeah, one of the big things to remember in a game like this is, despite the gold lead being very close, I think the composition is so much easier to execute for TSM that gives them a significant advantage, you know, on top of it. If you look at how they have to play the fights, they have a very simple front-to-back team composition. Envy needs to get great flanks. They need to have Ninja assassinating someone, pulling off all these big things where Haunter essentially just walks forward, hits whoever's in front of him, and they have all these pickoff tools and consistent DPS to back that up.
Yep, I mean, total Infinity Edge is done. He's got a Hex Drinker and a BF Sword as well, so he's scaling up well. Looks like a Lich Bane next for Bjergsen, so a lot of additional damage when he completes that item. Does have the Sheen right now. Actually going to go back. We'll see if he does have the item completed already. Because TSM are starting to set things up for what looks like that first strong move onto a big objective. Baron's, again, the immediate one that comes to mind. Bjergsen has not finished the Lich Bane, so the pure DPS is there as Hakuho steals the Blast Cone.
It's really scary when there's that much damage as Ninja. Even if you find the angle onto Turtle, there's no guarantee you don't just get popped by Bjergsen when you go in, or get caught by an Ash Arrow and die. Especially with Hex Drinker getting completed, lots of MR across the board. The options are getting kind of slimmer and slimmer for Ninja.
We'll see if Envy can find a pick that they need to really get this game going in the right direction for them. Because as it is, they're kind of just spinning their wheels, hoping that something happens. Apollo anchored to mid lane. Bjergsen continually pushing that down and pressuring it. Haunter is always down bottom lane getting that started out, and he's 2 levels up on Seraph as well.
And while TSM is looking certainly very in control and now looking for that pick onto Seraph, I think they're going to get it.
Yeah, I mean, ulti for Haunter is just going to start it off. Seraph does have his flash. He's got his ulti with the hook lands in. Bjergsen should be able to complete the rest of his damages there. There's the Q and just zaps him down.
Yeah, why even flash? I mean, don't even have a Zonias. There's no way you're getting out of that. Envy cannot respond on the other side of the map, so now they're going to lose pressure there too. And Seraph has no playmaking ability for the next fight that he's going to go into without that flash, so that just makes it even tougher. But you know, Envy at least is hanging around. They've not crumbled, and we're 30 minutes into the game. They're playing one of the best teams in the league.
Yeah, certainly looking good, but how long can they hold on for? TSM, they get the kill. They're trying to get pressure onto mid lane, but fading back towards the Baron. Spence Garen going to clear this vision out, and Envy can have a tough decision to make. They've got the speed train there. That Scuttle Crab has been taken by them, so that will buy them valuable seconds of vision around that objective, but not going to last forever. And TSM, again, happy to bide their time. They get one pick, they find an opportunity, but they don't overcommit. There's nothing they can easily get, so they say, you know what, we're going to look for it next time, making sure that they kind of find the perfect angle, because they know if they mess up, Envy can actually get this game firmly back in their control, or even likely take a lead at this point.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, this gold lead is almost nothing 30 minutes into the game, right? If you blow a fight 30 minutes into the game, it's usually Baron or a major objective, as long as it's a relatively secure teamfight win. So TSM definitely has to show respect. They're playing it safe, they're playing it smart, and they're waiting for these guaranteed wins. Just keep taking them as you can get them. You're going to have Haunter bullying Seraph. He's quite a bit ahead, especially with the banner. That's always going to draw some pressure, and then TSM can get odd number of fights elsewhere on the map or look to take control of the Baron.
Yep, 35 seconds to the next Cloud Drake as Seraph. Oh no. Oh no. He did take those. I think that's actually the smart thing to do. Gonna have the cannon creeps do all the work for him. I mean, he couldn't do anything to that creep.
I mean, it'll eventually go down, but it does buy you a lot of time. And actually, you get the gold for the minions it kills too. So that's pretty nice for Haunter. He's just getting that bonus income elsewhere on the map. He's already gotten over 300 gold.
Arrow misses there. Teleport in for Envy.
Oh, they canceled that. Now TSM's gonna go straight to the Baron. That's brutal TP from Seraph, and that should gift over the Baron. to TSM. We'll see if Envy can make a play.
I mean, Envy are trying to fight them on the Baron instead, but Haunter locked up in the front. Ninja already eating poke. Gym bullets aren't bad. The Redemption's going to reset the fight here for TSM.
They have bought enough time that Seraph has been able to walk up, but TSM is still on this Baron. Equalizer is available. This is getting very risky now for TSM with all the AoE.
Didn't blow too many cooldowns. There's a flash from Ninja again, keeping track of what they've gotten here. Envy just going to buy their time, but TSM are threatening this Baron. They've actually got decent tanks here, so Envy have to do something sooner rather than later.
Yeah, they really do, but I mean, TSM is taking poke from the Baron, and it's not going down fast because their attention is split, so they will have to back off, and at least Envy does not lose anything off of that TP. TSM still has a teleport advantage though, and still could look to collapse on this and start a fight.
Well, they're going to get themselves the mid lane turret, so Envy actually gets something out of that exchange in the bottom side, but Haunter, he will have the TP as the rest of the play continues. There's a Drake up as well for TSM, so they're likely going to get that with Envy having to recall. And they did get some summoners. I mean, TSM have everything available. All summoners and all ultimates still ready to commit to an engage. And they should be able to use these windows to find a way to really bust open the game.
Yeah, they got Ninja's Flash. They got the TP from Seraph. We'll see if they can actually execute. It was a canceled TP, so the cooldown is much faster. But TSM will grab their 4th straight Dragon of the game. And those are going to be the only ones available. There's no chance of Envy stacking them up for the Elder, which is forthcoming.
Yeah, and that all the buff is going to be good amounts of damage from TSM with 4 Drakes now in their pocket. Double Cloud, Double Ocean. Not the fanciest of Drakes, but you'll take them.
No, they're not the late game ones, really. And as TSM, you know, that is obviously a little bit frustrating. You'd prefer Mountains and Infernals in the super late game, but still the regen is useful, and moving around the map with the Cloud can be pretty important in the later stages.
Well, especially if Haunter's going to continue that sideline pressure. Looks like the banner minion is up to his old tricks. It's now on cooldown. Haunter going to get that wave pushing down. Again, rejoin the team. TSM kind of know what they're up to. Total's got a lot of gold to spend. Over 2,000, actually approaching 2,500. Now Envy actually get a chance around the Baron.
I wonder if Turtle's going to go for a blood. Okay, so it is. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is this is the more defensive option. You could grab an Essence Reaver for some more offensive power with the additional CDR, but he doesn't really need it. He just needs to be able to stay alive and put out consistent DPS. So with Hexdrinker plus the Bloodthirster, he's even harder to take down. And that in combination with Biofrost protecting him feels really hard to see the backline from TSM getting taken out.
Yeah, Bjergsen got more than enough kind of upfront damage to make that happen.
That was a misclick.
Interesting redemption.
Yeah, that was definitely a misclick. He was trying to ward there, I do believe, and dropped his redemption instead.
Well, looks pretty. TSM might wait out for that next cooldown, but not too long on the active item there. And TSM happy to pressure instead. Again, they've got bottom lane building. Mr. Minion should be down there. Yep, he's ready to go. Shooting away, earning Haunter a bit more gold.
But no one can go down to answer it, right? Seraph didn't have his TP until just now, and he struggles to answer it anyway, and they're feeling the pressure around this side of the map, so no one is there. TSM just needs to wait, because this minion wave will kill the turret.
And also, everyone's waiting in a brush. Arrow gonna miss again. Ulti out actually committed onto Seraph. TSM gonna be without their Nautilus cooldown.
Still, this is fine for them. The tier 2 turret should be going down for TSM pretty soon, as that massive bot lane wave is working away on that turret, and they're going to get something for their efforts, even with those missed ultimates.
Cooldown not super long either for Haunter, so the Winions, Seraph, is going to shut it down.
But now they can force TP. It dies anyway, and now they can pressure on Baron. TSM can start it up, get that TP out. We'll see if they look for it or they look for the fight.
Charm going to miss down to Bjergsen. Ninja trying something there. Apollo again just firing back away. Envy staying back from any initiation.
All right, so they clear the wave, and they now stop any chance of Envy pushing up for this tier 2 turret, and they're already on to Baron with that Bloodthirster. They're starting it off. Does Envy actually know? They have one little ward in there, but they didn't clear it intelligently for TSM, so there's no way they know about this, and it's going to be too late.
Yeah, Control Ward just shuts it down, and now the rest of TSM group in. Baron goes over, and now Haunter in the front lines again.
Envy win the fight.
Trying to take it down. Haunter actually taking a little too much damage as the Equalizer's down, but Haunter walks off it. TSM is going to back away together. Ninja commits the charm and tries to get back in there, but look at the shields there. As the Zara ultimate goes in, knocks up Haunter, but there's just too much. Wildgrowth finally committed, and he gets shut down. Svenskeren charmed as well, gets a double kill for Apollo, but Hako leaps into the front line and goes down to Bjergsen.
2 for 1 there for Envy, but it's a Baron for TSM. Positive trade for them overall, unless Envy can get something more done. But they're actually looking for the chase down here onto Seraph with that double cloud.
Turtle's got the arrow, looking for a fight. Seraph snipes him and kills him.
Oh, it's rare you see the Ash Arrow get that kill. And TSM is pushing straight down mid lane. They have the core of their team alive, and they are going to be able to get a lot of damage down.
Good translation here for TSM. Go straight down mid, joining the wave with their Baron buff. Don't overcommit, knowing they can regroup together and try and take down the inhibitor turrets, but TSM kind of widening the gap in this game again.
And TSM did a good job of setting this up. They controlled Vision for so long around the Baron, then they do not even commit all their members to going for the fight. And Haunter is pretty far up and getting chunked down and taken out. But it takes so much time and so many resources for Envy that it's like, okay, how do you now get to the back line and really take down Bjergsen and really get through to finish off the fight? And it's very difficult because you need to commit resources to kill Haunter, but then you don't have them for the rest.
Yeah, you can see that TSM were able to trade well. Turtle actually evens up the fight. Nice snipe here onto Seraph.
Good shot there onto Seraph. Clean up another kill.
Big redemption, actually. Yeah. I realized that was TSM. I was like, I guess Bifrost maybe for some vision, trying to get the kill.
Yeah, it just came back off cooldown. He's like, why not?
Just in case, I'll use it. Well, TSM still with Baron up for a minute 30. Looking around at those inhibitor turrets, wanting to take
ulti onto
Bjergsen needs to keep running. Gets out of the way.
2 major ultimates down. Doesn't even blow a summoner there, so he's fine. Just walks straight out, and not much gained. And that's the difficulty of using the Rumble ultimate without CC. You know, if you have Rumble with Braum or whatever, you layer that up, that's great, but most of the time people just walk instantly right out of it if there's not CC.
Yeah, you can see TSM now starting a siege off. Haunter has already got this minion going, and this will be tough for Envy to kill.
Yeah, and where's the threat? Where's the return fire coming out? They know Equalizer is down, so TSM can just force this, and Ninja gets caught.
Oh, good hook there as well. Torrent falls down, and there's a kickback for Sven. Kill goes over. Knockup's pretty good from the Zara ulti, but Bjergsen going to chase him down with the ulti. Hook again, landing onto Lyra. TSM surging forward, going to try and take the game. Lyra barely living as he gets back to the fountain, but Redemption is going to heal TSM back up.
And I think that's going to be it, despite a couple members still alive. TSM has far too much, should be able to clean it up.
Monster and his giant cannon may be able to fire away for TSM. The Wild Growth, a giant Titan on the Rift as TSM slay the Nexus and take down Envy.
Haunter was huge, figuratively and literally, in this game. 5-1-8, really took over. I think he deserves so much credit for this series. Played extremely well, games 2, games 3, and was critical for their win.
Certainly stepping up. He's been talking about it. He wants to, be one of the best players in the world. Really show that he can be a world-class top laner. Certainly domestically, he's been looking up, and Impact gonna have that spot challenge. I think Impact's still on top for recency and performances last year, but I mean, TSM and Cloud9 will meet at some point again before spring is over, and that's gonna be another matchup to watch here. Envy, a good showing. Game 1 looked great from them, but the same problems keep coming up for them. Look good early, but can't really convert. And even in this game, it was much more subdued, and Envy just felt like they couldn't find a way in once the mid-game hit.
They really did have some very significant errors. When you look at the top lane, 3 Rumble picks for Seraph, 3 times he gets first blooded. There's a solo kill in there. The second one, he's getting completely run down by Haunter all game long. I mean, Haunter is almost 80 CS up at the end of the game, had better pressure, had better presence in lane, better team fighting, and Haunter really just looked like he outclassed Seraph throughout the series.
Yeah, I think just showing a lot the individual play. We know he's in more of a voice, so some strong shot calling there for Haunter. I mean, good landing, good team fighting, but even itemization. I know that's something that we do overlook sometimes, but that banner of command was actually pretty genius. Lyra ulted as Graves to try and kill that powered up cannon minion, because obviously magic damage can't do anything to it, but I mean, that Haunter and that minion pretty much soloed the rest of the base.
Yeah, I mean, it was super strong. I think it makes a lot of sense. You used to see this sometimes into Vladimir and things like that. Even Nautilus mid was a thing for a little bit where you saw that built, but it's smart. There's not a lot of auto attack damage that's going to be in the lane clearing it out for him.
And again, we see it a lot into Ezreal, because Ezreal can't really do anything but fire Mystic shots. You just stand your big tank in front of it, and like, what is he going to do? Jhin, kind of similar. Apollo's not really going to get up in range to shoot it. He's going to die.
Yeah, that's the case for sure. And TSM, they avoid the loss. Obviously, not going to be, I think, a game that they're completely happy with, as it was a 2-1.
Wait for those tweets.
Yeah,
They're coming.
it was against one of the worst teams in the league, and they're trying to be one of the best, not only in North America but in the world. So they're striving for perfection. For Envy, they can take some positives away from the fact that they kept it close and at least took one game off TSM.
Well, we'll see what happens here. But now for more on that TSM victory, we're going to check in with Jet and TSM support.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time. And yes, I'm here with Biofrost. I have to ask you, first game didn't necessarily go as planned, but you guys kind of pulled it together in the next two. How did you recover from that first game, and did you expect to drop a game to Envy?
I think going into the set, we just didn't really play to like our usual selves. So we played pretty overconfident, and that really showed in our play. So we made a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes, and it really showed.
Yeah, and you also kind of speak about playing to your level. You guys are now moving to still a tie for first place in the North American LCS. Post Doublelift era, now Doublelift's actually over on Team Liquid. How do you feel specifically playing with Turtle this split, and how you guys have evolved as a duo?
I think initially it was a little bit shaky, but I think we've gotten better as the weeks went on. Doublelift being in Team Liquid is pretty cool actually, because I never played against him, and it'll be fun to play against him for sure.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that one, especially now you're in your second split of the LCS and no longer having people saying that, Doublelift is just telling Biofrost what to do. You're doing your own thing. How do you feel like you're progressing as a player this split?
I'm definitely making improvements, but there's still a long way that I want to go. So I'm just trying to improve every day and just try my best.
All right, now you guys have played your first game of the week. How are you going to do anything fun tonight, or just prepare for the next match, and how's that going to go?
We don't really do anything fun, but we'll probably be practicing. So, yeah, we play against, I forget who, but yeah, hopefully we play well.
All right, well, thank you very much. Good luck tomorrow against the team you are playing. So send it back to the desk to analyze the game.
Thank you very much, Jet. TSM able to pull out the victory here in 2-1 fashion against Envy. So they'll be happy to have that in the bag, as this positions them for, once again, still remaining tied in first place, but also clinching a playoff spot if either Immortals or Echo Fox lose their series today. So it hinges on that in order to clinch at the end of today, but well on their way to doing so here for TSM. Hearing from Biofrost there, maybe entering with a little bit of overconfidence there in game one, getting the better of them, but definitely kind of returning more to form there in games 2 and 3.
Yeah, I think you can even just look at some of the picks in the first game, like the Talon pick with the Camille pick, a very aggressive, explosive team comp, whereas I think when we generally think of TSM, it's a more controlled style. So in games 2 and 3, I really did like seeing the Victor and the Rise instead.
I just think it's really funny that they said they're really overconfident coming into the game, or playing the game out, because coming into the games, the pregame interviews were just like, we're going to take them seriously.
Yep.
We know they're good. We're going to make sure we bring in our A game. And it's like, wait a sec, what happened?
TSM's got their PR on deck. That's what that says to me. They're good at their PR.
Well, yeah, it's one of those situations where I feel like it's very rare to ever see, the favored team coming into a matchup say that, they are going to underestimate. You wouldn't.
I really don't consider them as worthy opponents, James.
Right? But it is interesting to see those statements being made. Hey, we're gonna give them the respect they deserve, but then not see that actually put into practice, and that's concerning when you move further down the line to a situation, say playoffs, where you actually hit elimination matches and things can be a little bit less forgiving. Right? It's okay to be dropping a single game in a best of 3 that is 1 of 18 in a regular season, but it's definitely something they're going to want to get in check here as they move into playoffs, because they're not having as dominant a split as they did, say, in summer of last year.
Well, for most of the split, they've kind of been slow starters. It's been a running joke that TSM loses the first game and they have to claw their way back, right? Even Reggie kind of said it, where it's like, oh, we're playing against CLG. We're going to lose the first game, but we'll win the next 2. So I think that even they know that they have a big problem doing that, and then they're just looking to, I guess, stabilize going into playoffs.
Yeah, and I think we talk about how the league's a lot harder this split. I think the top end came down a little bit. We always said that with Doublelift departing from TSM. And then Envy, supposed to be one of the worst teams in the league, actually puts up a really good fight. Even in the second game, or third game, they did have some opportunities. They had a lead early on, and then it was kind of turned around through some mid-game skirmishing. But it's not the case where you usually see that, where the top team versus the bottom team ends up this way.
Skirmishing, we've talked a lot about it today so far. I want to kind of continue on that trend, whereas we were looking at CLG and kind of where their failures and breakdowns exist is in their ability to skirmish. TSM quite the opposite. This is one of the strengths of this squad is their skirmishing. Let's look at a fight 19 minutes in. Only going to end up being a 2-for-1 in favor of TSM plus the Dragon, but just the way that they can keep their composure in kind of these very, chaotic moments is quite impressive.
Right, so they start off, nice easy pick there onto Lyra, and it's really how you played the situation out from here that is what it is, because there's two plays basically. There's a set play and there's a skirmish, and this is definitely the latter where it starts out with Turtle getting picked, and then how they play it from here is extremely important because they refocus down onto Ninja while the back side is collapsed on by Seraph and Apollo, and they really do have a couple decisions to make here, and this is why it's so much more difficult to play these out. Bjergsen blast cones over the wall, and Hakuho drops his ult. If he dropped it a little further up, potentially, you can actually turn onto the bot lane here, and even Ninja can maybe follow up onto Bjergsen. Instead, he gets into a 1v1 with Sven. You talk about maybe Hakuho can come down and join with Ninja instead of collapsing onto Bjergsen. It really depends how you focus, and the teams that tend to instinctively play these better, these split-second decisions, are coming out a lot further ahead today.
Yeah, and you tend to see like in a lot of these situations where they just play front line and back line really well. Like the back line sticks together and the front line is able to peel very well. And in the team that we said skirmish really poorly, CLG, is like the front line's like initiating the fight and the back line split off. And so you're in these really chaotic situations where like TSM's team knows exactly how to play like a very standard like ball up and like move to safe areas together. Whereas like other teams are still struggling.
Yeah, I think in that situation, it would have been very easy for Hauntzer to choose to go for the kill on Ninja, right? Because Ninja was at such low health, he could have made that choice to go and help Svenskeren, but that would have isolated both Bjergsen and Biofrost, just the two of them against two high damage carries on the side of Envy. So smart for him to kind of say, no, Sven can handle himself on the Lee Sin in that kind of 1v2 situation. I'm going to go play that front line, protect my back line, ultimately win the fight because of it.
Yeah, and it's the kind of thing where like the more experienced players are better at these kinds of things. You've played more solo queue. That's like where solo queue practice does help a lot. And I think moving forward in the NALCS, because it is a little bit scrappier of a league, I'd say generally than something like LCK where it's a lot more focused on the set plays.
Yep.
You see that the teams that have this kind of early mid-game skirmishing come out way ahead. Even yesterday is a similar situation with C9 versus TL, where C9 was able to come out through these kind of very like hectic team fights.
Right. Player of the game going to Hauntzer in this game, but if we just look at his performance across all the games, the Camille Rumble matchup getting the better of the 1v1 there. So, in the conversation for best top laner of the league, he's still up there, probably top 3 or so, and putting up some solid performances.
Yeah, very well deserved. I mean, earlier in the season, we were wondering if he could play carries, but recently his last couple of weeks of just like, let's play Camille, and then he reverts back to tanks, and we know he plays frontline really well. Watch how he plays out some of these team fights. He's always baiting, he's always peeling. He's frontlining just very, very well. I think that their third game is just like, watch how he plays some of the team fights and watch how TSM plays around him. I think that he plays the frontline position a lot better than most of the top laners in the league.
TSM moving to 11-2, keeping things interesting in that race for first place. We got more league action coming your way. Echo Fox and Phoenix 1 hit the rip in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
The Flamesuit is going to run out. I think Seraph's in a lot of trouble. Going to start to tank this up. Svenskeren already getting the damage down. Haunter managed to tank the turret, and first blood goes to Lee Sin. Svenskeren going to fight in, kicks him back forward into the Nautilus ultimate. It's going to fall, and they need a little bit more damage, but Seraph flashes forward and takes down Sven. Lyra going to beat the stun from the Ash Arrow. Sven tags him as well, but he burns a heal, and Sven follows in. Haunter's here as well. Sven barely gets himself out as Ninja managed to get him out over the wall with the dash. Burning him down. Bjergsen actually is going to fall. Seraph able to get the kill. That's a crit onto Lulu to take it down, but Turtle is just going to take him down. The tank and the AD carry are enough for TSM. Soft it, TSM is going to back away together. Ninja commits the charm and tries to get back in there, but look at the shields there. The Zara ultimate goes in, knocks up Haunter, but there's just too much. Wildgrowth finally committed and he gets shut down. Svenskeren charmed as well, gets a double kill for Apollo, but Hakuho leaps into the front line and goes down to Bjergsen.
And I think that's going to be it, despite a couple members still alive. TSM has far too much, should be able to clean it up.
Welcome back, everyone. I am Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns, and joining me for this cast is Joshua Jat Leesman. What's going on, man?
I mean, it's good to be here back in we call this one the theater, I believe, instead of the arena. And I actually love casting here. It's such an intimate feel. We're very close to the players, and Phoenix 1 vs. Echo Fox is an important match for playoffs.
Very close to the players, right next to the fans. It's going to be a good series today because for our next match, like you just said, we've got Phoenix 1 taking the stage against Echo Fox. Yesterday's stunt premiered as Phoenix 1's new support and aided his squad in taking down FlyQuest.
Yeah, and credit where credit is due for Stunt. It was a debut. He was a sub on Dignitas, who was a team battling for playoffs, into a team that's third place, and he performed really well. Another surprise from yesterday's game is also Meteos hard carrying that game on Elise. Actually looks to be rounding into really good pro form, even though he came from streaming a few weeks ago. And some kind of speculated that with Adrian gone, Phoenix 1 would then kind of immediately start Inori. But because Meteos has been looking so comfortable on the team, I'm almost wondering if they're going to be continuing to play Meteos in a sense of if it's not broken, don't fix it.
Good work. Then you look at Echo Fox, who has found their value in rookie jungler Acadian, although he has had his ups and downs.
He definitely has, and it's been down lately. At the start of the split, Acadian was an absolute monster, maybe even in an MVP conversation. But the last couple of weeks, he's been extremely inconsistent. Thankfully for Echo Fox, teammates have kind of been gradually improving and picking up some of the slack. Looper and Keith have shown some more stability. More importantly, they've shown to be more tempered as a unit, which is important given that they only have 3 more weeks to prove that they're a playoff team. And they're currently sitting in 7th, 0-2 in head-to-head against the 6th place team IMT, who, I'm not going to spoil the other stream, they're doing decent. Aha! That is a spoiler, I messed up. But anyway, it's a tough race, and it's an important game they have against Phoenix 1.
Well, Zig mentioned how his sentiments towards top lane imports have developed over the course of this split, too.
The NALCS is just a lot more Korean imports in general, and I think it had me more worried at the start of the split when we hadn't gotten like too much practice and our roster was relatively new. But now that I'm more acclimated to like how our team works and we've been scrimming against like pretty much every single team, I feel more and more confident as every week goes by about my chances, like, and about my matchup specifically with imports. And yeah, like I'm not too worried right now about any of them.
Yeah, and credit to Zig too, because if you look at the Phoenix 1 roster from last split when Inori's out of the lineup, Zig's the only one left. So really, they've replaced the whole team around Zig, and that's not really what you would have expected when Phoenix 1 was struggling last split. So he's continued to prove himself as a player.
Definitely been doing a good job lately on that Phoenix 1 lineup. And speaking of lineups, let's go ahead and get into the starting lineups for today. On the blue side, it's Phoenix 1 with Zig in the top lane, Meteos again in the jungle, Ryu mid, Arrow bottom, Stunt on support, and Coach Fly.
Absolutely. And on the other side of the rift is Echo Fox with Looper, the big offseason acquisition, in the top lane, Acadian in his rookie split in the jungle, Froggen steady as ever in the mid lane, bot lane is Keith and Gate with Tim Kiro, their coach.
So between these two teams, they are in a pretty different spot in terms of how they're feeling right now with only a little bit of games left to play, only a little bit of the regular season left to go. Phoenix 1 yesterday, we talked about how, yeah, they went up against third place FlyQuest. They were also third place Phoenix 1 then. They were tied.
Yeah.
And now they have firmly cemented themselves as the third place team. Meanwhile, Echo Fox, they're battling for that lower end of the playoffs.
Exactly. Both teams still need to have that important amount of games. Third place is a good place to be. Obviously, Phoenix 1 would love to try and make a run for second, but they're the most comfortable of anyone. And you have to hope that they don't get overconfident here since they've beaten their main competition, so to speak, for that third, fourth spot. And hope they don't get kind of run over by an Echo Fox who has a huge sense of urgency to try and make it into the playoffs.
Yeah, there's a big difference between being comfortable and being complacent.
Yeah.
You don't want to be complacent with your spot. You don't want to just get to that point where you're like, it's whatever, it's no big deal, we're sitting in third, because that's when upsets can happen. It's very, very easy to lose your grip on something like this, especially when standings for a lot of the teams are very close.
Yeah, exactly. And the guy we just heard from as well with Zig in this game going up against Looper is just yet another one of these games where you really have to prove yourself. Coming back to the beginning of the season when you saw guys like Looper, Someday, and Flame coming into the NALCS, the perspective of a lot of analysts was just that they were going to dominate the league and we were really going to see how exposed the NA top laners would be. But that actually hasn't been the case for Zig. He's been performing in a lot of different ways. I really love his Kled as far as being able to close out games, especially against some of the less decisive teams. So jumping towards Champ Select, I actually hope we see Kled once again because I think it's one of his best picks.
And you know, a lot of people used to have this perception of Zig that, Zig plays tanks. Zig plays the Maokai. Put Zig on something that's just going to be frontlining. But this split, he's 9-2 on carry top laners, and he's always seen himself as a carry type of top laner. So he's showcasing that so far in Spring Split 2017, showing off, hey, I can play tanks, but at the same time, you put me on something that does some more damage, that can carry the game, I can do that as well.
Exactly, and you're also looking at the fact that they've been playing with different junglers and supports for a lot of this. Stunt already had his first game. They'd been playing with Adrian for most of the split. Honori had been carrying a lot of games, and Meteos has come in and shown a different style. He said when he first came in, Meteos did that he was doing a moderate amount of feeding in some of his early games, but he's cleaned that up.
A little.
He's now feeding off the enemy team, at least in the last game that he had yesterday with the 7-0 Elise start.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal performance from Meteos in yesterday's games. If you guys didn't see that setup, then what happened was Meteos pretty much ran away with the game for the longest time. Didn't even end up getting killed till 30-something minutes into the match. Just an overall ridiculous performance on the champion. And during that cast, Azale and I kind of talked a little bit about how people have targeted Meteos' champ pool because the Olaf, the Elise, and to a lesser degree the Zac, those are the champions he shows up on.
Exactly, and you still wonder, right, how much Meteos is going to be a part of this team long term and how much of it is Honori coming back from their break, and is there a world in which they can kind of peacefully coexist?
Right. That's always sort of an issue that happens when you've got a couple different people competing for the roster spot. Sometimes it works out. Sometimes you have teams who are able to say, look, we've got both these guys. We're going to run them both and see how well it works. Other times, depending on the personalities and the situation and the environment, it just can't work out.
Exactly. And I want to look at the other side of the map as well as we're solving some lighting issues on stage, so apologies for the short delay. But at least Echo Fox in particular, I need to see the top half of their map start to carry their games, right? Because that's what we kind of expected from Looper coming into the year, and he's had the games where he has been able to do that, but they're few and far between, right? You have
a lot
this
less
team,
than you'd expect.
Exactly. You have this team with Froggen, who's been an all-star for several years, and some people would say he's a little bit washed up, but he still has some of those huge games. Then you bring in a former world champion top laner who was a dominant top laner over in the LPL, and you're thinking, man, they're going to crush that top side of the map and be just fine. And then at the start of the split, it's actually the rookie jungler who's coming in and doing that.
Yeah.
So if Echo Fox really wants to make this push for the playoffs, not only does Acadian have to be solid, really, he doesn't need to be a hard carry. I specifically look at players like Looper and Froggen and hope that they can kind of return to some of their previous successes.
And speaking of returning and not having to hard carry, we would like to see Acadian return to some of that form that he was showcasing in the first half of the split. Like you were talking about, there were a lot of people saying, rookie of the split, this guy's just in pure MVP territory because of how well that he's doing so far, but the past couple of weeks have been less than kind.
Yeah, and one thing I like about Acadian, and he's actually very open about his successes and his struggles, and he had a little bit of self-reflection a few weeks ago after he had his first bad week where he said he was overconfident because of how dominant he had been early on in the split. And he didn't necessarily change with the times when the patches started changing the jungle. He didn't reevaluate his jungle routes. Many junglers switched to doing Raptors as their first camp. Acadian didn't do that in 1 week and said it hurt him because of it. But the way League of Legends works is it's not like you can just recognize, oh, I've been slacking these last few weeks, and immediately jump back and be ahead of everyone else. So it's almost, in my opinion, like Acadian is still kind of playing catch-up for when he got a little bit complacent because of how successful he was being.
Right, recognizing it's very important. Being able to say, look, I've been kind of behind the curve here. I'm not really paying as much respect towards the shifts as I should be. But at the same time, acknowledgement doesn't equal magically fixing everything. That's just not the way things work. So hopefully for Acadian and hopefully for the rest of Echo Fox, he has been able to make some adjustments, make some changes, sort of observe those differences in the way that the jungle now works and be able to adapt himself a little bit better to play on the newer patches.
Exactly, that's the hope. And I know we're still on patch 7.4. I know patch 7.5 is going to actually have some wide-reaching implications, specifically in the mid lane with LeBlanc and Ryze having so many major nerfs. But even in this patch, there is a small difference, right, between Meteos, who's been doing a lot of Elise, which is one of the newer picks, or Acadian, who is pretty much just going for those physical damage carries and not having nearly as much utility. So I wonder how that's going to develop, especially as the rest of the game changes, but we really don't know any of these things yet.
Yeah, these are all just speculation that we have to make based on the way that the players have played before, based on the champions that they like to play, the styles they like to play, and Acadian is one of those kinds of players that we've seen carry harder than others out of the jungle. As even just the differences that he makes, that he has on specific champions, when you compare other players on those champions, he was the one person who steadfastly stuck to the wings second evolution on Kha'Zix a lot longer than everybody else did because he was like, I want to go in, I want to reset, and I want to get these kills.
Yeah, and it spoke to the mentality that he had early on in Echo Fox, where they still haven't necessarily fully broken out of that, where Acadian was the hard carry early on in the split, and everyone else was kind of looking to support him. The main people we haven't talked about yet, apologies again, apparently there's a lighting delay still going on stage. Keith and Gate have not been performing anywhere near the level where they'd kind of want to. Keith has been one of the bottom performers as far as marksmen have been going this split. It's going to be an incredibly tough matchup this game against Arrow, who I see as the highest performing marksman bot laner in the league right now. And even though he's just in his first game, his first weekend with Stunt, that's still an incredibly difficult time for Keith and Gate. I'm curious how that matchup's going to play out.
And kind of what we heard from Phoenix One after their matches yesterday, not yesterday, but not yesterday and the matches beforehand, excuse me, all the recent matches, talking about Phoenix One, especially talking with them with Stunt in regards to Arrow. Not only is Arrow somebody who's able to step up the level of the entire team by being such a capable AD carry player, but talking to Stunt, Stunt was like, yeah, you know, you can learn a lot from being matched with Arrow. You can learn a lot from having this star power AD carry right next to you, being the guy that you're working in tandem with.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's a spectacular opportunity for Stunt. You just look at this guy, and he was the backup on Team Dignitas, who I believe got to play one game. And this is the Team Dignitas that was fighting for 7th or 8th. He was subbed in very sparingly. I think it might have been 2 games across 2 series. And then to kind of find his way into this environment is obviously pretty tricky. Phoenix One, they have not necessarily been too public-facing about what happened, but from what we can put together, I know Inori had spoken in an interview he did with Blitz Esports where he talked about some people on his team just didn't seem like they had confidence in him. We also got to see Adrian say how nice it was to play with Meteos because it was nice to play with a jungler who had a brain.
Not kind words.
There were definitely some internal struggles with Phoenix One. So for a fairly new support like Stunt, to see that Adrian has been traded away from the team and then to come in and be the guy to play with Arrow is actually a relatively high-pressure situation. And he stepped up to it yesterday. We're going to see if he can do it again in the game here.
Yeah, not only the guy to play with Arrow, but the guy to find some great success in his first series playing with Arrow. You saw what Phoenix One was able to do last night. Hopefully, for their sake, at least. If you're a Phoenix One fan, hopefully. If you're an Echo Fox fan, hopefully not. We'll have to see if they can do it again here today as we are finally working our way into Champion Select for the first time. And Malzahar and Varus going to be bands number 1 and 2. Screen's very orange across the top. I just now noticed, I was like, wait a second, both these teams have orange.
Their logos may be a little bit similar. A lot of times there were some jokes around last year when both of these teams were towards the bottom of the standings that they were kind of clones of each other, but that is not to be this time. Phoenix One is now 8-5, and both of these teams have actually made pretty substantial strides since last split. Ban's not really showing that much early on, aside from the fact that heavy targeting from Phoenix One towards Acadian's most successful champs.
Yeah. Along with the Malzahar that they took out first and foremost, their remaining 2 bans in this first phase are going to be Graves and Rengar. The bans from Echo Fox. LeBlanc is number 2. Still got a few seconds left before they lock in that 3rd one. The last ban before the picks actually starts. We'll have to see what they really want to keep away here from the side of Phoenix One, and it will be Ryzen.
Yeah, so still some powerful junglers left. The Kha'Zix hasn't been as heavily prioritized on patch 7.4. Meteos is also heavily prioritized Elise, but because both those junglers are up, you wouldn't expect there to be a huge pinch on those champion pools.
And Meteos being able to pick from whatever he wants in his jungling pool might be a nice advantage for Phoenix One this game. They were hovering around on a couple of different looking options, but they are going to decide to go with the Ezreal that Arrow had a lot of good performance on last night.
Agreed, but it's also a little bit surprising to see the Ezreal first pick. I think that does kind of speak to the heavy target banning of priority junglers versus the heavy target banning of some of the best champions in the mid lane that have received nerfs in patch 7.5 but are still in patch 7.4, which left this environment where there wasn't much that was needed to be first pick. So we got to see one of the more rare first picks in the LCS. I can't remember the last time I saw Ezreal as the first pick in the draft.
Well, the first pick in response to that on the side of Echo Fox is going to be the Olaf. They left it open, but since Phoenix One did not take it first, that means that Echo Fox and Acadian have the opportunity to snatch that one away from Meteos, along with the Ashe.
Absolutely, and Meteos, when I think of Olaf, I would expect it to be on Meteos for this draft phase, and maybe Echo Fox saw that coming with the way the drafts was being played out. Not to mention, if Meteos does go with Elise, if we think back to Worlds, Olaf was the pick that would shut down Elise. So those interactions still exist where post 6, you can just run the Elise down, and it makes it very difficult, especially since Meteos likes to go the full AP Elise. It's going to make it hard to survive, and it's going to make it a more dangerous pick.
The second pick locked in for Phoenix 1 is going to be Lulu. We saw what TSM was able to do with that pick right before this, combining it with a powerful tank in the top lane. So,
man, everyone picking Lulu this week. There must have been so much Lulu success in scrims. You always kind of see these picks that creep up over time because this is the second week we've been on patch 7.4, but really this week is where everyone's been prioritizing it. And if they lock in Zach, it's because they do not want that Elise versus Olaf matchup, and there we go.
There it is. Glad to see Meteos picking up that champion that he knows he's good at, that he's very comfortable on. We've seen him play it before. He did find the win with it. It's not picked nearly as frequently as the Olaf and the Elise are for him, but it's always that nice little pocket pick that he's got waiting if he needs it in one of those desperate situations.
Yeah, I mean, in this meta, it's almost exclusively a Meteos pick, and that was kind of what we knew we were getting when Meteos rejoined the LCS. He said, I haven't really been trying to keep up with the meta. I've just been playing the champions I like and the champions I'm good at and trying to make it work, and Zach fits specifically into that bucket.
Absolutely does. The final pick for Echo Fox in the first part of this champion selection process is going to be Karma, likely to go down there with the Ashe in the bottom lane as the bans begin again, and Gangplank going to be taken off the table. Echo Fox does not want to have Zig on that one.
Yeah, he's been quietly good on the carries, as you mentioned, this split. Not to mention, the reason you would pick the Karma is just to make sure you have the haste for the Olaf in the mid and late game, so they can match some of the haste from the Lulu. And it looks like, at least now, since there is 80 carry, support, and jungler picked by both sides, they just get to target whatever of the two solo lanes they feel are most threatening.
Yep, lots of focus onto those solos. The first two bans going to be focused towards the top side, with Shen being the ban from Phoenix 1. And now as we move into the last couple, Echo Fox going to take Syndra off the table. Phoenix 1 will have one more ban before we pick the last 4 champions. We'll have to see if they want to continue to target Looper in the top lane, or maybe show Froggen some love, show him some bans. Oftentimes, Echo Fox does draw some strange bans towards Anivias and Twisted Fates and stuff that only Froggen plays.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's almost hard to ban all of those champions, so they end up just going with multiple top lane bans. This is playing into Zig's hands a little bit because he has Kled if he wants it. So the more top laners that are meta they can take out of the equation, the higher he feels like the chances are that he gets an advantage matchup with the Kled.
The games we saw last night, when he did have to play the Kled into the Nautilus, it was rough early on. He did go down by a significant CS deficit, so understand why they're taking that one off the table, not wanting to really have to deal with that again, as Echo Fox gonna go ahead and bring in the Fox, grabbing up Ahri for Froggen.
Yeah. Froggen's Ahri was actually really good last week when he played it, even though it didn't always lead to victories. Even from a deficit, he really kept them in the game with his ability to find 80 carries in the sides of fights and one-shot them. Not to mention, we have seen Ahri rise more as a blind pick mid laner. This is not the first time this week we've seen Ahri picked in this exact situation, opting to pick a different role as the last pick counter.
Phoenix 1, what are you going to respond to this with? The answer will be Cassiopeia there in the mid lane. Anivia being hovered, but most likely a troll hover. Otherwise, that would be either Anivia or Cassiopeia top, which is pretty unorthodox.
Yeah, pretty unlikely.
But hey,
talk about Zig wanting carries, and I think we're going to get to see the Kled that we've been prepping since before Champion Select, as long as he's hovering it. Please lock in so we sound smart.
After support Maokai with Ignite yesterday, I now believe in anything. I can't be tricked by anything in Champion Select at this point. I'm just going to roll with it. But the Kled will be locked in for Phoenix 1, taking that one topside.
Yeah, it's a little dangerous because Looper does play a decent number of champions, and you're wondering what will be pulled out against the Kled. Kled is a generally strong laner, and Zig specifically does usually like it in counterpick situations. Because there were the multiple top lane bans with the Shen and Nautilus, I feel like he's comfortable here. But Renekton could potentially be a really tough matchup.
Renekton versus Kled, carries there in the top lane, and we've talked about it before with Looper and how he performs on this team. Generally seems like he's more in his element when he's on something with some carry potential, as opposed to just the raw tank.
Yeah, I mean, he also has his own flavor. The way Zig has his Kled pick, Looper has his Singed pick that he has a World Championship skin with. So there is that element to it, and Renekton does have some strong 1v1 potential. So if Looper is unable to have the great team plays, which has been a little bit lacking this split, being able to potentially bully the lane with Renekton does fit in quite well.
And in the series that they played versus Liquid last week, where Fox ultimately took the win, ended up going 1-for-1 on their week, Looper's Renekton performance was huge in their wins. Both games, Looper did just an absolutely ridiculous job on this champion to be able to make sure they were able to find that win. So do not expect him to not have an impact on this game.
Yeah, I mean, even just looking at the overall team compositions, it does look like Phoenix One has a little bit more thrown into the team fight initiation, whereas Echo Fox with the Ahri and the Renekton are potentially a little bit more lane focused with some flanks, but overall, if Looper gets huge, it's still going to be that tank, and they're relatively balanced team compositions matching up against each other.
Yeah, both these top laners can be a big threat if it ends up getting to the point where one of them is significantly far ahead of their counterpart, and that's just going to be a nightmare scenario that both teams have to keep in mind and prevent that from happening for their opponents.
Yeah, absolutely. So I want to see how Froggen can match up against Ryu in this match as well.
Right, we're loading on to Summoner's Rift now for the first time today for Echo Fox versus Phoenix One. Only one can walk away with the victory. Phoenix One wants to climb further and further towards the very tip-top of the ladder, and Echo Fox really needs to secure that lower end of the playoff spot for themselves. Everybody's working their way out of the summoning platform, and it looks like we're going to see a pretty standard fan out, as is pretty much par for the course, game number one.
Yeah, as is customary. Sometimes you'll see the teams that have the Thresh or the Alistair that can really secure you a kill level 1 without completely messing up your skill order be worth it, but not in this situation because there are no super epic level 1 spells that can guarantee a kill.
No, not really a whole lot of anything. A bear trap on a rope, maybe a volley that would slow someone down by 3% or however Ashe slows you down at level 1. Not really a lot of tools to be working with.
Yeah, if they were to all clash in at level 1, I mean, you can definitely start doing your analysis on this. Like, the Karma level 1 is ridiculous. The Olaf Axis level 1 is also great, but those are slows over a long period of time. So once again, not worth the risk, especially when they're just going for a neutral level 1 and both junglers want to get their start.
A couple of wards thrown down. Acadian just wants to make sure that nobody's going to come mess with him as he tries to grab these chickens early on. You mentioned him not adapting to this start earlier, but now he's all caught up, going to be working out exactly how to make these routes be effective. Meteos will be doing the same thing at his Raptor camp, stun and arrow, just sticking around to make sure nobody tries to do the same thing to him.
Yeah, no extra little help from the mid laners. Occasionally you'll see that to help them kill the early Raptors first, because when you kill all the small ones, you hit level 2, which allows you more power to kill the big Raptor. The extra experience that got put into this camp is essentially why everyone's trying to start it now. But it's a fairly harassable camp, actually. If a team does want to go for an invade, you steal one of those little Raptors and you can actually really mess up the other jungler as far as hitting level 2 at the right time. None of that happened in this game, though.
And a lot of times you see other players in the team help the jungler out with taking those, maybe throw an AoE ability over the wall. Sometimes even your own teammate can mess you up, accidentally take one of those tiny Raptors by mistake, and even one not being there kind of eliminates the whole point of starting it. Meteos grabbing his own red buff, now going to be working his way around. And one thing that you're going to have to keep in mind if you're on Echo Fox this game is all the unorthodox gank patterns that Meteos can take with that incredible range on the Elastic Slingshot.
Yeah, most of it, I feel like, is Zach's ability to gank the mid lane. Once he starts getting level 7 in Elastic Slingshot, can actually jump the entire river. So it makes warding near impossible unless you're able to get very deep wards, then there's not many ways you can sneak past it, but you're not quite in that point in the game as of yet.
Arrow trying to aggressively go forward, find some damage onto Keith, who will sidestep away from that Mystic shot. And talking a little bit about Keith and Gate, we mentioned before the game was starting, back when we had the pause, that the bottom lane for Echo Fox hasn't really stepped up in the way that they would like them to overall over the course of the split, but they've been doing better lately as Arrow eats a lot of damage.
Yeah, and this is a situation where they want their lane to be fairly aggressive. The Ashe Karma has immense shoving potential early on in the lane, whereas Ezreal and Lulu isn't your traditional thought for a lane. Ezreal is a soloist type AD carry who a lot of times will put on team comps that want to dive very well because he can kind of protect himself, whereas Lulu is the type of support who you expect from a very auto-attack reliant AD, not necessarily a spell weaver like you have with Ezreal. So a mismatched lane that Echo Fox is going to try and punish early.
Acadian hanging around the bottom lane. It would be a very risky dive if they decided to go for it, so he'll just walk himself out, not really finding a real opportunity there. As Looper finds his way into the enemy jungle, going to be seeing Meteos working on that blue buff, but doesn't go any further towards it. Instead, just drops the ward over the wall so they can keep an eye on what Meteos is doing around that Gromp.
Yeah, nice shift away from the Mantra Q as well. The ward speaks well to how Looper is controlling that lane early. Froggen also being able to push in the mid lane does give Akaadian a lot of freedom to try and power farm on the Olaf. As long as he does so, he's actually currently getting outpaced a little bit by Meteos.
Yeah, he's the only person on the map that's really got a noticeable CS difference between himself and his opponent. All the lanes going very, very even this early on in the match, but with that being said, there is a big bunch of minions piling up here in the top side against Looper, so he'll be able to get himself a little bit of an advantage as those crash into the turret, and he's given the opportunity to farm those up.
Yeah, it's actually a dangerous point in the lane right now for Zig, as he has no wards whatsoever in the river and no jungler to give him cover, not to mention his trinket is on cooldown. So he's trying to get this wave into the turret, and he's going to probably get away with it because Akaadian isn't there, but I just want to point out the risk of this play by Zig means how important he thinks it is to get those minions in. And here comes Akaadian.
Akaadian trying to make the plays. Looper jumping in onto Zig, getting a little bit of damage. Now Zig in retreat. Akaadian still looking to find the damage here if he can. Going to go ahead and dismount Zig from Skarl. Looper flashing forward, able to grab the stun, but Zig still cutting himself backwards, goes underneath the turret, will not be brought down.
Whew, but that's the risk we talked about, and that was a delayed gank as well that nearly kills him. Zig knows how to survive ganks on Kled though, has the dismount to reliably make sure he combos his flash with the little hop back he gets once he gets dismounted and presses his Q. So nice job surviving the gank, but it did cost him his summoner.
That summoner down means he might be a target for a repeat visit sometime if Akaadian decides that that is going to be a good investment.
Yeah, the bonus is that the summoners from Akaadian and Looper are also down. So technically he won that summoner spell trade and he needed to recall anyway. So it did work out quite well for Zig in the end.
Definitely not the worst situation you could be looking at as Gate finds his way around on top of Arrow. Again, going to be getting more damage with that Mantra Inner Flame. Froggen getting himself away from the gank here in the mid lane. Ryu and Meteos looking to make this happen if they can. Froggen low on mana. Petrifying Gaze finds him. But Ryu is such low HP, getting himself away over the wall with the flash, and Akaadian with no summoners will not be able to chase it down.
Whew, and very close to getting killed right there is you kind of see the misfire from Meteos' Elastic Slingshot, misses Froggen by a mile. You don't get to recalibrate once you're in the air on the Zac right there, and it makes Ryu kind of turn and barely get the escape.
Man, that would be OP. Imagine if you could do that. Change Zac's trajectory mid-air, fix yourself, and pretty much always hit the Elastic Slingshot. Zac would be picked
Control like a Scion ult as you're flying through.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, Gate actually just sticking around in a brush by himself?
Gate in a really precarious spot. Akaadian trying to move his way down here, keep that support alive. One more auto attack's gonna do it. Arrow's grabbing the first blood, but now is he in a bad spot? Oh! Yes, he is. Akaadian grabbing that kill. Almost able to make it two. Stunt getting chased down, flashes himself over the wall at the very end, and 1 for 1.
Yeah, I think Stunt didn't realize Akaadian hadn't caught his last action, couldn't chain the throws towards him. That's why he flashed away at the end, not wanting to feed the double kill over to Akaadian. Overall, I think the first blood is probably worth it for Arrow. Just a really wacky play right here. As Gate was probably waiting for the Olaf and the Ashe to come through, but when Stunt checks, he kind of has to act immediately to not get caught in the minion wave, exhaust as early as he can. Akaadian does arrive because he blast coned over the wall, and then when Arrow goes for the kill, he is kind of sacrificing himself for Akaadian for the first blood bonus, and lucky it is just a 1 for 1, but he's lost all 4 summoners in that dual lane, and now Keith has a summoner spell advantage.
Yeah, the summoner spell investment in that was absolutely huge. The edge could be a real difference here for Echo Fox in the bottom lane, especially now that the Enchanted Crystal Arrow is up and available for Keith. That might be a green light for Akaadian to come back down here and see if they can set something else up. The Lulu is only level 4.
Yeah, and Stunt we had praised for yesterday's performance as his first match on Phoenix 1, but this is turning into a relatively rough laning phase. We mentioned how the Lulu and the Ezreal are kind of mismatched from a skill set perspective, and they're going to be getting shoved in by the Ashe and the Karma. But now it'll be a question of how well can they play defensively since they are kind of without tools.
Keith also with a 15 CS lead over Arrow, so the first big one of those that we're starting to see pile up sans the jungle this game. Akaadian and Froggen moving into enemy territory around that blue buff, seeing if they can find the opportunity to steal that away. Keith gonna be forced to flash, but Meteos has paid a visit in the bottom lane, bouncing around, up and down. Arrow grabs the kill, and Gate gets himself away just barely, but his AD carry's corpse is still going to be tainting the lane.
Man, so much for that summoner spell advantage. There goes Keith's heal and flash because Meteos joined the fun. Akaadian ghosts from a ways away.
Acadian's got the ultimate to make this happen if they want to go all the way in for it. Petrifying Gaze going to be sidestepped. It's all up to Froggen now, and he's got the kill. Getting himself away, but now Kled sounds the horn, looking to grab the revenge on this. Can he do it? He's got the jump. Froggen's going to be chased down. Zig needs just a little bit more. The bear trap procs.
Oh my goodness, he'd already jumped towards Froggen, so he followed him all the way through, and now Gate's dead too.
He gets himself chased underneath the turret. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow finds its way onto Meteos, but it's not going to matter. Phoenix 1 goes up 4-2.
Oh, and they're going to get the first turret bonus, so this just turned into a huge advantage. Going all the way back to that gank in the mid lane right here. The commit was pretty smart in a sense because they knew they were going to be able to secure the kill, but they underestimated the Kled's mobility. Acadian and Froggen knew their damage potential and figured they'd be able to kill as long as they had eyes on Zach, who was in the other side of the map, so they thought it was a safe dive. Zig, though, just flies, just zigzagging through the map. Beautiful aim at the beginning of that Kled ultimate to just catch Froggen, and then I'm not sure why Gate was here. This is really on him. The turret was going to be going down anyway, and he just adds a kill.
The second time this game that he's put himself in a spot where he didn't really want to be. Both deaths now can be chalked up to that. Considering that means that you could have avoided both of them, that's something that he's got to make sure that he's not allowing his opponents to continue to do as this game goes on with 1,500 gold lead and now a Cloud Drake under the belts as well. Phoenix 1 is looking solid 10 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and look at all the wards they put in the lane. In the bottom side. I wouldn't call this the most efficient use of wards, but they definitely exist. So if Zig does want to teleport in, that's the play, because there's no way Keith can farm that wave safely while those wards are there.
Just an entire line of them drawn across the lane. That was pretty interesting use of them. There's also a significant amount of vision being placed down by the side of Echo Fox around the top part of the river here. One of those being the Scuttle Crab, but there's also a couple of control wards in there, and we talked about them moving up, trying to take control over the enemy blue earlier as well. Both teams having a little bit different of an idea what they want to be doing with the vision in this game. Mid lane, the flash still down. Now, just now, back up for Ryu. So going to be a little bit harder to gank if Acadian wants to try to come back, make some kind of a play. Top side, Phage completed along with the double Dorians and the Ninja Tabby for both of these top laners. Completely mimicked builds.
Exactly, and Zig is just the one who's had more map impact early on in the game. I do want to just double back on the ward point right there. The reason those wards were placed in that way is because Stunt had his Sight Stone and was going to be recalling anyways, and he didn't have any other huge wards on the map, so he just says, I'm going to give as many teleport locations as possible. The last one alive right now is on the brush up there, and it's unlikely to be used, but I do like the fact that Stunt made that play because it gives the top laner a lot of options.
Top laners just continuing to go blow for blow up there as Keith, Froggen, Gate, everybody else on Echo Fox kind of going to be spotted out there by that ward in the mid lane. So not able to set the trap brush that they were looking for. Trying to get themselves back into this game. They recognize that they're down. They want to get some kind of a good pick like that. Zig jumping in onto Looper. Going to be eating a lot of damage early on. Ooh, just barely misses out on the second proc for the bear trap on a rope.
Yeah, and if you can get that bear trap on a rope to proc twice, it's actually... aside from an empowered flame spitter from Rumble, the highest damage level 9 ability in the game as far as base damages go. So one of the reasons Zig likes to play fairly aggressive in this. And here comes Meteos.
Meteos trying to come in from behind, immediately going to be stunned up, goes for the less bounce. Keith getting himself locked down. Arrow finding the damage. True Shot Barrage able to grab the kill. Wild growth onto Meteos, but they don't want to take this one any further for now. Looper and Acadian in hot pursuit of Zig, who's going to be stopped, as they will not allow that ultimate to get him out of here. He dismounts. Can they take him down before he's able to get Scarl back? Yup. And Looper's the one grabbing the kill.
And the way Echo Fox is getting these kills is by killing Phoenix 1 in between their turrets. So the question is about what you can do with the kills afterwards. Yes, it's a successful gank that puts Zig in a bit of a hole, but it's still going to be a ways until they can get that top turret. Meanwhile, there's a bunch of pressure in the bottom side. They're losing jungle control where Meteos is. The Stunt is able to roam up the river on Lulu. What is this going to cost them?
Well, they've got the tier 1. Now, as long as they can get bodies back down bottom side.
Hopping all the walls.
Zach trying to make the move. Here he goes. Not going to find the Elastic Slingshot connect, so immediately has to retreat. A lot of damage being poured into him as he makes that walk away, but he'll still be all right for the time being.
Yeah, that was ambitious by Meteos. He didn't even have Lulu there. It was pretty much going to be a 2v2 turret dive, so pretty easily dodged away there.
Imagine how cool it would have been if it worked.
It would have been. That would have definitely been a highlight play. And it also just kind of makes you reconsider your position when you're Keith and Gate, thinking, this dude just hopped from
who knows where and is in my second turret? Like, what? Is there anywhere where Zach can jump on me? The mental aspect maybe is important.
Just playing the mind games. Is there
Probably
anywhere
not.
that's even safe against a level 9 Zach? And those places are few and far between. Meteo's now going to be proccing that level 10, getting closer and closer towards that level 2 ultimate, as both top laners are content just staying towards this top end of the map, 14 minutes in. Next Drake will be a Mountain Drake if either of these teams decide to fight for it. And we've got a very close game on our hands.
Yeah.
So if they do decide that it's worthwhile, we could see a pretty explosive fight.
Yeah, the only place where it's running away a little bit is down with Arrow and Stunt. The fact that he's got a very early Tyrion Sheen off of the first blood that he essentially suicided for, but then is, with the help of Meteos, transitioned that into the third kill against a fairly physical damage team, also picking up the Ninja Tabi. Going to be slippery, tough to kill, and making a lot of use of that first pick Ezreal.
To see if he goes for the Iceborne Gauntlet this game as well. We saw him do it in one of the matches last night. So if he thinks that that physical damage, that is enough.
And it wouldn't be bad in this situation. Most of the time we see people going Trinity Force just because the damage difference is so high, but they're in a team composition with Cassiopeia and Kled. They're going to have other sources of damage where sometimes the survivability can outweigh it. Curious to see where he goes this match.
Acadian hanging around, clearing out the Scuttle Crab, just trying to provide some control for his team over the Drake pit, considering that's going to be live in under 1 minute now. Phoenix 1, though, they've got similar ideas, moving themselves in, utilizing the Scryer's Bloom to get some eyes on those wards, take out any of them that they find. A lot of bodies hanging around this bottom part of the river right now, Jab.
And there's Meteos.
Meteos coming in, but he's not going to be finding anything, backing himself out.
Yeah, did burn Froggen's ultimate, though, which will diminish the amount of aggression that Echo Fox can put forth, especially for the Mountain Drake, which is spawning in 30 seconds. So absolutely worth it as far as when you're going to go for that Elastic Slingshot. And now Phoenix 1 is going to look to move into the river for vision control.
Ari with ult compared to Ari without ult, just two vastly different experiences in a team fight.
Almost a totally different champion. Ari really becomes Ari with that ultimate, whereas someone like Cassiopeia, while it is important to have the ult up, is still going to have that machine gun damage with the Q and the E. So not a great need for Froggen there, and it potentially cost them this Drake.
Phoenix 1 should be securing this one rather easily.
Teleport's coming in, they're going to fight it.
Echo Fox wants to take it down, see if they can at least punish for this. Acadian looking to make his way into the pit if he can. Stunt going to be jumped on. Looper exhausted. Meteos into the back line of Echo Fox. Zig going to be joining up. Keith is soloed out and brought down. Looper and Acadian into the pit. They're going to be grabbing that Drake. As now Acadian's going to be brought very low, taken down next. Looper trying to get himself away from this one, but Phoenix 1 is locking him down and shutting him out. Arrow grabs that kill, and it's a 3-for-1 trade, but Fox takes the Drake.
Yeah, Acadian was able to get it right at the end, but I actually credit Phoenix 1 for turning and fighting even when the Drake is low. A lot of times when you're doing Drake, you're worried about the Drake getting low before the fight. But because it's a Mountain Drake, it's actually the lowest damage of all Drakes. So Phoenix 1 is fully healthy for this fight and doesn't have to worry about the Drake hurting them. So everyone jumps on Stunt at the start, whereas everyone else jumps on Keith for the other side. Keith goes down right away, Lulu takes a lot longer, and also because Froggen's ultimate was burned before the fight, Phoenix 1 was just had a way better hand at the start, and they able to win 3-1.
Meanwhile, while we're watching the replay, Froggen pops the ultimate again and almost kills Arrow, but almost, sadly, does not add an extra 1 onto his kill score, so going to be leaving a little bit disappointed with that one.
Yeah, Froggen's still hoping to put as much pressure as possible out with the Morellonomicon. Has a large amount of cooldown reduction already. That Spirit Rush at rank 2 only on a 66-second cooldown, so really just those small windows you have to work between playing against them.
Going into this game, we talked a little bit about Acadian's inconsistencies compared to his performances early on in the split. And although he's not completely 1v9 running away with this game, at 1-1-3 on the Olaf, securing that second Drake attempt, he has been doing a pretty solid job and a good performance so far this game.
Yeah, he knows where he can get the kills. The fact that he was ghosting so early for the dive in between the turrets on Ryu and was also able to come up to get that kill onto Zig is showing he's able to calculate his damage and find the kills. The problem, though, is Meteos has been more effective. Zach also not known as this crazy early game jungler, whereas Olaf is more the early mid game guy. Meteos is in a position where he can outscale and also have better late game initiation, so it's going to be tricky for Phoenix 1 from here on out.
Yeah, Zach doesn't really
for Echo Fox, rather.
Zach doesn't really turn on until he hits that level 7 that you were talking about, hits that level 9, when the slingshots can start coming from all over the place. But Meteos has reached that point and more, and he's 2-0-4 already, so the sky is really the limit for what he's able to do on the Zac this game. 2-0 and 4 on him, 6 out of 8 kill participation. Acadian does have 100% KP though. He has been a part of every single play that Echo Fox has been able to make onto their opponents. Charm not going to connect onto Ryu. Phoenix 1 still trying to find a chance to shove these waves up, get some opportunity to put some damage into a turret, because the objective count is still rather low this game.
Yeah, no one's been jumping over themselves to finish the Cloud Drake and the Mountain Drake early on. The vision control has been fairly heavily in the side of Phoenix 1. We haven't really seen any Ash Arrow plays attempted by Echo Fox, as most of the time Keith has just been running for his life. So the fact that it's only 1,000 gold lead is good for Echo Fox based on the pressure discrepancy, but as we mentioned with the scaling, does put them in a very difficult situation.
And Keith, 0-3 and 1 on the Ashe compared to the 4-1 and 3 on Arrow. You talked about how that's the building difference right now, and it's really starting to be showcased even more as the Phage in Arrow's inventory does indicate he's going to be going for the Trinity Force. We were talking about which item he would likely be picking up this game, and he does want to go for the damage-heavy option. Phoenix 1 ahead right now as we tick 20 minutes, 81.3% win rate when they're this far ahead.
Yeah, with a lead at 20 minutes, and this lead is one of the smaller ones you can imagine, 1,300 gold, but small scaling advantage if Zig can avoid getting picked off. He might actually have to give up this turret.
Looper and Froggen will not be allowing him to stick around without some kind of a fight. Froggen moving forward, be threatening to zone him away with the charm, but Phoenix 1 has decided, all right, you want to put the solo laners in the bottom lane, we're going to be looking for Baron. Keith, Gate, and Acadian working their way towards this. Meteos coming over the wall. Elastic Slingshot comes out. Petrifying Gaze not going to be hitting much of anything. Ryu popping the cleanse, keeping himself alive through the stuns. As Acadian has to fall back now. He and Gate both incredibly low. Looper looking to work his way into the fight now. Meteos grabbing the kill onto Gate. Now has to try to grab the kill onto Acadian as well. Going to find the double as Looper runs down a couple of different players. Phoenix 1 now going to be losing their support as well. 3 dead on the side of Fox, 2 dead on the side of P1. But Froggen and Looper not only found the tier 1 in the bottom lane, they're going to find the tier 1 in mid lane as well. Now jumping onto Zig, some nice chain CC. Zig in some real danger of potentially being brought down here, but it's Looper who overcommits. Meteos and Zig chasing this down as long as they can. Zig remounted, going to be that much more of a threat. Froggen with the charm over the wall, keeping him safe and getting him out, but the Elastic Slingshot right back into the mix, not able to provide the damage.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack from that fight as Zig is continuing to chase. He might get him.
Looper still might be in trouble, just barely able to slice his way out of that one.
So much happened there. The advantage is actually to Echo Fox because they were able to get 2 turrets, but this play, when Phoenix 1 saw 2 people bottom, wanted to force a pincer. I'm curious as to why the Kled TP took so long, because if he would have teleported a few seconds earlier, they could have killed Gate, Acadian, and Keith right away. When that doesn't happen, Looper ends up matching, and despite having 2 people bottom side for Echo Fox, it gives time for Froggen to roam up that we're seeing on the minimap right there and kind of equalize the fight with 2 kills. And then because Echo Fox was able to kill this mid lane turret as well as the turret they killed beforehand, they're actually up in gold. We talked about the 1,300 gold discrepancy they had at 20 minutes. It's gone now.
Yeah, Echo Fox with an even smaller lead. It's not even 100, but it's there. Very, very, very minute advantage for this team over their counterpart. But it's still better than being down. And they got to be feeling good about the way that ultimately played out, not giving away the Baron, instead grabbing the objective. Now they've got all 3 of the outer turrets down on their opponent's side, means they're going to be more comfortable pushing up into enemy territory, laying down those wards, and taking control over more of the map. Acadian looking to solo down this Cloud Drake. Yep. Nobody even nearby at all for Phoenix 1 to contest it, and P1 is going back for the Baron for the 2nd time.
Yeah, I mean, I have to imagine this is only to try and bait a fight in. Meteos is trying to get his Elastic Slingshot down, but actually, if they never come in, they have the Hawk Shot. They'd have to go right now.
They have to go right now if they want it, but it's going to be secured. Phoenix 1 have found themselves the Baron. But now the fight is going to be breaking out in earnest. Looper going in, but he's all alone. He's going to be turned into a nice pair of boots before it even starts. Meteos now the target as Echo Fox trying to get themselves out of a really precarious spot. Phoenix 1 have been able to find 1. Can they find more? Acadian running into the fight. Ragnarok berserking. Arrow exhausted over the wall, finds the damage as Froggen's going to be juggling around. The more damage pouring in. Phoenix 1 have found 4. And Acadian, the last man standing.
And it was actually the perfect call for Phoenix 1. When Arrow's True Shot Barrage scouted Acadian at the Drake,
as well as Froggen in the bottom side. While I thought it was going to be a base for the fight, when they have the control ward in there, there's no vision for Echo Fox, they don't have a smite, and they only have 3 people with which to face check against potentially 5 for Phoenix One. So really, once that True Shot Barrage came through, it was clear for Phoenix One what they needed to do, and they got it done, not to mention the fight afterwards, which was perfect.
And we just mentioned a 1,000 gold lead turned into a 100 gold deficit that's now back into a 5K lead.
Yeah, and then once the Baron is down, Echo Fox still tries to fight because they kind of expected Phoenix One to be low, but they weren't. They killed the Baron with Meteos' tankiness so well. A bunch of damage gets trying to bird into Meteos for really nothing while Looper is down. And then Froggen actually tries for the re-engage, but at what cost? They were already in a 5v3 situation. Meteos has the Let's Bounce ready, completely finishes off Keith on the backside of that fight, and it just goes from bad to worse.
Yeah, Fox could have got away after only losing Looper. They might have been
Oh,
all
man.
right, but now Keith is going to be jumped on. Meteos and Zig with no mercy. True Shot Barrage just comes through to prove a point, as Phoenix One now have a 5 versus 4 push opportunity for the next 30 seconds. The enemy without their AD carry is going to have a hard time repelling this attack.
Yeah, with the Baron minions, the difficulty of Echo Fox trying to find an advantage fight right here is just massive. Meteos can threaten from over the wall with Elastic Slingshot. If Echo Fox tries to defend, it's in trouble.
They're pulling the trigger already. Acadian going to be bursted low. There's no way Ragnarok's getting him out of that one. Looper having to run away as well. Echo Fox with absolutely zero chance of defending this. The tier 2 is done. Tier 3 now the target. Charms coming out, but what do those even do? It's not going to be solving any of these problems. Meteos with no fear in his heart whatsoever, just Elastic Slingshot time and again into these back lines, zoning Echo Fox away and allowing Phoenix One to take the inhib.
And I have to credit their lack of hesitation with these turret moves. It's one thing to watch Phoenix One with the Kled, it's another to watch them with Kled and the Zac. They're just flying in anywhere they can.
Frog is now trying to run away. In some trouble, he has Spirit Rush. Zig trying to jump on top of him, finding the damage. Joust into Joust, a little bit more will do it. Meteos looking to chase it, can't quite find it. The flash and the ulti having to be used. Wild Growth onto Meteos to keep his passive safe. Arrow now in a pretty forward spot, but Gate's gonna be jumped on. A rampage for Arrow. Ryu popping the shield, Acadian drops. Keith is gonna be dropping, and Arrow is a triple kill now in this game. 10, 2, and 7. He's got a triple kill.
And Captain Flowers, they're relentless. They just
never
continue to fly, and Echo Fox thought they'd be able to turn it around because Phoenix One was being what looked to be reckless, but no one fell. Stunt kept him alive with the shield, and Phoenix One could actually end this game on this Baron.
We just said how much these guys are unwilling to quit pushing for advantages, and as soon as Froggen tries to defend on the Nexus, he's brought down as well. Phoenix One will end this game 27 minutes in. They're onto the Nexus, and Fox can't stop it.
Oh my goodness, 27 minutes, and it's over. That was such an abrupt ending. 23 minutes into the game, the gold and the turrets were dead even. But one strong Baron call by Phoenix One into a fight, into an endless series of events where they consistently came out on top. Echo Fox is kind of stunned.
I'm kind of stunned. I can't believe that we went from a game that was that close to a game that was that over that fast.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the score lines as well afterwards, Meteos with a knockout performance on Zac, 5, 0, and 11. Arrow, who we talked up as being the highest performing AD in the NALCS, not only started that game strong, but ended it even stronger, 10, 2, and 8. Just across the board, Phoenix One did pull that one out when it looked relatively close in the mid-game.
Yeah, everybody on Phoenix One did their job. Even looking at Stunt, he was able to go 0, 2, and 17, a part of so many different kills for this team. You saw what the Wild Growth was able to do in combination with Meteos' Zac, keeping him alive, just making him that much more of a disruptive force. The whole team just worked together as a very coherent unit.
Exactly, and I'm wondering as well, right, like Meteos, Stunt, this new roster, how long are they going to keep it rolling? Because it does seem like Phoenix One is on a bit of a hot streak right now. Can they continue to close out against Echo Fox? This game was relatively close, but when you close out a game that quickly, the type of momentum you can carry over into the next game when these guys only get 10, 15 minutes in between matches, it's tough to shake a loss like that off if you're Echo Fox.
it's tough to shake the loss off, and Phoenix 1 are just going to be riding that energy into match number 2. They've got to be feeling good after such a decisive win, because if you have a really slow slugfest type of a game, it can be exhausting mentally and physically, but you have one that's going slow for a while, and then all of a sudden you just break free and destroy everything in 4 minutes. Man, that feels good.
Yeah, and feels great for Phoenix 1. Doesn't feel that great for Keith. We talked about him not necessarily performing early. They shoved the lane early. They had that 15 or 20 CS advantage in the laning phase, but the game is much deeper and longer than that. They were not able to keep themselves in a safe push position. And I mean, who can necessarily blame them? You're combining Kled and Zach, especially once the game got a little bit out of hand. And as an Ashe, what are you going to do? You're actually just going to die a whole bunch. So it was a very tough situation once this game got a little bit out of control, just because of the initiation tools that Phoenix 1 put together.
And we saw that showcased pretty much perfectly underneath the Tier 2 turret when it was still standing for Echo Fox. Keith's just there under the turret, clearing out some minion waves, and then boom, elastic slingshot into the Kled. He's just dead. They don't need any help from the carries. It's just those two alone have all the tools, the mobility, the damage, the tankiness they needed to make his life impossible.
Yeah, I feel for Keith in this one. I would have liked to see Echo Fox pull out a few more proactive moves with that Ashe Arrow, especially when they felt like they had a lead in the game. There are ways you can just stop shoving in the bottom lane once you are level 6 to pull them towards you and then try and combo that with ganks. They weren't really able to orchestrate those plays in advance. A lot of that did come down to not having the proactive vision control you would like to see. Most of the game we were talking about how it was staying close, but the vision was usually on the side of Phoenix 1, so the reason we wouldn't have seen the Ashe Arrows is often because they just didn't have the prep to know if it was safe to do it.
And it goes back to a situation that we saw in mid lane where when they were behind a little bit at the start of the game, down about 1,000 gold or so, Echo Fox was sitting inside a control warded brush, trying to find the opportunity to make a pick with the Ahri and the Ashe and the Renekton. But little did they know, there was actually an enemy ward just outside of that control ward range, and every time somebody stepped out of the brush, we already know you're there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, we're going to go ahead and throw things over to the analysts now to see what they make of Phoenix 1 with the win.
Well, thank you very much, Captain Flowers. Phoenix 1 picking up the first victory of the series here. And the thing I want to jump on immediately is champion select. Echo Fox opting to take away the Olaf where other teams have thrown a ban at it. Didn't seem to matter at all. Meteos very comfortable on that, Zach.
Right, and I think overall I did like the plan that we saw out of Echo Fox. I just think that they didn't execute it well enough. We saw a lot of ganks thrown up to the top side early on, try and influence that somewhat carry versus carry matchup, more bruiser versus bruiser, but they didn't convert into many kills. It wasn't a big snowball. The one mid lane got turned by Zig collapsing. So I like the early idea of the aggression that Echo Fox wanted. It just didn't come out far enough ahead.
Yeah, and the thing about Zach is like the reason why people don't play him is because his early skirmishing is really bad. So what did Meteos do this game? He just farmed. So like it was so funny. He cleared bot side jungle, went to top side jungle, and the Cadian didn't think he was gonna just farm. So he comes in, tries to counter jungle Krugs, and they're not there. And he's just like, well, I guess I have to leave now.
Right.
And so awkwardly, his path set Acadian behind on a champion that isn't good early.
Absolutely right. Yeah. Whereas at Olaf, exactly the opposite, right? You're like, he can clear very easily with Qs and get an attack speed built up. Also, his ganks pre-6 are very effective. We saw him go top lane, didn't quite get the kill, got the flash out of Zig. And while there was focus in the top lane from Echo Fox, Meteos, once he hits that level 6 mark, looking towards the bot lane and really putting pressure on the turret down there.
Yeah, once Phoenix 1 was basically able to absorb that kind of early pressure out of Acadian, we see that Arrow generates his own small advantage in the bot lane. They have pressure in the lane, they push it in, and then you're diving, you know, in a mobile AD carry and Ashe with a Zach. It's almost too easy, and that's where they really start blowing the game open in their favor, was off those bot lane dives.
All right, so Phoenix 1 looking very good with Meteos in the roster recently. Let's take a look at some fights. 16 minutes in, a 3-for-1 plus Dragon in favor of Phoenix 1.
And I actually, when I saw this starting out, thought this was going to go great for Echo Fox. The TP by Looper finishes first, they get right onto stun, but then Froggen plays this fight really safe where he's afraid to go forward and really try and open up onto Ryu. It's true the front line wasn't great there. They choose to finish the Dragon instead. I thought if P1 made like a hard commit onto Ryu, who was kind of sandwiched between the front and the back line there, they might have been able to get him down. Instead, we see that, you know, P1 comes out ahead. Another skirmish is this kind of thing that we keep talking about today.
Yeah, and we're pretty critical about frontlining right there. And I think that the Echo Fox frontline played that pretty well. And like they set up a position, it's just that the TP came down, and then Froggen and Gate were pretty scared to overcommit onto a dive. What happens was just 2 people died for it, regardless, and it still ended up being a pretty bad play.
Now jumping set. Oh, you got something to
Oh,
add?
I was just gonna say, I think the only thing is just focus on the fight. They like turned onto the dragon. You can give up the mountain dragon potentially if it means winning a fight hard.
All right, let's jump 7 minutes forward. 23. This is a 4-for-1 plus Baron now for Phoenix One. So fights around the objectives, both getting the kills and the objectives.
Yeah, so Phoenix One starts with this getting the Baron first, and they just get hard though by Looper, who frontlines pretty poorly here, overcommits way too hard. Kled ults back in, speeds his team up, and then it's just an easy cleanup for the rest of the team.
Kind of interesting to see a Kled ult mid-fight.
Yes. I mean, even then, looking at this play, Froggen finally actually does a lot of damage. However, he's not able to solo carry when they go in so late and their front line is already dead.
And I think that's something we've been critical of Looper in recent weeks is his actual frontline play. It's hard to know if it's communication issues, general play style. I think Looper's a pretty aggressive guy, but you see them going on that Baron, and it's way too easy for a Cassiopeia to be like, oh, there's a Renekton diving me alone. I don't have to worry about anything but this one stun. And then you just melt him down. So I think there was a big miscommunication there.
Right, a guy who was under the radar at the beginning of the split, now probably right in the middle of the radar. Arrow picking up player of the game. Can't say enough about this guy and his, his growth throughout the split. Probably the best AD carry that we've got in the league as of right now. You mentioned just the fact that he's able to establish small advantages in the lane prior to Meteos's interactions and intervention for the turret dives. On a champion like Ezreal, he's really shined.
Yeah, I mean, Scar and I were going back and forth a little bit about who deserved more credit for those kind of dives that were going on in the bot lane. He was pro Meteos, I was pro Arrow. Looks like I win. Arrow gets player of the game.
I mean, I will never argue against Arrow because I think I've been hyping up Arrow since week 2 or 3. This guy has looked like a monster, and I'm waiting for the shoe to drop, for him to have like a bad series or like a bad week, and maybe to be like, of course he's not that good. But honestly, he's just been very impressive. They're first picking Ezra right now for us.
That's what I was about to say. The meta's changing. Like that was one of the things people were like, well, maybe it's like a Jhin, Ashe, Varus kind of thing. It's like, nope, he's crushing people on Ezreal now.
Right, yeah, I mean, he's happy to play Sivir as well. I mean, he seems to have a very good grasp of at least the champions played at the moment. One last thing I want to talk about is Zig playing the Kled in the top lane. I know you were very intrigued by the Kled Renekton matchup, knowing that Zig has a lot of confidence playing that champion into many different things.
Well, Zig's post-game interview from, I think the other day, he personally said that he thinks that Kled has favorable matchups into both Rumble and Renekton. I don't even know if that's necessarily true. I think that's actually wrong. However, I think that his ability to play the unique champion is good, very, very strong. And so because he's strong in the champion, he makes it look like it's a good, favorable match.
And just to touch on champion unfamiliarity, we saw that when Zig turned that play in the mid lane, Froggen flashed after the Kled ult had locked onto him, and at that point it's too late to get away. So you see that like you sometimes get kills on newer, kind of weirder champions if people are not used to playing against them.
Yeah, very much so. So Phoenix One getting the first victory here. We'll see if they can close it out in our second game of the series, or if Echo Fox can strike back and bring us to a Game 3. Game 2 coming up right after the break.
I think when you just take LCS week to week, looking at match to match, it's really easy to just think about how you're going to play. You don't really have to think too much about the past or look too far ahead into the future. I just say we're going to be playing against any team. We can win against any team, and in the end, whoever plays better wins. So I think we all have the same mindset when it comes to that.
Welcome back. The teams are gearing up for round 2 of Echo Fox versus Phoenix 1. We got a special surprise for game number 2. A long forgotten face is now reappearing on the side of Phoenix 1, and Nori is in.
I know, and the only context we have from Phoenix 1 is that they were planning on putting in a Nori for Game 2 regardless of performance. So they want to give him some time as he's returned from his break that he took earlier in the split. We talked before the series about this. If it's not broke, don't fix it, is generally what a lot of teams do, but Phoenix 1 sees a lot of value in a Nori. They potentially see a lot of value in being able to swap them between the two junglers. After such a great game 1 for Meteos, you're a little surprised to see it, but they were planning it beforehand, and they're putting in an Nori to see how he does in the middle of the series up 1-0.
And we were discussing that before game number 1, talking about can this team make it work with having 2 different junglers? Are they going to be able to incorporate them both at the same time? Or is it ultimately not going to work out, and they're going to have to come down to a decision between which one they ultimately feel is better for the team? But going with this approach, deciding to go with a Nori in game number 2 after the awesome success of Meteos in game number 1 means that they are open to seeing if they can make it work with both.
Yeah, and I just want to speak a little bit to a Nori because this is a dude who was carrying Phoenix 1 when they were struggling a lot last year. And even early on in the split, Nori had a bunch of carry performances. And I think that put a lot of pressure on him as a player where he felt like he needed to carry the majority of games. So I'm really curious to see what a Nori looks like now, because he's taken a step back and actually seen the team thrive with a less carry-focused jungler in Meteos who's been doing more warding and objective control, and in a lot of ways wasn't doing a lot of the things that a Nori was potentially doing better, right? But now that he's back into a successful team, I can't wait to see what he does.
And we also kind of got to look at it from the perspective of if your team's doing really good without you, there's pressure on you to make sure that when you come back in, you're not the element that kind of rocks that boat a little bit. Nori wants to join in with the success and make sure that he's able to play at the same level that they've been playing with Meteos on the team, especially considering their recent streak of wins.
Absolutely. We also have to welcome in the other stream, NALCS 1. Welcome to Echo Fox versus Phoenix 1. The first match was close for about 23 minutes, and then Phoenix 1 just absolutely steamrolled them, with Arrow getting player of the game honors for his 10-kill Ezreal. Now we're into game 2 with Nori subbed in.
Yeah, close for 23 minutes, and Nexus blows up at 27.
Crazy.
Not every day you see something like that, but Phoenix 1, we've been talking about a team that's on a hot streak, rising up. Now they have that 3rd place thoroughly locked in for themselves, looking to build that record up even stronger as Echo Fox competing for a spot a little bit lower in the standings right now. They're currently hovering around 6th with a couple of other teams, Immortals and Dignitas, very, very close by. So every win, every loss has a huge impact.
It really does, and we can see the bans right here, having the Graves ban for Acadian, having Acadian's team themselves ban the Rengar because Nori is back in right now.
Right.
And Rengar is pretty much his best champion. Just going to push that jungler tier list down one step further.
Some of the bans are going to be changing up this time, because we mentioned last time, Meteos is all about the Elise, the Olaf, and the Zac. And Nori, not the same story. So you got to be able to adapt to that if you are Echo Fox. And I'm interested to see what Phoenix 1 decides to do with a Nori in his first game back with the team in a while.
Yeah, I wonder that as well. We'll see if they put him in a strong position to succeed with an earlier pick. Generally in the top 3, because there are so many things available right now as far as the Kha'Zix, the Elise, the Olaf, whatever they would want him to have right now. Interesting that the first pick Malzahar is in for Gate. It is generally considered the strongest support on the board right now, and another extremely early pick Ezreal for Arrow.
Malzahar making it past the ban stage. This is the support champion that Gate has played the most so far in Spring Split 2017. 10 games compared to the next closest being 5 on Zyra or Tom Kench. So definitely a champ they're glad to lock in.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see if Phoenix 1 ends up going with Nami fairly early. It seemed like it was going to be an Adrian special, yet we actually got to see Stunt play it as well. So the team itself loves Nami Ezreal, and it's also a very strong lane. Of course, for now, though, they're making sure to get those power picks in there.
Nori's going to be on the Kha'Zix. Arrow's going to be on the Ezreal. I mean, it worked so well last game. Why not repeat it again? Acadian, though, this time on Lee Sin as they lock in the Ashe for Keith.
Yeah, almost no hesitation from Echo Fox on any of their picks. I think if we were to count the total seconds to lock in, it's probably about 10 so far. Like the decisiveness, they put together a very solid dual lane that oftentimes gets targeted with bans against what, if this Karma gets locked in, will be a far more passive one. Ooh, interesting to see the Taric. It's something Stunt played a bunch of back on Team Liquid Academy. Was one of the first people to actually pull Taric into the competitive space. Not to mention, it has been a good pick against Malzahar, so excited to see it.
Yeah, Taric can be very, very potent if you're able to get off one of those clutch, juicy ultimates in the middle of a big fight and just negate a lot of damage. But at the same time, if the ultimate doesn't come down in time, it can just be a complete wasted, gigantic cooldown. So that could go to heaven or to hell. We'll have to see how it ends up working out for Phoenix One as we're into the second part of the bans. Victor going to be removed first, and just like in game number 1, it's going to be bottom lane and jungle prioritized, so expect to see solo lane bans here in phase 2.
Absolutely the same theme of draft, but they were needing to make the changes because of the Lulu ban, which was actually incredibly effective in that last game. Lulu is a pick where, as we mentioned, we're really just starting to see now. Obviously, some people better at it than others. The melee Taric will definitely put Phoenix One on the back foot for so much of this laning phase. So what will matter now is whether or not Phoenix One can get priority in the mid lane. Because if they don't, that makes it so the entire map can kind of collapse down and turret dive them, which can make it really difficult. And I think it's what Echo Fox wants to do.
Speaking of the mid lane, plenty of bans focusing around that area in this second phase. Cassiopeia and Jace both going to be banned away as well. Jace, of course, can also be a top laner, but lately we have seen him mostly in the mid lane when teams are drafting him. And Gangplank's going to be the last one, really not wanting Zig on that now in back-to-back games.
Yeah, I mean, based on the top lane bans, there's still no Shen that has been picked in this game, and it has been kind of the priority pick. I know Zig's had a lot more success on carries, but I'm quite surprised that we haven't seen it as of yet, because it combos so well with what either team will want to do.
Ari locked in on the side of Phoenix One.
Double checking there is Shen available. It is.
Who's got that? Yep, Shen's actually available this time around. Was not in game number 1. But here in game number 2, it could always be the possibility for these guys. Hovering back and forth between a couple of different support-looking picks. Instead goes ahead and locks in that Shen.
Yeah, and it's been, I feel like, the premier top laner on this patch after Maokai got hit with fairly substantial nerfs. Zig probably just going to play Kled into it, if we're being completely honest, so that could be why they're okay with it. And very strong lanes there for Echo Fox in the mid lane. So that whole game plan we talked about of being able to shove in the bottom lane, getting the mid lane priority, and then Shen ulting down to the bottom side, since Phoenix One is going to be pushed back to their turret on Taric and Ezreal. Very dangerous and something Phoenix One is going to have to be super aware of.
With Syndra, the final pick on the side of Echo Fox, Phoenix One has one more pick to go to respond to this. It is their top laner. Thinking about Nautilus right now, they will lock that one in for Zig.
So just going with the tank. They have a very strong front line there with the Taric and the Nautilus, as well as pretty reliable initiation. The overall damage there, though, from the Phoenix One team, it's a little bit lower than you would see if you would have gone with something like the Kled. So there's a chance that Looper's Shen gets to an unkillable state. But as we mentioned, relatively normal team compositions with tanks, mages, marksmen, all in normal spots. Just Echo Fox with a stronger early laning phase in the mid and the bottom side of the map.
And having that strong early laning phase could be key for Echo Fox, because usually when we see this team do awesome stuff, it's what you were talking about earlier, Jad. The top part of the map for them is the key. Acadian needs to get Looper and Froggen off to a great start, because when Looper and Froggen are able to really go off and be the champions and the players that they want to be in this game and get ahead and get those leads, that's how Echo Fox finds wins.
Yeah, and to their credit, they have actually had very strong early games throughout the majority of the split. It's just been their ability to transition those. So I do feel like they're trying to draft themselves for success in this bottom lane, trying to give Keith and Gate as many advantages as possible. We'll see if it works.
Remember, if Echo Fox loses this game, that's going to be all she wrote. Phoenix One going to go up to an even stronger record in third place. Echo Fox going to go into a more even unstable situation and standing towards that bottom part of playoff qualification in the ladder. 6th place and 7th place is one of the biggest differences in the standings, because 7th place, you don't get to go to playoffs. 6th place, you do.
Exactly, and this year, 8th place is safe from relegations as well, so it's really just that race for playoffs as we're talking about. And with CLG showing some struggles today against Team Dignitas, maybe there's an extra playoff spot that potentially could be up for grabs, but really as we close into these seasons, that race for the 6th spot is getting really tight.
Absolutely. With the CLG loss versus Dignitas 2, that brings those teams both a little bit closer because CLG was slightly higher, Dig was slightly lower. So now you've got CLG, Dignitas, Echo Fox, and Immortals all just in this big melee pile right around 6th place. And these teams have to be very concerned about every single series they head into because you have a bad day, you have a bad series, that could be your season ending 4 weeks earlier.
And then we got Envy and Team Liquid just looking from the distance, guys, we have Doublelift, please let us into the playoffs.
You're like, man, I wish I could be thinking about qualifying for 6th, but it's still
games
possible.
first.
It's still possible. But they've definitely got their work cut out for them if they want to achieve those lofty goals. Gate and Keith here in the bottom part of the map. You really got to respect what Malzahar can do at level 1 with the Voidlings. We've seen a lot of face checks into the Crab Swarm before. So Phoenix 1 not wanting anything to do with that.
Yeah, the Taric at least, I've seen find pretty good success in a Malzahar. You can just use your Taric stun on the Voidlings, so it gives you time to space yourself away from them and not get completely one-shot. So you're definitely pushed in, but is one of those lanes that can kind of neutralize it. It just means they're going to get pushed in.
Yeah, and sometimes getting pushed in isn't the worst thing in the world. Acadian starting off in the chicken camp yet again. Froggen throwing the ball over the wall to make sure that he gives him as much assistance as he can. But problem is, if you don't have any AoE tools, these chickens actually beat the heck out of you.
Yeah, I want to talk to a few more Lee Sin players. It looked like he got pretty blasted there, even with the help. So, not your cleanest start. He has such good single target killing. It's rare that you... I'm surprised he didn't just start at red or at blue or at any of those camps that he can take much more easily.
It's a champion like Kha'Zix. The isolated style of camps, the large target compared to the mini small targets, is a lot more easy to deal with as that early level Lee Sin.
Yeah, really curious to see how Inori does as well with his early pathing, especially if we kind of do a throwback to the earlier part of the split. Acadian was the man as far as getting first bloods. He was getting first bloods in over 90% of his games. That's definitely fallen off. He did not get first blood last game, so will Inori be able to kind of outsmart him? Because this could be a very snowballing matchup. Both of these junglers have had a few struggles with tilt, also very capable of carrying games.
All eyes will definitely be on Inori this game. A lot of people have been wondering, where's Inori? What's going on with Phoenix 1? This was the guy who was the heart of the team for a while, and now he's back and up against Acadian, who's kind of looking towards the red side jungle, but also hanging around here in mid lane. It's going to be pretty difficult to make any kind of a real impact onto Ryu, but the stun comes out. Acadian's too far away, though. No time to jump in.
Yeah, but there could be a little bit of a skirmish in the jungle here. Acadian will see the red buff going for Inori.
Acadian jumping in, but the problem is he's between his opponent and the red buff, so he ended up tanking a lot of damage just from those auto attacks, flashing over the wall. That is not what he wanted to do.
Yeah, advantage Inori, even though his red buff is going to be delayed here. Both junglers smartly smiting the red buff, attempting to get that heal. Inori definitely was able to get the isolation damage because Acadian, it was in this tricky spot where he didn't want to take damage from the red buff, but also didn't want to isolate himself, so yeah, he lost the fight.
Yeah, you really got to respect how much damage the buff does at this point in the game, because you're only a level 3 champion. It's not like you've got 2 or 3 items and it's really no big deal whatsoever. We saw yesterday, Jad, how deadly those red buffs could be. Doublelift showed us just how tricky those suckers can get you.
Yeah, who would have known that the red buff, you know, in solo queue is not going to get you, but as soon as you come into the LCS,
yeah, that's part of playing the game. As soon as you go to LCS,
that was an atrocious move by Doublelift yesterday.
Brand new weaknesses open up all over the place.
And that's the thing about dying a red buff. You never live that down if everyone sees it happen.
No.
But I know, as Ryu gets eaten by stun, I know pretty much anyone who's played League of Legends for multiple years has died to a jungle buff at some point in their career. It's happened to everyone.
Yeah, nobody likes to talk about it, nobody likes to mention it. You try to brush yours under the rug and laugh at everybody else's.
Absolutely. Looper actually, though, getting jumped on.
Looper getting gagged now. They're able to find the first blood for Inori. That's how you make a comeback after a couple weeks away. Now Keith going to be stunned up bottom side, but not really anything big. Inori shows up really huge.
Yeah, Acadian going to try and get one back, but a quick flash away from Ryu. And going back to that top lane gank, pretty much just Looper being super far up in lane and had absolutely no jungle backup, not to mention Inori wasn't pushed out of the jungle well enough by Acadian earlier on, so a smart gank by Inori. He just approaches through a control ward, Looper already taunting away, but that was before the dredge line would even come through, and just instant flash jump there by Inori. Still potentially could have seen a flash away from Looper for the survival, but Inori just tried to get it done before Looper would react, and he did.
Not only was Inori not forced out of the jungle by Acadian earlier, Acadian forced himself out of the jungle. He blew his own flash, took himself down to 150 HP, so then he's not in a spot to make any kind of a play up there, and Inori just takes the free money. Now level 4 on the Kha'Zix, goes ahead, puts the second point into the Void Spikes. Means that he'll be able to clear out the AoE camps a little bit easier, especially that Raptor camp that we were talking about just a couple of moments ago. Then goes right back to maxing the Q. It's a solo Q Kha'Zix strategy that I learned a while back. I was like, wait a second, why are they putting 2 points into 2 different skills? And you realize it's just all about the chicken control.
Yep, definitely. Also increases the sustain that little bit. It'll all bounce out in the end.
Phoenix 1 still only 200 gold up, though, despite grabbing the first blood. And first blood plus assist, remember that's 400 for the kill, 200 for the assist, so 600 advantage. So the farm game going the way of their opponents on Echo Fox, you can see an advantage in pretty much every lane for these guys.
Well, that was specifically kind of how they were drafting. The Syndra's supposed to be able to win almost any matchup. The bottom lane of the Malzahar and Ashe was heavily prioritized and has been so the entire year because of the laning phase as well as the kill pressure at level 6. And we thought this game was kind of going to be about whether or not that mid and bottom lane power could transition down. But we haven't gotten there yet. Here comes Acadian.
Stand United coming in, looking to make the 2v2 happen, and Nori going to be taunted up. Acadian and Looper trying to make this one go all the way if they can. Nice Sonic Wave past the Crab. Zig walking himself out as Keith is now in danger of getting dove. Arrow and Stunt looking for the moves. The Stunt's going to be dodged away. Some fancy feet from Keith are not going to be fancy enough.
Yeah, but you really wonder, where's your team, man? Why are you under that turret against 2 level 5s with the huge minion wave? Keith did flash the stun, but there wasn't much else that he could do. Pretty simple kill there for Arrow and Stunt to get the turret dive off.
He flashed that stun at the last possible second, too, just making sure that he didn't give Stunt the opportunity to try to follow flash it and still land it. But here's the fight, the 2v2 in the river.
Yeah, Malzahar had roamed up to potentially assist this later on. Inori really just, not much he can do when Acadian does go for that play because Looper's jumping in with that massive shield. And yeah, Malzahar is continuing that chase onto the Nautilus, so Phoenix 1 knows exactly where everyone is, makes it a really safe move. In a sense, Echo Fox left Keith out to dry there, but Keith also needs to protect himself and just back away.
That Lee Sin Q past the Scuttle Crab was just right on the money from Acadian as well.
Yep.
Froggen snatching up that blue buff, making sure True Shot Barrage can't do anything to it, and securing that one for himself. Both these mid laners, of course, going to be getting a lot of value out of the blues this game, so stealing those away could be a real impediment to that success.
Yeah, Froggen needs to be able to continue to keep this wave shoved to limit Ryu's ability to roam from the mid lane.
Inori does go for the standard Claws evolution first, too, by the way. Going to be keeping track of those Kha'Zix evolutions as we go throughout this. We talked about Acadian before the series started, saying he was one of the people who kept evolving Wings second when a lot of people were switching to Rockets. Let's see what Inori decides to do as Ryu's going for the moves onto Froggen. Stunt shows up, and that's going to mean there's no opportunity for a counterattack, even though Acadian was waiting around nearby. 1-0 on this Lee Sin, got the Dragon's Rage and the Flash available. Means he can set up some killer plays if given the angle.
Yeah, that gank was quite well sidestepped by Froggen. It's going to give him the ultimate advantage for quite some time, since that rank 1 ultimate does take a while to come back off of cooldown, and they didn't even burn any summoner spells, so even with all that, it's still Phoenix 1 that has that gold lead, so it speaks to when the next time Echo Fox can make a play with Luper Shen ultimate, and that's in about 15 seconds.
Echo Fox down a couple of 100 gold, not the end of the world, but again, like you talked about, the lanes that are supposed to have the advantages, you don't want to be down a couple of 100 gold when you draft for the lanes like that. The lanes are supposed to have those edges. You really like to be able to translate those into a nice early lead. Right now, Echo Fox is going to be climbing out of a small deficit.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm wondering, right? The Arrow stunt lane is crushing. Arrow's gone for such a scaling build. The very early tier also picked up a call. Theoretically, he should be getting shoved in, but because they burned both of Keith's summoners and got the kill, he can safely lane like this. Stunt is topping him off for any volley heal, and it's actually Arrow and Stunt who are controlling this lane.
Gate and Keith just trying to find their footing here for a little while. They've got the exhaust and the flash up on Gate, but Keith's summoner spells still both down from that dive earlier. 74 to 86 in terms of the farm. So Keith trying to hold on as well as he can right now. Both top laners also going for a little bit of magic resistance earlier on this game, since both are magic damage, base damage champions. You got to make sure that they're prioritizing the lane ever so slightly, even if they go for the armor afterwards.
Yeah, such a Ninja Tabi craze going on in full play.
When the AD carries are getting it, you know that it's kind of just becoming this trend.
It's kind of interesting, too. I was talking with Mark Z before the show as well, and he thinks a lot of it has to do with just meta champions, how there are so many physical damage dominant roles. Elise is really the only meta magic damage jungler, so almost every game you're getting a bot lane and a jungler at least. And then on top of that, it's fairly common that the top laner does a lot of physical damage, like a Shen, or even you're going to see a Zed or a Talon in the mid lane. There's so much stuff that is just physical damage that even though the boots haven't been changed for a while, since there's always 2+ in a game, people are now kind of just doing the math and saying, oh, I would love to take 30% less damage from this class of characters, which make up half the map most of the time.
It just makes sense when you break it down through the math like that. If you can get that much value out of a small purchase, out of a purchase you're pretty much going to be making anyway. Everybody buys boots. Except you guys who are making the Cassiopeia jokes in the chat like you always do. But everybody else buys boots. So if you can go for the value like that, it's very, very easy.
Yeah, not to mention a lot of the lethality users as well. Just thinking about the math of the way armor reduction works, for every point of armor penetration you have, the closer you get someone to 0, the more effective it becomes. So just being able to get a little bit of armor and not go towards 0 actually heavily reduces the effectiveness of lethality in general. This is a game where maybe one person will build lethality, but you're seeing people still valuing it to a point where they want the Ninja Tabi just for the raw attack damage reduction.
Ryu going to keep on pushing up here in the mid lane, starting to fall behind a little bit more seriously in CS. Frog and Syndra always going to be a threat from range with all those spears. It's the stun onto Ryu. Thunderlord's going to be procced as well, but Froggen with a low mana pool isn't that big of a threat. Ryu recognizes that, so he's able to farm up pretty safely.
Yeah. Still getting in a little bit of trouble there in that lane. Froggen is doing a good job to bully and grow that CS advantage, but as we've seen from Echo Fox, the CS advantages only take you so far. Keith started last game with a 30 CS advantage over Arrow. It didn't matter. He then died 7 times in team fights because Phoenix One has been able to put such better team play together. The question this game will also become, will they be able to do the same thing with Nori? Because they've been looking so good with Meteos, who's very vocal and had slowly been working on his shot calling throughout his time on Cloud9. So let's see if this close game can have the same outcome for Phoenix One as it did with Meteos.
Phoenix One looking for the Mountain Drake for the second time this game. Earlier, Nori tried to solo it out, but because Acadian was moving in, he backed out, realized he couldn't secure it in time. This time he's got the bottom lane rotating up to help him. Slower first Drake than we saw last time around. We commented last game about how the objective game was being played a little bit slowly, up until, of course, you know, Phoenix won in 27 minutes. But it's being played even more slowly this time. Still no turret first blood claimed yet, and only 1 Drake 13 minutes in.
Yeah, and Echo Fox has been known to be one of the slower playing teams. That has changed generally this split with Acadian's aggression, but kind of showing itself in this series a little bit.
Echo Fox find a chance for some extra money, though. They're going to find that turret first blood, give themselves a 1,500 gold lead. That's exactly where they want to be sitting, heading in closer and closer towards the mid game. Looper and Zig just trading blows back and forth, but this isn't carry versus carry anymore, Jad. This is tank versus tank, so get out the wet noodles.
Yeah.
Let's have ourselves a good old tank fight.
There's no bear trap on a rope that gives you kill threat in this one, mainly because Looper has Grasp and Zig has Courage of the Colossus, which is more of a team fighting mastery. Looper will get the advantage in this lane over time. Not necessarily there yet because he's up against a Bomby Cinder to no Bomby Cinder, so the shove is going to be in the side of Zig, meaning the minions will help him in fights. But when that equalizes, you would expect it to go a little bit more to Looper.
Phoenix One has a lot of tools up and available, and Fox has the same thing. All summoner spells across the board are off cooldown. So once a team finally does find that angle, find that opportunity, make the call to go for some kind of a play, they've got to be ready to outplay all those different escape options as well. Because they're both playing a very slow, very steady style right now. Nobody's really looking to go crazy, find any sorts of really off-the-wall types of moves. And as I'm saying it, Ryu heads into the enemy jungle, maybe looking to make some kind of a rotation down, but instead just steps on a ward, heads himself right back into his lane, which is pretty well protected on that bottom side with control wards.
Yeah, it looks to be what would be a dangerous space for Erwin Stunt to be, but they've really yet to be punished in that lane. I do want to touch on the Abyssal Scepter first from Ryu, though. Feeling like he's forced into a very defensive role. Ari's one of the champs that can get away without building Morellonomicon first, just because with blue buff she has relatively low mana costs that are necessary for wave clear. So that's kind of the thought he's going through right now. I personally don't like Abyssal as the first item. I'd rather see just the magic resist and then build into one of your burst items. But it's going to slow down his power a little bit, and it kind of speaks to Phoenix One just playing for a teamfight phase.
The magic resist is going to be really big for Phoenix One in this game. Not only do you have to deal with Froggen, we talked about how Looper's also got magical base damages, and don't forget Gate, because Gate still adds a lot more damage than a lot of other supports will, even if it's not a Syndra amount of damage.
Yeah, and oftentimes you'll see teams have to, or opt to go for 4 or 5 Quicksilver Sashes, which in sense caps your build early and makes the scaling against a Malzahar much worse. So that makes Malzahar a really good scaler, even if he's not pumping out huge amounts of damage.
Yeah, it's one of the hidden bonuses of the champion. You effectively get to remove an item slot from certain enemies. And granted, it's not that big of a deal against somebody like an Ezreal who can get full value out of the Mercurial Scimitar with the AD and the lifesteal and things like that, but you force an Ahri to buy a Mercurial Scimitar, and that's really not where she'd like to be. Still a very close game in terms of the gold, though. 1.3 thousand. Highest we saw at this game was about 1.5. Echo Fox maintaining that very little margin over their opponents in Phoenix One, and considering this is a 6th place team versus a 3rd place team, you wouldn't expect them to just explode and run away with it.
Yeah, but the one big difference between these two games is just the ward pressure on the map. Echo Fox has the wards in which you could theoretically set up plays. Last game, Phoenix One had all that pressure, and I was saying that's why Keith hasn't been able to set up the Enchanted Crystal Arrow plays, but there's no excuses this game. They have the deep vision and the small gold lead because their mid laner, Froggen, is up almost 40 CS against Ryu. Not to mention they have a Shen who can ult down, who's not being pressured heavily in lane by the Zig. If Echo Fox doesn't make this pressure work, then they may have to rethink picking such early game strategies because they need to make the plays, especially when they have the vision control to do so.
Yeah, when you see a Shen, a lot of times, you know, Stand United, people look at it, they think of it as a defensive tool, but some of the best uses of Stand United, some of the biggest game-changing uses of Stand United are when you can use it to offensively make a play, like we saw earlier where Acadian goes in, starts off the 1v2, brings in Looper, and they grab the kill onto a Nori. Going for those opportunities, recognizing those, and pulling the trigger with confidence can be the difference between an okay Shen and a damn, that was a really cool Shen.
Yeah, here comes the Acadian, though.
Arrow getting himself caught out, sidesteps the Sonic Wave. The taunt wears off in time to allow him to get away from that skill shot, but Ryu's going to be locked down. There comes the stun. More burst going to be showing up. The exhaust onto Froggen to prevent the kill. And Ryu keeps himself alive, dashing away from those crabs and avoiding the damage from the Malefic Visions being lethal.
And that's also why you see Doran's Ring, Abyssal Scepter as the build for Ryu. I need to double check to see that Gate pulled off that combo right, but for now, a miraculous survival by Ryu.
Echo Fox taking the opportunity to try to put some damage now on the mid lane tier 1, but because Phoenix One has rotated the bottom lane here, they're not going to get too many chances, excuse me, to pour some damage into that one, as the Cloud Drake will be live here in about 10 seconds. The second time the Drake will be up this game. Phoenix One did secure the first one for themselves, but Echo Fox is the team that has control over the area for now. You can see a couple of wards in the river. Neither team with a huge ton of vision there. You still got to give the edge to Fox.
Yeah, and the map play is becoming really intriguing this game as well, because Phoenix One have now had Arrow in the bottom lane, threw him top, and now he's just sitting mid with stunts. So with this much movement, you expect something to start break because you're kind of changing the comfort level of the game. Not to mention with Drake up right now, we're going to see some action.
Whoa, Froggen grabbing the burst onto Arrow. He might be low mana, but he's not out. Stand United going to be used, keeping him safe. Acadian now looking to make yet another play. Stunt going to be taken down next. Can't use the ultimate to save himself in time. Gate chases away Zig and Nori, and that's a 2 for 0 for Fox.
Wow. Froggen just deletes Arrow. He had stacked so many Dark Spheres on the ground. The total burst damage really wasn't being respected by Arrow. He dies with heal up because he wasn't expecting the orbs to just continue to fly through. I don't think he was counting them properly. Big swing for Echo Fox.
Looper sitting in this topside brush, seeing Ryu push up. And Nori's hanging around here too, but Nori moves in towards the enemy blue buff while Ryu just has to kind of walk himself away from this one. Looper without really any kill potential on the Shen in the 1v1 situation versus the Ahri, but let's take a look at exactly Arrow's mistake here.
Full health, and the stun didn't land, so he thinks he's 100% fine. But look, start counting the orbs that are on the ground. 1, 2. He casts one right beforehand, and that actually loops in. So it's a 6-orb ultimate as well as landing the Q, and that's enough for that level 13 Froggen.
So much damage. Look at the grin on his face. He knows exactly what just happened with that burst damage. As Looper and Keith finding some solid pain onto Nori. He's going to be forced back here. Has to escape from Gate, who's coming up from around the corner. Nori gets himself out before Gate's able to land that ulti onto him, but Keith now going to be the one putting the damage into the top lane tier 1. Echo Fox wants to grab this, continue to build that gold lead. Their opponents still have no turrets so far. Phoenix 1 without a single turret taken in 21 minutes. Echo Fox with only 1. Very, very close to grabbing number 2 here. Phoenix 1 very close to their first.
Yeah, and Phoenix 1 has left a fair bit of standing gold on the map. They have chipped away at both the top and the bottom lane turrets, and it's kind of imperative that they get those turrets now before later, because if they actually do lose the outers in all these lanes and lose the map control, they would never be able to go back to pick up that gold. Ryu gets in the bottom side, which is a good start.
Arrow and Stunt continuing to push up in the mid lane. Froggen sitting on top of a ward. Was trying to maybe set up a cheeky way to grab another insta-kill onto Arrow, but Arrow is going to be respecting that now. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, I should really stop walking within range of Syndra.
Yeah, I mean, he's still building up his Trinity Force. We're expecting Quicksilver Sash at some point, not to mention because of the Cinder Burst, but also because of the Malzahar, but he's just not there yet, and here comes Ryu.
Oh,
wow.
Ryu's now the one looking to make the play. The stuns into the damage, into the moves, into more damage, and Froggen keeps himself alive. Now can they turn this one back around? Looper and Acadian are here. They're just providing the escape route for their mid laner. Phoenix 1 was not able to find the kill. And Echo Fox somehow keeps Froggen going.
Oh my goodness, 550 damage shield from the Shen, not to mention the Spirit's Refuge afterwards is just enough to keep Froggen alive at the end of that. It looked like he was dead for sure.
Oh, I thought he was dead to rights.
Everything to get in on that fight, but yeah, when that kill doesn't go through, that really hurts Phoenix 1's ability to make map plays because they invested everything.
That knocks the wind out of your sails. It really does. The exhaust, the flash.
I mean, gorgeous play by Ryu to get through the minions in order to land the charm. And then they have the Terracult give them a vulnerability, so you're thinking there's no way they don't kill him, they're just going to stay in. Ryu kind of shorts that last Q as Froggen's running away, and they get nothing for that play.
Stand United plus Spirit's Refuge is one hell of a defensive steroid to keep that mid laner alive. As the mid lane tier 1 finally falls, Echo Fox takes out the last piece of that outer ring. Stun going to be coming through onto Nori. The multiple ultimates coming in. Malzahar and Syndra making quick work of that bug. As the push is now going to be stopped thanks to no minions, but Echo Fox starting to find momentum and success as this game goes on.
Yeah, another nice flash ultimate there by Gate. This time actually picking up the kill because they had more backup damage afterwards. Gonna have to respect Ryu though.
He's coming in. Echo Fox trying to make the catch onto Stunt. The damage comes through. The Sonic Wave not going to be finding the mark. Acadian still looking to chase this one down. Might just get himself punished. Zig into the back line. Almost able to grab the kill. There you go. First one's on the Gate. The disengage from Echo Fox comes through. Ultimately, they leave, just losing their support.
Yeah, well, Looper's teleport and Stand United was down, so even though the map was 5 alive versus 4, the fight was actually a 4v4. So again, smart of Phoenix 1 to just jump right into that one and pick up a kill.
And Stunt barely got away from that one, but barely is all you need sometimes. Not giving away the gold, the experience to his opponents, instead baiting Acadian in and ultimately allowing the Nautilus to get that positioning to take down Gate. Keith now farming up bottom side. 1-0, 1, and 2 compared to 1-1 and 1. The 80 carry score is much closer in this second game than they were in the first game, where at this point I believe Arrow was 4-1 and 3.
Yeah. The thing though in this match is still that Arrow has hit a massive power spike. The Trinity Force completed as well as the Muramana transform plus the cooldown boots puts him in everything he wants to do. 30% cooldown reduction, all of the damage. And probably one of the reasons Phoenix 1 wanted to go aggressive in that last fight.
Ryu sends a wave into the top lane tier 1, knowing that it's going to be enough to take that one down, so picks up the second turret of the game for his team. And Jet, this game is still 1,500 gold apart.
Yeah.
At this time in last game, a Baron had been taken, turrets had been broken, an inhibitor was down, and it was looking like the end of times.
Yeah.
And this game, we have no idea.
But keep in mind, 23 minutes into that first game, it was also really close.
That's true. This could just be a game on a 3-minute delay from the first one.
Yeah.
We might see all sorts of insanity any moment.
Yeah, we just need to make sure we're tracking the map plays and the objectives. The Infernal Drake is coming up in 25 seconds. That's why they're congregating here. The ultimate being burned by Ryu hurts Phoenix 1 in this upcoming fight. But with the QSS being completed on Arrow and that massive power spike, Phoenix 1 may still want to fight.
They may still look for it. Keith won't have the arrow either. They did try to expend that, looking for the pick onto Ryu. But Infernal Drake is always something that you're willing to fight for. Echo Fox does not want to just walk away from this one. Stunt going to be hit by the Sonic Wave. Acadian does not have Flash. If he goes in, he's going to have to reposition through wards.
Main, we need to track where Froggen casts his ultimate. Will he be exhausted while he does it because Ryu has exhaust? And how do they engage? They go on Stunt. Beautiful.
TV coming in from the backline. Stunt going to be bursted down first. Can't even use the ulti. Now Echo Fox having to back themselves away. Looper going to be caught out by Zig, but that's the tank. It doesn't really matter too much. Gate going to be chased down next. And Nori hopping right back into the fight. Looper buying all the time into the backline, but Arrow and Ryu are going to be bursting him down. The damage comes in. It's a 2 for 2 so far. Echo Fox retreating through the enemy jungle.
Yeah, such a close fight. The fact that they took down Stunt first can be smart against the Taric because it prevents him from pulling up that Cosmic Radiance. But when you burn all your CC on the Taric, what does that mean for Ezreal and Ahri? Because Arrow was free hitting for the majority of that fight with the Trinity Force Muramana power spike, and it ends up splitting it 2 for 2.
Looper bought a lot of time keeping the Ahri and the Ezreal occupied, but ultimately he paid for it with his life, and the Infernal Drake still lives. Neither team in good enough condition to actually go for the take there afterwards. Arrow now going to be the one looking to maybe solo this one down, but there is a ward that is not disabled.
Yeah, so they see him, and if they did any type of cheeky play over the wall, they'd be able to stop him, but they'd have to get pretty fast. Could the Arrow take it? No. It does!
Oh my goodness, he stole it with the Malzahar portal!
Oh, that hurts for Phoenix 1 because Arrow was looking to secure it with the True Shot Barrage, but it looked like he... I want to see that again. Either the True Shot Barrage took it to about 1 health before the Call of the Void's going to throw down. To be fair, Call of the Void does 300 damage roughly for Gate at this stage in the game because he built up a lost chapter. But, oh my goodness. Because I don't think he couldn't have gotten to Malefic Visions over the wall.
All right, let's
have the eyes on the Ash Arrow and the Ezreal ultimate. Because he's trying to burst the end of it, but...
Okay. Kaboom.
490.
You actually don't even see the health. They hit it the same split second.
Yeah, so the only thing that could have happened there, because Call of the Void is not doing 490 damage, is the Ezreal ultimate took it below that threshold, and then Call of the Void did
Call of the Void secured
but it was in the same frame.
Yeah, because we never got to see the health bar update.
Oh my goodness.
That, you couldn't have a closer one than that. Echo Fox are happy about the outcome there as Ryu's going to be bursted over the wall. The exhaust used to keep himself alive. Now Froggen expending both summoner spells to not get the kill. Ryu only using 1 there. So as long as Echo Fox doesn't find anything big off the momentum of Ryu having a back right now, it's still going to be a gain for Phoenix 1.
Yeah, and still a relatively close game. The Infernal Drake is honestly a couple thousand gold swing as far as relative power in these games. That 8% attack damage and ability power, and a 16% net swing. I mean, pretty big move right there, but a lot of it will still come down to the map play in a game this close. So pivotal around initiation. And as we saw in that last team fight, team fighting is difficult for Echo Fox because they're damned if they do go for Taric, because that means Ezreal and Ahri are free. And they're damned if they don't go for Taric, because that means Ezreal and Ahri may become invulnerable for 2.5 seconds. So it's why Taric can be so effective in team fights if you make it through the laning phase.
It can be so difficult to have to play around him. You pretty much have to isolate him from his allies, kill the allies, and then deal with him later. This Echo Fox hanging around here in the mid lane, moving towards the Baron area, 29 minutes into the game. This is definitely going to be a big objective up for contention as both teams go back and forth looking to establish and clear out that vision. If either one of them gets the opportunity, they could burn it down pretty fast.
Yeah, Mountain Drake.
Oh! Not able to find that flash stun he was looking for. The angle just wasn't there.
Yeah, that's tough. Stunt could have pulled that off a little bit better. Started the stun on a different angle before that flash and caught Keith, but when that misses, it hurts because that's one of the main ways Phoenix 1 would initiate.
And with that flash down, Fox can breathe just a little bit easier when they start these fights off, knowing that the Tarek has slightly reduced mobility capability to keep his allies protected or to lock down somebody with that stun. Ryu also still with a little bit of time left to go on the exhaust before that's back up. It's going to be a big summoner spell for the fights. Froggen's Ignite will be a similar story. 4-0-1 on Acadian's Lee Sin. So far having a really great game for himself. 5 out of 6 kill participation. Guardian Angel also now completed. Means he's not going to be afraid at all to jump into these fights and go for what would otherwise be a suicidal insect play setup.
Exactly, and on the other side, Inori hasn't looked great in his first game back after the break, being subbed in after game 1.
Ooh!
Arrow has looked good.
Yes.
The main worry for him is, does he have enough defensive stats for a Froggen just flashes on him with 600 AP and ults? Because that's how they're going to take Arrow out of this game. No Locket completed by Stunt yet to help with that burst. No Hex Drink or anything for Arrow because he does have the QSS and he's building towards the Scimitar, but wants to make sure he's in that carry mindset. So for everything that's happening in this game, I think a lot of it's actually just going to come down to, will Arrow be able to avoid getting ulted by Froggen?
That can be pretty hard sometimes, considering it's point and click and all she has to do is have the balls sitting on the ground.
Yeah.
It's a tall order.
He's in that carry mindset, right? And he has been the majority of the damage in a lot of these Phoenix 1 fights. So it's also just kind of how he deals with it, right? Is he chunked it all when he's in range? And how is that going to affect the way he plays these team fights?
Echo Fox has had this small advantage for so long now. 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
Here comes the TP from Zig.
Zig wants to make the TP flank onto these guys. Remember, Keith does not have flash. He does not have heal. Zig's able to find the angle. Can they get him? Keith getting himself bursted down, and he is already out of there, ladies and gentlemen. Phoenix 1 have found themselves 2, and Looper is likely going to be number 3. They jump on him. 5 versus 1 is not a fair fight. And Phoenix 1 takes 3, looking for Baron.
Oh, they are picking on that guy. He walked right into the Nautilus. They burst him clean through the Shen ultimate. And the Syndra-Ezreal interaction doesn't even become a factor because the fight was over before that could happen. Now they want to try and maybe miracle seal this Baron because Acadian is up.
Acadian has to be a hero, but Froggen is chain CC'd and just taken solo. Almost getting himself away again. The shutdown credit goes over to Zig. Echo Fox buying as much time as they can. They grab the kill onto Stunt, so that is just a 1-for-1. Now Keith and Gator back alive. Phoenix 1 returns to the Baron pit.
Yeah, I wonder if this is a little bit risky by Phoenix 1 because they've already won the fight, but Acadian's still there.
Arrow has
still has his Guardian Angel. He's got a bunch of mana. Keith and Gator on the way. This could get messy.
Yeah, Arrow has almost no mana left. And Nori is also very low in terms of mana. Ryu is very low in terms of mana. Acadian going to be ulted by the Nautilus. Still trying to secure this Baron if they can. He does just smite missed! But Nori still secures Baron Nashor. The Guardian Angel going to be procced. Zig just walking straight to his death. Farewell, brave soldier. We will forget you not. He's just buying as much time as he can.
Oh my goodness, that could have been so bad for Phoenix 1, but it works out because they get the Baron. As Zig ulted Acadian up to prevent him from being able to fly into steal, Inori smites early. Baron at 1100 health, smite deals 900, and it just sat at that 200 health for what felt like forever. But Phoenix 1 still secured the Baron. It does cost Zig his life. Overall, it's worth it. And Phoenix 1 now has the lead.
That felt long for me as a spectator. I felt like I was just sitting there watching that thing for eternity. I can't imagine what it felt like playing the game. As Cloud Drake is now the target for Phoenix 1. This will be their second Elemental Drake, the 4th one this game, and the last one that will be an Elder that's spawning at about 40 minutes, 20 seconds. That's when Elder's going to come online for the first time. Both teams having 2 Elemental Drakes.
Yeah, watching this, Inori, Ryu, and Zig are getting low, so you can see that Inori wants to smite, but 187, 117. Then he gets it with a spell or an auto attack afterwards.
If Gate would have got that with Call of the Void after getting the Drake earlier with Call of the Void, I would have been done, man.
He was super close to being able to do it as well. That's
the problem, is he was so close to being able to do it. when Inori was in the pit. I don't know if maybe Inori got a little bit nervous thinking that Acadian was going to be coming over the wall or what, but very, very dangerous to be quick on the smite trigger finger like that. Too quick, I should say. You want to be quick.
Yeah.
I mean, Phoenix 1 now has Baron for themselves, now pushing up onto the tier 2. Acadian going to be caught out. Pretty tanky, though. You don't want to be going for him as the Cosmic Radiance comes down. Looper into the middle of the fight, going to be finding the taunt onto multiple people. Spirit's Refuge not protecting anyone. A very nice Syndra stun, but Acadian still will fall. Zig marching straight forward into enemy territory, marching straight forward into death. Froggen grabbing the kill in return, and it's 1-for-1.
Kind of a weird fight because Ryu wasn't even there. The Terror Call did buy so much time for them, and as you mentioned, the great stun came through from Froggen. A little surprised that Zig stayed so aggressive when they had kind of won the initial engage and Ryu could have continued to split push down the bottom side, but now they're going to try and continue.
Stunt taking a whole lot of pain from that Syndra. Thing is, like, he looks kind of tanky because he's got so much health, but there's not really a lot of resistances in there. So when a Rabadon's Death Cap, Abyssal Scepter, Morellonomicon Syndra hits him, it hurts him really, really bad.
Yeah, it really does. Not able to capitalize on too many of the defenses, but now getting a little bit healthier with the Kindle Gem. One day, he'll be fully tanky.
One day. But support life is a bit of a hard life. The low economy makes piling those items up be less than easy.
Yeah, he's at 2,850 health with 115 magic resist. Tarek loves to stack the armor, not so much the magic resist, but he is still in a relatively effective place. As long as Froggen can't one-shot someone, and it's unlikely now that he's gone Guardian Angel before Void Staff, since everyone has picked up a small amount of magic resistance. Oh, Arrow goes really aggressive.
Yeah, Arrow
It's gonna be okay for Phoenix 1.
jumped in there, popped the flash to get himself out. He doesn't die, but that was really dangerous. Froggen now flashing forward, looking to find the execution of his own. Stunt gonna be popping the Cosmic Radiance. This fight is gonna be all over the place. The TP coming in. Echo Fox deciding to go right back in. Acadian, though, can't find the angle, and now he's going to be finding his own demise. Zig running down the back line. Keith goes. There goes Gate. There goes Froggen and Looper, the last man standing, but who even cares? Phoenix 1 now have the opportunity to push mid.
Yeah, and I don't know where Froggen thought he was in terms of power, because that ultimate wasn't even close to killing Arrow. Flashes forward into an exhaust and a QSS guy before he has Void Staff, so Phoenix 1 end up winning that fight easily, not to mention on the backside, Acadian fails to kick Arrow in. It's going to be a huge win for Phoenix 1.
Absolutely massive. Froggen's mistake in flashing forward there is going to be just so phenomenally costly for this team. And we've talked about Froggen before, how he's one of the guys that carries Echo Fox when they win, but he can still get greedy. And you saw right there why greed is a deadly sin.
Yeah. 6,000 gold now. The inhibitor opened up. Still chasing after Looper Shen. Uh-oh, though. See a stun.
Stun? I don't know about hanging around that long. All right, he's crab food.
Took a bad path and recall location out.
Looper?
His GA's up.
He ran away for so long, kept himself alive, and now he's still gonna do it. Nope. The Guardian Angel at least popped. They got him at the end.
You could see Arrow's player Cam exasperated after they finally took down Looper. But just looking at the way these team fights are playing out, it's starting to favor Phoenix 1 more and more. Echo Fox would need to be able to get the picks onto someone. There are still only 2 QSSs onto Phoenix 1, but watch this. Arrow just an incredibly aggressive move. He went for a burst execution combo on a Keith fast to flash out due to the Ash Arrow, and then Froggen's like, all right, this dude doesn't have flash. Let's go. He's got only 1 extra orb on the ground, so it's a 4-ball ultimate. Just nothing like any of the earlier plays. It's never going to kill Arrow, even if he doesn't have the magic resist.
Froggen's having flashbacks.
Acadian kicks backwards. Because Arrow, I couldn't catch if he shifted out while that was happening, but always tough to insect in Ezreal.
Yeah.
Did not work out right there, and Phoenix 1 totally clean up.
Froggen wanted to make the same play he got onto Arrow earlier. The flashback to the Arrow jumping forward and then just getting deleted by the ulti combo, but 2 very different conditions, like you mentioned, between then and now. Arrow and Stunt feeling comfortable. 4-1 and 10 on the Ezreal. Almost full build, just has to build that QSS into a Mercurial Scimitar. Keith, 1, 3, and 6 on the Ashe. Just been destroyed a couple of times in these fights by positioning that didn't allow him to escape from Zig jumping in on top of him, and that Nautilus is such a huge problem for Echo Fox.
Yeah, Zig had really the perfect TP flank in the fight that broke this game open. Now it's potentially about just finding that again. Elder Drake and Baron are up concurrently, so if Phoenix 1 can get some deep wards, it sets the conditions in which Zig can get another one of those teleport flanks. Keith will have to move forward to contest those buffs since Echo Fox doesn't want to just concede the game in that sense, and that's when you'd see the exposure of Keith for a flank.
Syndra's Guardian Angel also down. Same can be said for Shen's. The Lee Sin and Nautilus GAs, those are up and running though. Zig eating some damage, but not really concerned about it. Looking to turn things right back around. Keith having a flash away. Stand United to keep him safe, but now Gate's going to be bursted. Looper in some trouble trying to retreat. Keith still going to be jumped on. Nothing can keep him safe. A rampage for Arrow. Acadian, his Guardian Angel's getting itself popped. Looper trying to escape. A double kill for Arrow. Froggen going down too. Acadian having to run away, but there's nowhere to run. There's nowhere to hide. Phoenix 1 are marching into the base, and with 4 still dead, this is GG.
Yeah, they just run through Echo Fox at this stage in the game. They pop the Taric ultimate. Brute force. I mean, Zig just ulted Keith, and that's enough of a fight starters. They then ran through the rest of the team. Phoenix 1 scaled up and knew how to finish.
Phoenix 1 with the decisive 2-0 victory over Echo Fox. Gonna be feeling that much stronger about where they stand in the standings now. 3rd place, just a little bit behind TSM and Cloud9, while Echo Fox are back into that wild melee, trying to make their way into playoffs.
Yeah, not the series Echo Fox wanted. Nori doesn't seem super happy with his play, but he should be happy with the victory and the position Phoenix 1 now puts themselves in. That was another strong team performance right there. Ryu and Arrow really stepping up, not to mention Zig had a great series, especially the week after making a big roster change. Adrian going to Team Liquid, picking up Stunt from Team Dignitas, and then to have the Friday and Saturday games as well, so even less time to prepare compared to other teams, and coming out with such a solid 4-win, 0-loss game score, 2-0 week is just very impressive.
It really is. And even though Inori didn't have what you would expect in terms of a scoreline from a Kha'Zix, there wasn't some like 8-1 and 2 or anything like that. 2-3 and 12 still shows he was participating in a lot of the efforts being made by Phoenix 1. He didn't go off and hard carry the game, but he was still an important part of that victory.
Exactly. Kha'Zix can still be a nice utility carry when he falls behind. One of the reasons we see so much of him. For Echo Fox, the struggles kind of continue a little bit right there. Acadian can't get his early game footing. Did have a better game on Lee Sin, but some unfortunate team fights down the stretch, even though they all tried to build up Guardian Angels. Phoenix 1 was just such a behemoth in team fights compositionally.
Yeah, Acadian's Lee Sin was 4-0 and 1 there for a while, and then the deaths just started pouring in, and he ended up not finishing as strong as he started.
Yeah.
And Echo Fox as a whole is kind of telling that same story going through the spring split right now, because they were able to, well, Acadian more so than just the entire team, but the entire team with him, because he is so much of the team. When he's able to go off and, like we mentioned, get Froggen and get Looper going, they can do a lot. But when Acadian isn't able to find success, that hurts the success of the solo lanes, and that hurts the success of the team.
Yeah, and we also have to just think about the way the team compositions interacted in this game. By no means was Echo Fox's draft bad, because they had an early game focus and had a lot of ability to kind of snowball the bottom lane with a Shen and a pushing mid lane. They just didn't do it. And then you looked at the Phoenix 1 team where they had such impeccable team fight scaling that we really just got to see the results of late in the game. Like, that's the way it's going to play out. And Phoenix 1 has been able to kind of get this team fighting mentality with Meteos and now with Inori, and just relying on Arrow and Ryu to just farm up and be beasts, which is what they've been for the past few weeks. It's working very well for Phoenix 1.
And Phoenix 1 is looking right now like a team that could be a serious contender once we reach playoffs, because they have been, and I hate to say it because it sounds almost too punny, but they're on a hot streak. This is a team that has been doing really, really well for themselves, and they keep doing really, really well for themselves.
Yeah, you look at the organization coming into the LCS, having such a poor first split, barely winning their matches, and then to now be solely in 3rd place.
And comfortably.
FlyQuest did not have a good week this week. Phoenix 1 has had a spectacular week, so comfortably in 3rd place. Going to be tricky for them
as they have now 4 matches remaining on their schedule if they wanted to try and climb up to a top 2. But even a 3rd place means you get to play against a 6 seed, you get the advantage in that matchup, and they got to be looking pretty comfortable and still looking to improve as they move towards playoffs.
Well, for a first-hand account of exactly what's going on, we're going to go ahead and check in with Pastry Time, who's ready for an interview with P1's jungler.
Thank you very much. I'm here with P1's other jungler, Inori. Great to have you back here in the NALCS. First game kind of after coming back. How are you feeling after that one?
Not too happy. I think I played pretty poorly, but we still won, so I'm happy about that.
It's been a great weekend for the team overall. Of course, going 4-0 means you guys are in a great position moving into the back end of the season, but how's it been like as far as coming back into the team, maybe shaking some of the rust off, getting those games in?
It was pretty hard. Like, Meteos has been playing really well, and, like, I'm happy the team's doing well, but I'm just kind of upset, like, I don't get the chance to play as much, but I understand the situation. Like, he's a really good jungler, and I'm trying to learn as much as I can from him, and hopefully I can improve.
And I was actually going to ask you, you guys have actually very different styles from the jungle. It feels like, if Meteos is maybe more a permanent part of this roster, even just as a sub, are you guys learning from each other's styles? Because he's got, his individual picks, like the Zac is more of a control player, whereas you love your aggressive carries. Are you guys kind of learning off each other and kind of how the jungle works?
I'm not too sure about him, but I'm learning a lot from his communication. I think he has a lot of experience, and his communication is really good. So I respect him a lot for that, and I think I can learn a lot more from him too.
All right, so look ahead now. Phoenix One in a prime position, sole possession of 3rd after this weekend, but of course, you can push for a few more weeks. First of all, are we going to be seeing more of you throughout the week? So you planning on kind of getting back in now that you're back into it? And how well do you think Phoenix One will do to close out the regular season?
That's up to the management and coaching staff. I would love to play, but I still am kind of disappointed how I played today. I want to improve a lot more before I play on stage next, so I would like the opportunity to play more, and I think P1 will do really well. I mean, I'm watching the other teams play, and I think P1's on like an uprise, so yeah, I think they'll do pretty well.
All right, final question for you. I know you're originally from Canada. Spring Finals will be in Vancouver this year. Are you going to be there?
I mean, I hope so. Like, yeah. I would love to play, though. Yeah. That would be really nice to play in front of, like, your hometown crowd. So I'm hoping I get the chance, but obviously I don't want to play if I'm not performing to my level, so I hope I improve a lot before that.
Well, best of luck. Great series today. It seems like the team and you are on an upward trend. We are going to send it back to the analyst test, though, to wrap up the day.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time. Good to see Inori back in the league, and I'm sure, as he mentioned, happy to come away with the victory, but not necessarily happy with his individual play. Some to a degree forgivable in terms of some rust buildup may be expected when being away from the NALCS for a bit of time. But overall, the 2-0 victory for Phoenix One here against Echo Fox, as well as the 2-0 week, which puts them solidly in 3rd place here.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty surprising the way it happened too. Maybe they beat FlyQuest, and then there's like a game record thing because we know P1 has a really nice game record, but then FlyQuest loses again today, and now they're just completely in control of 3rd place. Not what I was expecting heading into today.
Right, and the way they do it is Meteos in game 1 playing on that Zac. We flip to game 2. Champion select looks very different for Phoenix One all of a sudden. So it's actually kind of nice to see that the team has the ability to adapt around the jungler that they decide to put in, being on a more aggressive Kha'Zix this time around.
And it's really interesting, actually, because with Meteos, it's like, okay, he started really poorly. Like, the first game he got out of jungle really hard, and then he's improved steadily, like, throughout the weeks. And then Inori comes in, he's kind of rocky. The first game, I think he killed himself like 1 or 2 different times. And so it's a real fight for the position.
And just the way it influences their entire champ select. Whereas you see here they have to take the Kha'Zix early because of the Rengar and Graves bans.
Right.
And then if this was Meteos, you're probably taking a tank jungler a little later on, and once they take the Shen, you maybe use the last pick Rumble counter pick. It's so hard to do that when you have the Kha'Zix already taken, and it really does influence their entire team comp, where you might see Zig on more tanks when paired up with Inori versus what Meteos unlocks Zig to do with some of his more pocket picks.
Which is just credit to Zig then for being able to play across the tank pool and the carry pool. And just today we had Kled and then Nautilus played. Then we look elsewhere on the map, and of course Arrow is a solid, consistent performer in the bot lane, but Stunt picking up somewhat of a frontliner here in the Taric as opposed to one of the squishier, caster supports that we've seen a lot more of right now in the current meta. So it really is an entire team effort here in order to craft around both junglers depending on which one is in the game.
And of course, the fact that Adrian subbed out. I don't think we would have seen Tarek in this game if we were still having Adrian on this team. So it's very interesting to see P1 not only having to adapt to the players that are playing for them right now, but the fact that they're able to win while doing so.
Right.
Yeah, and like I love seeing Tarek because Tarek used to always be like, oh, I'd see C9 play, and they played it very well, where they used Tarek like stuff initiation from other teams, and this is kind of what we saw this game. Like in multiple situations, denied like a whole Syndra ult, or just a lot of damage that was produced off a potential pick from the other team.
Right. That said, this game was a lot closer for a much larger portion of the game until Phoenix One was finally able to get a solid advantage around the 32-minute mark. But it all stemmed from Arrow, an aggressive play as the AD carry, popping both summoners out of Keith here, will then net a one-team fight off of a Team P flank. Here we are.
Yeah, just a couple minutes later, or barely even, like a minute or two later, Zig gets a nice TP flank, and he hits Acadian. Doesn't matter. Turn around, focus back onto Keith. He has no summoners. He goes down right away. There's that Tarek ult, like Scara was mentioning, and it just makes it so hard for the team to punish that kind of engage where it wasn't the cleanest, but they were able to open up on the Keith.
Yep. I mean,
I was going to say, from here, though, Scara, I know you had some criticism around, what they did to close the game. Once again, with, around the Baron, doing some weird chasing around the map. Phoenix One still looks to be a little bit lost sometimes in the late game when it comes to pushing down those inner turrets and inhib turrets.
I mean, you saw them try a lot. Like, you saw Stunt, I think, failed 3 or 4 separate flash E's or E flashes this game. And I have to give him credit. Like, after failing the first one, like, you may be like, okay, well, like, it's just not going to work. But he kept going for them, even in games where it was if he hit it, he would win the game or get the pick. And so I respect that a lot. And even though it didn't convert this time, I'm hoping to see more consistent play throughout.
Very much so. Let's pop over to our final replay here, 37 minutes into the game. 4-0 for Phoenix One. This really put, the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, once again, kind of off the back of Arrow's aggressive play.
We just missed it, but he eat in and flashed out there. But
I just can't believe Froggy went for this.
That was way too aggressive with his support right next to him there. Then you get to see the
Arrow plays this great here against Lee Sin. So watch that.
Yeah, nice shift to avoid getting Insect into his team. Froggen now been chunked out super low over the course of this extended fighting. Easy to get onto Keith as well, and then Honore starts getting those resets and going all crazy on everybody.
And this rolls out, of course, from there. It still took a little bit of time to end the game as they had to go push down the top lane, inhib and whatnot. But whereas Phoenix One is now solidly into that third place position at 9-5, Echo Fox here 5-8. Where while Immortals picks up a victory today, makes that 6th, 7th place discussion all of a sudden a heck of a lot more interesting. They were so close at the beginning of the day and now quite far apart.
Yeah, and I think if you just want to talk about like the entire day, it's absolutely insane to see Dignitas picking up a win as well. And now there's a ton of pressure. Envy looked good in their series, pushing TSM to 3 games. So overall, the bottom tier teams really showed up today and challenged basically everyone they played.
Yeah, we thought it'd be a super one-sided day, and honestly, like I wasn't too psyched for the schedule today. Like I thought yesterday had an interesting schedule, tomorrow has an interesting schedule, and today was going to be like the weakest of the 3. It just turns out that today had like blowout games.
Yeah, very exciting day today. Arrow's going to pick up player of the game. I don't know if you guys have anything else to say about this guy. We've said so much. I don't know what else there is to say, but he's a monster. He's a monster.
Yeah, I mean, like we were joking about this. Like as Arrow is like in the game longer, you have a higher chance of winning. Just give him time. He will make a play. Like at 30 minutes, it's been a close, hard-fought game. Eventually, Arrow finds the opening, blows key summoners, and it's like, oh hey, suddenly their immobile AD carry doesn't have summoners. This makes a TP flank for Zig 10 times easier. So I think, just give Arrow a little bit of time, a little bit of room to work, and he'll find you something.
And that's where maybe having Stunt next to him as a support, willing to make some of the more aggressive plays that maybe Adrian wasn't going to make, or at least play the champions that allow them to be a little bit more aggressive, might aid Arrow in becoming an even stronger carry for the squad.
The only critique you can have on Arrow is that his lane phase wasn't very good. But I often attribute it to the fact that like Adrian just isn't a very aggressive player. However, when you look at how Stunt's playing lane, this guy is going ham. This guy has different champion picks, and he's a very aggressive player. And I think that opens up a different avenue where Arrow can just like hard win the lane and then carry a lot earlier than you'd expect.
Right, I think that's actually a great point to mention. They actually dove bot lane this time 2v1 really early on. They just walked up to the Ashe who had the roaming support. So I think that's the kind of stuff that we had kind of maybe said, Arrow doesn't quite dominate lane, but now that he's paired up with Stun, it seems like they do want to try and take over the game earlier.
Right, give him more time. It's only been a couple days here, these two in the bot lane playing together. They got a couple more weeks until the season closes. With our matches in the books, let's go ahead and pull up the rankings to see how the teams place. Phoenix One's win over Echo Fox not only further distances themselves from 4th place FlyQuest, but grants TSM their spot in the spring 2017 playoffs. Of course, still positioning for 1st and 2nd to be decided. That leaves only 4 more playoff spots up for grabs. We'll be back again tomorrow to see who else can make a play for them. Our day begins with Counterlogic Gaming versus Cloud9 over on NALCS 1. Then Pobelter and Immortals look to upset Bjergsen and TSM in the Battle Arena. Over on NALCS 2, we start with Echo Fox facing Team Dignitas with Team Liquid against Envy in the Battle Theater later in the day. So back to you, Skara. We talked about how today was the one that was kind of expected to be the dud day in a way, and we're looking at other games. All right. We're about to move into Sunday. What's the big matchup that you're looking at tomorrow?
I'm more interested in kind of like the middle, like the bottom of the playoff spots. So like I look at Echo Fox versus Dignitas. I'm really interested because Echo Fox is kind of falling off. Dignitas is kind of picking up pace, and so that's something where I'm just like, that could be the 6th place decider.
Right, that's a necessary game to win for either of those teams if they really want to make a strong push for 6th place. In that matchup, Mark, who do you think's got the edge? Dignitas off the win today?
I think so, actually. They've been looking a lot better in the recent weeks, and the Echo Fox has been trending downwards. And I think we saw that Acadian had to play great in order for them to actually start winning series, and that's when they kind of had the odd week, even week Echo Fox. And then it feels like he's come back down to earth. He's still playing good, and Froggen's playing good, but it doesn't seem like good is good enough for this roster. They actually need other people to start stepping up. Like Looper has not looked good on frontline and stuff like that. So I think they're in a lot of trouble right now.
Yeah, Scar, we were looking at the mid lane in this past game. I mean, Froggen on the Syndra into Ryu's Ahri, he had total control of that lane. So again, you would think with that kind of pressure and on a dominant champion like Syndra that he might be able to extend that lead and get control of the game. Didn't happen.
Like even though Echo Fox loses games, I'm watching Froggen play. I'm just like, wow, this guy's playing mid lane incredibly well. You see him pressuring the mid lane super well, and you're not seeing much out of it. It may be even TS, he may be ahead by 10, maybe ahead by 20, but in the competitive game without jungle pressure, being ahead by that much consistently every game, it's insane. He had 98 CS at 9:45 this game, which means that he missed 3 CS, assuming he didn't get any Raptors, which I know he did get a little bit, so he missed like maybe 6 CS in the entire lane phase until 10 minutes. I think that's phenomenal, plus he hard pressured the enemy lane to back first.
Right, the fact is though, it's not turning into victory, so they still have to find that winning formula. We'll see if they can do it tomorrow against Dignitas and make a run at playoffs. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for today. So for myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more North American LCS. Good night.
We're getting ready for our first series as Envy take on TSM. Now, we have seen some growth from Envy, but that doesn't change the fact that they have an uphill battle today against TSM. On Apollo, but he'll issue the ultimatum instead. Does get exhausted. I think he's going to get killed here. Apollo trip into it. Lyra managed to get the kill. Bjergsen goes down as well to Ninja. Oh, huge ultimate from Apollo. 4 members of TSM already chunked down. Redemption shouldn't be enough to save them here as Pyropross will be the first casualty. Sven is going to join shortly after from Apollo's auto attack, and Lyra looking to continue down. He does ride the Q all the way in. Poor Turtle's going to get himself taken down by Lyra. Down with the ulti. Hook again landing onto Lyra. TSM surging forward, going to try and take the game. Does TSM slay the Nexus and take down Envy?
Of course. I have shield too. Yeah, of course. Okay. Grace. Oriana. Yeah. 신달고. Nice. Farm tower. Okay, nice. Good job. Rengar initiative. Good.
And now they're re-engaged. Why does CLG even fight this? They give away 2 more kills. Second inhibitor. And that's the kill. It's over. There's no way they can defend this. Team Dignitas gonna make it the 2-0.
Okay, oh, nice. Kill this guy. He has no flash.
Nice.
Holy shit, Eugene. Let's go, dude.
Nice. That's gonna find a bit. Actually, 1 shot's high. Looks for a bit more. Moon danger more. Low. Can't click at the kill. Now he will. And Moon's gonna feel doubly bad. A triple kill for the Vanguard. Arrow exhausted over the wall, finds the damage as Froggen's gonna be juggling around. The more damage pouring in. Phoenix One have found 4. Looper trying to escape. A double kill for Arrow. Froggen going down 2. Acadian having to run away. But there's nowhere to run. There's nowhere to hide. Phoenix One are marching into the base. Phoenix One with the decisive 2-0 victory over Echo Fox.
Bye.